And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger and roll, planet.
Water power supply! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. It's orange!
Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If there's methane, it'll be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You read? We don't need any more of these.
Hello everybody and welcome to NSF's live launch coverage proper of Starship Flight 5. On your screen there is a fully stacked Starship. SpaceX has the FAA launch license and the weather, the views, it's looking pretty good even if it is the middle of the night. We're 2 hours and 42 minutes away from the opening of the window. Things are tracking well as I am led to believe. And yeah, this is a pretty exciting time. My name's Ryan Caton with NSF. Thank you all for joining us for the top of the count, or as we get to the top of the count, should I say. And alongside me, joining me, is Mr. Alex. How you doing, Alex?
I'm doing fantastic. I cannot be more excited. 2 hours, 40 minutes of change, right? To get to that opening of the window. We're seeing some early indications of tank farm activity. We're getting ready for that propellant load, hopefully in 2 hours from now. And then that launch and catch, which, we're going to have to get used to that. Earlier in the stakeout stream, I kept repeating, we're going to have a launch, but also a catch. I really hope we get a catch. So we'll see.
And I hinted at it earlier, but I didn't actually leak anything, so I'm not going to get in trouble. But joining us, special guest, you probably guessed it by now, Marcus House. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you all going? How about this? I can't even believe how exciting this is. I've already got butterflies and we're hours away. It's like, geez, this is just going to be such an epic thing. I haven't been able to sleep, so it's awesome. And that intro music, the NSF intro music, that gets me going like nothing else. So yeah, let's go. We want to see a Starship flying. We want to see it being caught. It is going to be amazing.
Yeah, just about 2 hours, 40 minutes to go now until that launch is meant to take place. Alex, what are some of the things that we've been observing, shall I say, over the last couple of hours as the tank farm looks to be kind of doing unexpected things? What's been going down with the tank farm? I'm not hearing Alex.
Sorry, I was muted. Tell me while I'm muted. So we had the road closure. They cleared the beach. They cleared the launch sites. And we were sort of expecting by now to see that Pope vent that we usually, we call it the Pope vent because it's this sort of chimney-looking kind of thing. It's a wide vent coming out of a chimney-looking thing. And so it kind of looks like when they choose a new Pope. And so that's why we call it like that. That is one of the early signs of the tank farm being conditioned. That process of being able to get all of the ground systems thermally conditioned for launch. I'm seeing the subcoolers, the methane subcoolers perhaps venting a little bit. I'm not sure if that's part of the whole process, but it's definitely not ideal to not see. So that Pope vent, you see those two little vents that are happening there towards the right. Mm-hmm. There's that sort of chimney looking thing. That is where that vent should have been going on for at least an hour, maybe hour and a half for now. And so far we have not seen that kind of activity. But it's a good thing at least that we're seeing those subcoolers. They perhaps are being loaded with liquid nitrogen. That's one of the procedures that we usually see during the countdown at this time. So just wait and see what happens. There's still a 30-minute window for today's launch, so see what happens today.
Yeah, and Starship, unlike Falcon, it does have a holding capability once they get into fueling. I believe it's at T 40 seconds. And Marcus, we've seen them hold before. I don't want to bring up the S word, but the first flight attempt of Flight 1, they got to that hold, held, couldn't figure out whatever issue they were tracking, so they just converted it into a wet dress. So if that happens today, that's just completely normal and something to be expected, right?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, today there's only a 30-minute launch window, I believe. So as soon as it hits that T-0, they really don't have a huge amount of time to correct any issue that they might be having. So if that drags on for any more than, say, I don't know, 25 minutes or something, you would assume that they would eventually detank and call it a wet dress. But yeah, let's hope we get further than that.
Yeah. I'm just going to have a quick look through here because we do have, as the new for this flight, we tested doing a pre-launch Starship stakeout, and then we converted into a proper, full-blown, proper launch stream. You're now watching the launch stream. We just wrapped up our Starship stakeout, but during that Starship stakeout, we had a $99.99 super chat from Astro Vibes, and I just want to make this is we've been getting like so much huge support throughout the night, but I just wanted to make sure that this was read out. So a big thank you to Astro Vibes there for the support, because again, these huge supers are, I may sound like a broken record, but it's really without this kind of support, we would not be able to do what we can do in the capacity that we do it. So obviously, we're super grateful for everyone tuning in right now, just watching, or we'd be talking to nobody. But again, to everybody who's been doing these huge supers like Astro Vibes, thank you very much. It is greatly appreciated and instrumental to what we do here. I'm also going to have a quick flick through for any questions. So if you do have any questions, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. You know the drill by now. We are nearly 2.5 hours away from the launch of Starship Flight 5. It's starting to feel a little bit real. Yeah, wow. This thing actually might happen. So I
it's
kind of
amazing.
want to go back to
it's great for everybody to hit the like on this, because as we all know, when you start up a new stream, you still need to get re-engagement again on that new stream to get things going. So super appreciate everybody that comes along to these things and supports NASA Spaceflight, because we've got such huge reliance on it. Myself included, we just love the coverage, and it's constant camera feeds and camera equipment and replaced damaged equipment and stuff. So, this is it's huge what they do, and thanks everybody for supporting. I've seen some really great engagement from everybody today as well. When I poked my head in a little earlier today.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. You might be shocked to hear. I just want to, I'm not sure whether I should call this the very beginning, because it's not, but I want to go back a bit, because we're here on October 13th and they're going for a launch attempt. But Alex, not that long ago, the line we were getting from the FAA is that they were going to be launching in late November. So what on earth happened? We're 6 weeks earlier than expected.
Part of
been a really strange story.
Yeah, one of the things that we discovered, I guess, yesterday now, because it's already Sunday, yesterday when they released that launch license, apart from that, they also released a document, detailing sort of like what was the process that they had to go through to get environmental approval, because one of the problems was that, or problems, on quotes here, SpaceX changed a bit some of the stuff that they wanted for flight. And so, the FAA had to consult with environmental agencies to be able to get that. And one of the things we're showing here right now, sorry to interrupt my own answer to that, is it looks like there are some cars staged on the road, it appears, which is not good. I'm going to be very blunt there. They are not heading, like, I'm not seeing any movement towards the pad. Like, they are just stopped there, right? Maybe in the back channels they can.
I'm not sure how close they are from that view. Is it far away?
Yeah, they are stopped. They confirmed that they are indeed stopped there. They have not gone down entirely, but we'll see. Sometimes these things happen where there's something going on and they might troubleshoot some issues.
Yeah. So I'm being told they're right across from our highway site, which is just a little bit beyond the village. So they're not down near the pad, but they obviously appear to want to go in that direction. So this is obviously somewhat peculiar.
What's that? Oh, that's one of the other cameras from us.
Yeah.
Or are they carrying something behind? I don't know.
I can't
More
tell.
venting from the subcoolers as well there. I wonder if that's the problem that they're having right now, that maybe cycling something there. I don't know.
Yeah. But I mean, there is
story
still...
that unfolds.
Yeah, there's 2.5 hours to go in the count. So, I don't want to be all pessimistic here, but if they need to send vehicles to the pad to fix something, obviously that's not 100% ideal. But if they have the time to fix it, then, well, fingers crossed they have the time to fix it. Just saying, on Artemis 1 they had to send out the red team. Sorry, Ax, I thought you had something.
Look at that!
But yeah, on Artemis...
The Pope vent. It's going now.
There we go. But yeah, on Artemis 1, they had to send out the red team to the pad to hammer some stuff into place on the mobile launcher. So sending the team to the pad, very last minute is obviously it's not something you want to see, because you want all of your infrastructure to be working 100% perfectly, but it's not like something that can hinder a launch from taking place. So fingers crossed it's more on the light kind of side than the heavy maintenance, everything's broken kind of side. But yeah, as Alex just said, that poke vent is now going. So fingers crossed.
Funny.
Things are... Go on, Alex.
Because I was thinking they have not gone to the pad actual, right? Like they just stood there on the road. I wonder if the tank farm was like, ooh, they're coming to me. No, I'm gonna activate. Sort of like when your parents like warn you of something.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed we're all good. So where's everybody tuning in from today? I can't say this evening. It's this evening for me, but early morning for many people out there. Where's everybody joining in from?
And the chat goes wild. I'll just apologise in advance to the chat moderators, because it's about to go absolutely flying.
Look at that.
That's what we need there. We need the engagement. There we go. So yeah, I'll keep an eye. It's actually that's a very interesting point. So if that's not English, please do make sure to put that in chat. That'll be very interesting to see. One of the mods says in the back channel, "Thank you, Marcus." So that's been greatly received. But we need to get the engagement.
Why don't we bring this guy on?
A little bit of a break from moderating, because the chat is just flying right now.
Oh, look at that. But look, it's always interesting to me, because we've got such huge numbers of enthusiasts all around the world, and it's always a delight, I think, to just see just how, like, everybody's tuned in from anywhere you can think of. I've seen, obviously I'm from Australia. I've seen many Australians popping up there, many from Germany, many from France, Greece, like so many people from everywhere, and obviously a colossal number from the United States. Still a little early over in the US, so we would expect to see more and more coming from the US. It's always amazing. It's such a huge community, and typically pretty well behaved. Like if you join many other gaming streams and stuff, like, it's very hard to moderate. But here on these channels, amazing, just an amazing number of people. And thank you for being so enthused about what this is, this story. It's a story that we have been watching now for how long ago did it actually get announced that they were going to catch a vehicle with the tower? It's been 3-4 years or something like that. So we've been dreaming of this for that long, and to think that we could actually see this today is a crazy thought, just a crazy thought. And we've got so many wonderful parts of that mission. So even if they sort of abort it, there's going to be anticipation right to the end of that boost back burn. Are they going to manually say, yes, it's fine to go? I think that's going to be the key point where everybody's just going to cheer. So yes, they've given the green light for the catch. It's like, oh my goodness! Like at that point, it's going to be almost. There will be still a time to abort if for some reason something happens with the landing burn. There will still be an option to sort of twist out of the way just in the nick of time. But where's it going to land? Is it going to land just outside the site? And what is that going to do? These are the sort of questions that we don't actually know. It's a bit speculative. We sort of expect that it's probably just going to crash down just off the coast if they happen to abort in the last 10 seconds or something like that. So this is going to be a really exciting thing to see. As they always say, excitement is guaranteed.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that sentiment. I'm just looking in the bigger box on the left there. You can see a couple of lights moving from right to left just above the tickers. So it does look like some cars have made it to the pad, kind of underneath that poke vent, which Alex was talking about earlier. We can now see some frostiness here at the pad, at the tank farm, or condensationiness. That I should probably try and stop inventing words. But anyways, there are some vehicles making their way to the pad. That has been confirmed on the cameras. We'll just have to wait and see what they actually do. Once they get there.
Yeah, I do see good signs though. That transfer line, that big horizontal line that sort of like squiggles at some locations, it looks like it is getting frosty, which is a good sign that liquid oxygen, that's the liquid oxygen transfer line, it is going from the ground tanks out to the subcoolers for the liquid oxygen. So that is a good sign that things are progressing in the right direction. And in fact, I think you can see some frost already starting to appear on that transfer line. So that is good.
Mm-hmm.
And that is part of the process, right? Because they move this liquid oxygen from the ground tanks to the subcoolers. What happens is that the line gets cold, but then in turn the oxygen gets hot, for liquid oxygen kind of levels, right? It just gets vaporized, and so you need a way to get rid of that vapor. And that's what we see there with a pope vent. I guess that's a little bit more of a more detailed explanation of what it means to see that pope vent. Look at that.
Yeah. We're seeing a low underlying kind of carpet of condensation, nice iteration, on the farm there. But it's human-created condensation. This is not poor weather. SpaceX making fog intentionally, believe it or not. But you can see that poke vent there. It's like reaching like 4 times beyond its height now, nearly to the top of the booster. I mean, just really crystal clear views that we have here tonight, and that is something. Oh, and even enhanced view as well. Look at that. It's beautiful.
That's a great close up. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the good things that this time of year provides us, Marcus, because Flight 2 was a similar time of the year last year. It was in November last year. These kind of autumnal periods of better weather, should I say, really providing for some clearer views, as there's some more cars now waiting to go to the pad, it appears, next to our highway site.
Yeah, I recall the last time we had sort of little bouts of fog that sort of rolled in and made it a bit hard to see some of the detail, but it's great that we've got a clear looking morning today.
Yeah. So those cars appear to be parked. They're just kind of sat there, being a bit stationary. There's a police car at the roadblock, and has SpaceX parked a telehandler right on the junction? Is that what that is? I'm not quite sure 100% what SpaceX has done there, but that's what it appears to be. That's brilliant. So there is a police officer at the roadblock, the first roadblock, should I say, but there are cars that have parked beyond that. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's going on there, but I'm sure over the next couple of hours we'll figure it out. Pope vent's still going strong there on the left-hand side, or on both sides really. So yeah, we are approaching 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, Alex. Whereabouts should we start to see some indications of propellant load onto the vehicle? Because I believe it's been a shrunk down fueling timeline for this flight. But SpaceX kind of changes these things every flight because they're upgrading the tank farm, which means they can load stuff quicker, right?
Well, it's pretty similar to flights 3 and 4. It's just that it's being a bit tweaked. We should expect around the T-minus 40. I don't remember exactly the time. I do know it is around the 49-minute T-minus 49-minute point. Before that, though, we're gonna have a lot of hints. We're gonna have a lot of signals to look out for. You know, when we talk about the Pope bend and whatnot, we see sometimes people were, being like, "Why do you care about that?" It kind of gives us a handle of where we are on the timeline. So after this, they are now conditioning the tank farm. But after that, before fueling the rocket, you need to condition the lines that go to the rocket, right? The tank farm is in one place, the rocket is in another, and there's lines that, go from tank farm to the rocket. And so there's going to be a vent coming out of the launch mount and another vent coming out of the tower. They have their own different activities going on there, but that conditions both for the fueling. Once they go out, we're gonna see a lot more activity as well on subcoolers and whatnot. We're gonna see a lot of more indications for that propellant load.
I'm just hearing through my ears the noises of a helicopter, so I'm not 100% sure. Is SpaceX now deploying a helicopter to the pad? What on earth is going on?
I don't know. For one moment, I thought it was like some kind of other tab. I was looking through my tabs, thinking that it was some other kind of noise.
But I can hear that coming through on the microphone there. That is definitely a distinct helicopter noise. I'm just listening to it. Seems to be getting further away now. We'll see if it appears. But yeah, very interesting. Because I believe, from the microphone we're hearing, it is located within the TFR, so any aircraft operating in that vicinity would need permission to do so. And I think only SpaceX related aircraft would be allowed at that point. And there it is. It's getting lower, and it appears to be approaching the production site. Maybe they're bringing Dan Hewitt to the high bay.
Yeah.
But the Pope event is continuing, so that's definitely something unique. I can't remember the last time we saw something like that. I mean, we had the Sky Crane a few months ago when they were putting those air conditioning units on top of the Star Factory. But it's above the Star Factory right now. What?
That's quite close.
I'm buffering here. It's very loud. I'm kind of confused what's going on.
Interesting.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Chat, I don't know if anyone in chat has any idea what could be happening right now. It's absolutely just like the helicopter. Chat is flying, so that's people are saying it might be Elon. I don't know, but it's definitely. Alex, do you think this could have been why they deployed those vehicles? I don't know. I think anything's kind of possible.
No idea.
I'm not sure. Is that a Coast Guard's helicopter?
Oh, they do indeed have something in the back. Huh.
The orange stripes make it look like a Coast Guard helicopter to me.
That's weird.
It sounds like they're powering the engine down.
It landed in the highway.
Video confirms that. Yeah. We'll see if Dan Hewitt gets out. Sorry, I thought that. Anyways, the ongoing joke that he gets locked in the high bay every launch and he can't escape. So yeah, this is certainly peculiar, but interesting.
I guess it could be refueling, but that would be a very weird location to get some refueling on that.
Yeah, I mean,
helicopter.
There's literally Brownsville Airport, you know, like less than 5 minutes flying time away, where I'm sure they will have plenty of fueling options. So why they would want to fuel on Highway 4 does baffle me slightly, but we'll have to wait and see, because there's a pickup with like some sort of tank trailer attached.
So I was just wondering, it's like it almost seems like a refuel stop, doesn't it? It's like, what's going on?
Yeah. I'm buffering here because I have no idea what's going on. Are they getting like a line out of the back of that trailer or something? Or something on top? We're seeing this at the same time as you guys, so we're just trying to figure out what on earth is going on with this helicopter. But the doors are opening. The pipe vent continues at the launch pad, but I cannot remember a launch stream before where a helicopter has landed next to our highway site at this point during the count.
No, that's a new one to me.
Remembering. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interestingly, we seem to be getting a bit of lag on the cameras, just a bit of stuttering. I'm not sure what's going on there, but the actual count in the top is going smoothly, so I'm assuming it's just signal down at the site, is it?
People
Yeah,
are
there might be
talking
a
in
little
chat
bit of
of the
interference, but go on,
yeah.
Alex.
of the registry is apparently Onyx Aviation or something like that. But you know, that doesn't solve why are they here, right? You could probably look up a lot of the, you know, registry and whatnot, but what is it doing there? It looks like it might be refueling, but why? Right there in the middle of the highway, before a launch of the world's most powerful rocket.
It looks like a refueling stop. You know, they've got a huge tank of something there, and it looks like they're kind of reading out a line or something maybe to the helicopter. They have Brownsville Airport just down the road. Why? They have an airport. Why are they refueling in the middle of a public highway if they have Brownsville Airport? You know, that's what's baffling me a little bit.
Based on some information I'm getting on it, it's looking like it's a private helicopter. And yeah, why they're there is another question. Yeah, maybe they're there as part of a scout to make sure that the area is clear. I'm not sure, but it seems to be a scheduled refill, as far as we can see from other information. So that's interesting.
Are they delivering fuel? Maybe. What? But then why would they need avgas at the launch site?
Yeah.
Either they're refueling the helicopter. Either they're refueling the helicopter 5 minutes away from Brownsville Airport in the middle of a public highway, or they're delivering avgas to Highway 4, in which case I don't understand why they need avgas at the launch site. So, you know, either scenario, whether it's delivery or it's a refueling stop, they just don't make any sense to me. So this is fascinating what's happening right now.
Uber Eats, I'm seeing a lot of people speculate there in the comments.
They're getting a last minute delivery to the production site because nobody can arrive or leave. But yeah, still some people walking around.
I keep seeing that Chad talking about who owns the helicopter. Again, that does not solve the reason why. Like the question of why they are there. Why are they doing this, right? Like 2 hours, 14 minutes away from a Starship launch.
Yeah.
Which is the whole point here, right? Like this is bizarre. This is not... We have not seen this before, let's be honest.
Yeah.
I imagine something to do with the actual mission.
Yeah. That would be my assumption as well. I just cannot, for the life of me, figure out what this could be. Like, what would they be delivering? What would they be taking away that they wouldn't already have there? I'm not sure. But that Pope vent is continuing to go at the tank farm.
Yeah, at the very least.
Yeah, it's always a good early sign.
Yep.
At That is true. Do we have any?
They've got
any
even
questions?
more flashy lights now. My plan was to go to some questions, but then this helicopter arrived, and I don't want to.
Well, they seem they seem very busy with it.
Yeah. Let me go into the question queue quickly and see what we have waiting here. Let's kick off with this one, which is a good question. What time is sunrise? Alex, what time is sunrise? And there's a lot of sunrise questions here. First of all, this one. What time is sunrise? Should we expect a jellyfish as well? So give us all the deets on the sun.
I believe it is around 7:27 a.m. I remember that because when I looked it up, I thought, 7:27, like the plane. But yeah, so it will be essentially most of the launch window for today. Remember, it opens at 7 a.m. It closes at 7:30. For the majority of the window, we're only going to get twilight. And as you mentioned, when we have twilight, we sometimes have the jellyfish effect. Whether we'll see it or not, we'll figure that out. Hopefully we get to figure that out. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I have a fear that as the vehicle ascends higher and higher, the legendary jellyfish shots we've gotten before have been from a second stage, and I have a fear that the Starship itself might already be into the sunlight, or too far into the sunlight for that to happen. But we'll just have to wait and see, because if you don't know, the jellyfish effect is when the vehicle is high enough above the ground that the sun has risen on the vehicle, but the sun is yet to have risen on the ground. So sun lights up the plume in the exhaust from the rocket, but the sky relative to the ground is still quite dark, so it appears to be like an illuminated jellyfish in the sky hanging above the launch site. So that's what that is. But the poke vent's still going, and I haven't seen any more cars move along the bottom of this shot. But at least we now have an answer to what the cars parked next to the highway site were there for. They were there to accept a helicopter for some reason.
That's a good point. So we were wondering that they might be heading off to the pad for some reason. No, they're refilling a helicopter. I suspect that it's probably being used for surveillance or something like that. In the past, they've used an aircraft, I believe, to do that. So given that, from memory, helicopters need to be refueled more frequently. So perhaps this is just a planned stop to give them a top up so they can keep doing the runaround. All speculation, of course. I'm interested to know what other people's thoughts are on that. But in the meantime, the vent there is going nice and strong. That's an interesting point you bring up before earlier, by the way, in terms of the sunrise time at around 7:20 something, 22, 23, 24. It's something that I hadn't really thought of in terms of, are we going to watch the potential catch of this without proper daylight? And maybe that's going to be the case. It'd be nice if they just waited another 20 minutes, wouldn't it?
We will have a little bit of dawn in there. This is more me hoping and praying that we'll have a little bit of dawn in there. But yeah, there is a very strong potential. 27 minutes is larger than 3 minutes, so it's more likely than not we will get a launch and a catch when the sun has not yet risen. But we'll just have to wait and see. Whatever happens with that booster, it's going to be spectacular.
Yeah, it'll be a little unique there because the previous few flights have been after sunrise, so you didn't sort of get to see that sort of jellyfish effect, which essentially what that is it's quite dark on the ground, but as the rocket ascends, it actually goes through its own sunrise earlier because, they're higher up. So what happens is the exhaust plume actually lights up. While down on the ground level, it's quite dark still, so it really makes a huge difference looking up into a reasonably dark sky. Won't be perfectly dark because there will be some sunlight scattering around from the sunrise going on, but it could potentially be something that we haven't seen before from Starship. Seen it plenty of times with Falcon 9.
Indeed. the one that comes to my mind is the jellyfish we got from Inspiration 4, which launched. It was still dark on the ground when that launched, but it was a really stunning jellyfish we got second stage. Very quickly, Alex, unless you notice anything out of the ordinary. Oh, is the helicopter starting its engine?
Maybe. I do see some cars at the pad. You can see there on the big box screen, sort of right above the ticker. Some cars are going the right direction, which is to the right, outside of the launch pad. But there was one going left towards the tank farm and in the beach direction.
So we're going to keep an eye on this helicopter because whatever they needed to do with it, it looks like they're done and they're starting the engine. We can hear now from the microphone that the engine is getting louder, so we should see this fly away pretty shortly, one would assume. It's got the beacon flashing there. And in the meantime, the Pope vent appears to have stopped. Or it's still going. Sorry, my eye's deceiving me. But let's focus on this helicopter.
Looks like it might be about to take off.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt anything, but I'll keep my ears peeled. Ears peeled, Ryan. Well done. That's English. Keep my ear out for the engine increasing in pitch. There it is. I think the grass might now be starting to get a little bit affected by the wind. It's getting louder. Sounds like we might get a takeoff soon. It's getting very loud. So for those of you just joining us, this helicopter has just landed alongside, or on Highway 4, alongside some parked vehicles. We're not 100% sure what it's here for, but it's been on the ground for a few minutes and it appears to be taking off any second, so we're just standing by for that. And it's increasing in pitch. And there it goes. It's now driving down Highway 4. Didn't think I'd see this when I woke up.
I really didn't thought we could say helicopter to the pad instead of car to the pad.
There's vehicles to the pad, but it's a helicopter. And
Well,
there
that
it
was new.
goes. Something to keep us entertained with in the meantime, Marcus.
Yeah, yeah.
There it goes. Will be interesting to see where it goes now. But there we go. Pope vent's still going, and now boredom ensues because the helicopter has left. But we'll keep track on it. Like you said, Marcus, this could be like a SpaceX affiliated aircraft, maybe something they've chartered to do surveillance, because I believe on the last flight and flights before they've had a plane going around, so maybe they've decided a helicopter is better this time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they had, I think they had like a Bronco type aircraft or something back in 2023 doing laps and stuff, so it's probably a surveillance type thing. Interesting all the same.
Yeah. I'm going to hit a little bit of support now whilst we have a moment without helicopters distracting us. First of all, with this 50 Swiss franc from Niek. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but thank you very much for that support there. That's a car. Sorry, I thought I heard the helicopter in my ear again. That's a car driving down the road. So thank you for your support here, Niak. Alex, I'll throw this one to you. I'm not sure if you have an answer for it, but it says that CSI estimates that it, quote, snows about 4 tons of carbon dioxide ice in the LOX tank during launch. As Raptor 3 is supposed to fix this problem, when do we foresee the first Raptor 3s being tested on ships and boosters? Sorry, but it looks like
yes.
the roadblock is moving down the road, maybe? Or is that just
Or at least there are cars
driving past the
leaving.
roadblock? Yeah, sorry. It looks like the police car is staying still, but there are cars now driving beyond the police car back to the production site. Sorry, Alex.
I just noticed you can actually see inside of the office building now, which is very nice. Yeah, I do not know if Raptor 3 actually is supposed to fix the problem. We have no idea whether Raptor 3 is gonna have any sort of changes to not draw the problem with Raptor 2 is that in order to get pressurization on the oxygen tank, what they do is they draw they tap off from the preburner on the oxidizer side of the Raptors, and instead of just warming up the oxygen, turning into a gas and then returning back to the tank, what they do is they take the exhaust from that, and so I don't really know if Raptor 3 will solve anything like that. I really have no idea if they have changed that.
Marcus, I'll throw this one over to you. Space, great name, is asking, if the catch is successful, do you expect SpaceX to bring the booster down as fast as possible, or to just keep it hanging for a while?
Oh, it's a great question. It's all speculative at the moment. I would expect that it would come down pretty slowly right at the end there. I'm not going to say that it will hover, because I think it will always be descending, but I think it'll be descending very slow. In the future, we would expect it to get faster and faster for to proof that out even further. Ideally, you want to spend the least amount of time burning engines that you can, and if you can really hover slam like they do with the Falcon 9, then it's a great opportunity to get a little bit more payload to orbit. So they're going to get those margins down and the accuracy down, so that it's almost like clockwork. It'll just come down and then ping just on the arms perfectly. That's what we would expect them to do. And we've seen them do this with the Falcon 9 over the years. They used to be a little bit more conservative and started doing harder and harder burns there in the earlier days. And due to that, they could get higher payloads to orbit, and they'd slowly reduce the mass in the vehicle, and all of a sudden Falcon 9 became something so good that really we didn't need that many Falcon Heavies. The amount of payload Falcon 9 could get to orbit was actually pretty good in the end. It was a good middle ground. Yep. So we don't see many Falcon Heavy flights, and obviously looking forward to Clipper here pretty shortly. It'll be interesting to watch it evolve, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. I don't think we've asked you this yet, so I will. There's a couple of questions. One, do you think that the launch conditions will allow SpaceX to catch the booster? And second of all, if they go for the attempt, do you think they'll actually do it?
Oh, the weather's looking great at the moment, as far as I can see. But will they attempt to do it? If they give the thumbs up, so they have to give that manual call out to the vehicle to make sure that it is okay, and they do that after the boost back burn. So I think we sort of talked about this a little before. As soon as they give that manual call and they say yes, it's go for the catch, there's just going to be cheers all around, because at that point they're pretty committed. They can still abort. As far as I understand, they can still abort, but it'll be quite late in the piece. So, it would be very interesting to see. I think as long as we get that call to say, yes, they're good to go after the boost back, then it's going to be pretty darn exciting. It's going to be close enough to see everything on camera at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I still can't quite comprehend in my mind how this thing is going to look when it's being caught. Renders, but there is nothing like seeing an actual real shot of what will be a 70-meter tall booster dangling from the chopsticks if SpaceX is able to make it that far. It is 100% sci-fi until it becomes reality.
Yeah.
Let's have a look through here. This is an interesting question. I'm sure many people will be thinking, Kane and Copeland asking, with all of these things going on, any idea on the T0? Alex, at this point, is there any indications that they're pushing the T0, or is the opening of the window still the target? You know, pending your spreadsheets, shall I say?
Well, they did have, or what appeared to be some kind of issues there, right? They sent folks down to the pad. We're not sure whether they are on track for the opening of the window. There's still a 30-minute window, right, that they could hit. The next major activity that we should be looking for is the tower and OLM vents that we mentioned before. And, you know, if they are on track for a 7 a.m. Central launch time, that should happen roughly 30 minutes from now, maybe 40. So essentially around the T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, T-minus 1 hour, 20-minute mark. It's a bit variable. It's not always exact, like down to the second or anything. Sometimes it's like, you know, 90 minutes. Sometimes it's 80 minutes. Sometimes it can even be a little bit earlier as well. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. And that'll drive sort of like when we are expecting things to happen after that, because those are going to be our indicators of when propellant load will start and whether that'll start on time or not for a launch at the top of the window. But again, 30 minutes, we are less than 2 hours to that opening of the window. At the very least, in 2.5 hours, we should have already a launch, and a few minutes later, a catch. So very exciting.
Very exciting indeed. Now, Marcus, for those who don't know, what do the OLM and tower vents exist for? They're obviously venting something, but why do they exist, basically?
Yeah, so leading right up into the system, there's obviously a lot of pipe work. You're talking about filling a 70-meter tall booster, 9 diameters wide, full of cryogenics, and obviously the Starship on top of that. So there's a lot of pipe work, a lot of very thick pipe work that leads all the way up to the orbital launch mount, the OLM, and right up into the tower, up to the ship quick disconnect, which is the little port that connects into the ship on the top of the stack there. So there's a lot of pipe work that's currently sitting there at ambient temperature, right? So if you just blast a whole heap of cryogenic fluid through it, it's going to vent a lot. It's going to convert a lot of that into gases. So what we're seeing when we see all this venting is we're seeing all the pipe work being chilled right down, right up the line. Obviously less of it to get to the orbital launch mount, and then it continues on right up the tower. So and also the sub-chillers that actually convert and re-chill some of the cryogenic fluid for the oxygen and the methane that's used to propel the vehicle. The venting that you'll see on the ground, most of that is coming from the sub-chillers. And the sub-chiller is that they've been nicknamed hippos in the past, and that's because they sort of resemble hippos. But what they do, they're very clever actually, really. There's just a whole heap of pipework inside, so they run all the liquid oxygen, say, or the methane, depending on which side. There's 2 sides of the tank farm. It'll run through that. And those big hippo units are filled with liquid nitrogen, which is actually a lower temperature than liquid oxygen and liquid methane. So they can use that nitrogen to super chill the oxygen and the methane. And that, again, causes a whole heap of nitrogen to be converted to gas as it warms up. So that's all vented out quite aggressively out the top of the hippos. And for the liquid oxygen side, that's all sort of dumped over a wall. There's 8 of those from memory. Correct me if I'm wrong there. There's 8 of the sub-chillers on the oxygen side and 4 on the methane side. So all of this pipework needs to be kind of cooled down. So that's what gives the venting that we see everywhere, just chilling the process. As soon as we see that chilling largely being stopped, what we then have is the propellant load going into the vehicle itself. and that's when we see the frost lines come up. So yeah, it's all quite exciting, and that happens. It's going to happen. It happens quicker and quicker actually as they get more and more infrastructure at the tank farm. They used to only have the 4 on each side, or they might have had 6 on the oxygen, but they've added a few more recently in the last year. And so they're able to fill up the entire vehicle and go through this chill down process quite a bit quicker.
Yeah, and it's a really long process, right? Because a lot of people are always, again, sometimes when we talk about all of these vents and all of these very complex and very very interesting process, but some people might not care. But we do care because there's a bunch of different hints and different things that we can gather, and sort of like seeing the progress down on the countdown on the timeline. And so that is sort of, there we go, right on cue. So one of the things that we should be looking for as well is, once all of this conditioning is going on, then they have this team that they're going to be pulling for propellant load. And so there you can see we should be about 37 minutes away from that. Obviously, sometimes, we don't have access, unfortunately, to those comms nets. But hopefully SpaceX will post something on X, something along the lines of like, teams have pulled go or something like that, right? And we get some kind of confirmation of that. Of course, as I was mentioning before, sometimes just looking at the activity and comparing that to what we have seen in the past, that'll help us as well, trying to guess whether we are on track for that launch at the top of the hour. But Marcus, like, this is a very complex machine. I always say that even just 1/10 of that tank farm will probably be the size of a normal tank farm for a normal rocket, say like Falcon 9 or Atlas, right? Like, this is a huge rocket, and they need a lot of preparations to those ground systems. I know you've been following along for many years. You remember when they had the vertical tanks. They had these sort of issues as well. Some of them didn't comply with some of the regulations or something. Like, it's been a long time. It's been quite the road, right? So seeing them being able, seeing them being able to
watching that.
Yeah. Right?
From memory, what happened was you had the original build of those tanks, the 8 tanks, and the methane was on the side closest to the entry to the complex, and that was deemed to be too close to some of the other tanks. For obvious reasons, you don't want a whole bunch of quite explosive material to mix together and form some sort of super explosion. So, they ended up converting a lot of those to either combinations of nitrogen and liquid oxygen, and then they started installing these horizontal tanks which contained the methane at the time. So they've been reconfiguring this for quite a while now, and there's still more horizontal tanks to come based on the plan. We've now got 2 towers being built and two pads being built. Presumably they're now called Pad East and Pad West being the new one. And they're going to be able to use the one tank farm for both systems. So this has been a huge challenge for them. Obviously, another bit of speculation that was out there for a long time, and I believe to be true, is that the supports for those vertical tanks didn't end up being great. They ended up sinking a little, I think. So it was only a matter of time before they pulled all those out and replaced them with the horizontals. So it was an interesting ride watching them slowly decommission them and all that sort of thing. And now finally we have a site that is completely void of those vertical tanks, so we actually get a better view. I quite like the way it is right now because we can see in there. We don't have big tanks in the way from many of the camera angles. So bonus for us, but it takes a lot more real estate obviously to have them laid out horizontally.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, some of these horizontal tanks they have added, like it was really complicated because they are big to like they really had to look through pretty much everywhere in the world, right, to get some of these tanks, because they are really big. They have a lot of capacity, and boy, I cannot wait until we see more of these coming by and see where they're coming from. We have our own boat guy, Gavin. He sometimes see these boats loaded with these tanks coming into Starbase, and he's like, "Oh, it's coming from whatever, right? Like the middle of some island or somewhere, or something." Because they just try to get as many of these tanks as they can. And definitely super interesting how that'll look like for when they have the second pad, as you say, the east pad active here at Starbase.
Yeah. It's interesting watching how the new pad's going to be built too. So obviously, with the current system that we will see today, there's this huge water deluge system, a big steel plate that ejects water out, and this upside down shower head angled out in some interesting configuration. It's amazing that solved the problem. When we first saw Flight Test 1 with concrete flying out, cyclone of concrete splashing down in the ocean, it was crazy. And it's like that one thing fixed that problem and did it really quite nicely. But all the same, there's a reason why they're going for what seems to be a flame trench on Pad West, and that is because it's a tried true method of protecting the launch site, and it works quite well. It redirects a lot of the exhaust. We believe that it's going to redirect the exhaust in two directions still. Not 100% confident on that, but we'll see. And it would make sense, because then you're diverting the plume out two directions, less force in either direction, and all that sort of thing. So that's a good idea. One direction, though, sort of heads the exhaust out over the road, as far as I can kind of tell. So that's interesting. I guess it doesn't matter if the road's cleared and there's nobody there, so it's not really going to matter. But that is an interesting little observation that people have made. But getting back to the actual tanks, the propellant capacity that it needs is obviously huge. And as you say, just to fill up one Starship for launch, it's quite significant. I think super heavy, just the booster by itself is something like 3,400 metric tons or something ridiculous. And then the actual ship itself is another, 1,200 or something. So, the whole thing is 5,000, tons total or something lifting off, and most of that propellant load. So it's kind of crazy to think that you've got that loaded there in the propellant tanks now, plus more for margin, right? So if you've eventually got the full tank farm set up, and you're wanting to be able to launch maybe two vehicles with reasonably quick succession, that's a lot of propellant that they're storing in those tanks. And the one thing that we do not want to see ever is for an uncontrolled vehicle to actually take out the tank farm. That's the worst case scenario. If it's going to land anywhere, like even if it does, and the big question I'm seeing from many people, even in the comments here, is if they fail to catch it, what is the outcome? What's the best and worst case scenario, right? Worst case scenario, obviously, don't crash into the tank farm. That's definitely the worst case scenario. Best case scenario is that if they do drop it, it does minimal damage to the orbital launch mount. We believe it's going to catch over the top of it, just because of the way the vehicle needs to sort of line up, or with the way the arms need to line up to have the tower supporting it at its best. Ideally, it's going to catch right over the orbital launch mount. We're not sure, but we believe that the water deluge system may fire up just to a minimal amount at that touchdown, just to help presumably lessen the noise and lessen the damage to the pad if anything's going to happen there. So it's going to be incredibly interesting to see if any of those predictions are true. It's wild. It's wild.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see what else they do. And what happens with that booster. Obviously, crossing my fingers and knocking on wood that they don't harm any sort of potential ground support systems, or if they do, it's just just a scratch, right? But definitely gonna be very interesting what they do. And you were mentioning actually the flame trench for the second pad, and I'm thinking, boy, the flame deflector or whatever they put there on that flame trench is gonna be massive. I cannot wait until we see some of those pieces coming by. I believe we have already started seeing pieces of the OLM and things like that. So it's gonna be very interesting to see that pad build up, and hopefully the catches on that other tower will be different and less damaging to the ground systems. But I believe, Ryan, Are you there?
It's
been a while.
I'm here, Alex. Don't worry.
There you go.
Yeah, it's been a whole 5 minutes. I'm back. Hello. But it's not me you want to look at, because I'm now introducing two people you will be very familiar with, Das and Adrian. Hello. How are you?
Adrian? Going good. Apparently there's a rocket launching in about 2 hours or so, and they want to talk about that.
Could have fooled me. Somebody's going to have to tell us what's going on. Ryan, what's even going on here?
Well, it's a good thing we have Alex with us. Alex, we've just gone past minus 1 hour, 45 minutes. Do you want to just give everyone, for Das and Adrian, but let's pretend it's for everyone.
Wait, time out. Is that
How
Marcus?
are things going?
Yeah.
We've got Marcus House with us as well.
Hey there.
We have Marcus.
How are we going?
How's it going?
It's going great. It's going great. How could it not be going great at a time like this? We've got a countdown. We have no scrubs.
Countdown with no scrubs. Sorry to jump in. I saw Marcus over there. I was like, hey, that's Marcus on the screen. Alex, what is going on?
Yeah, so we are right now on that conditioning of the tank farm. We are about 1 hour and 42 minutes heading to the top of the window. They have a 30-minute window, so they have time to get that prepared. As you can see there, that's sort of like a daylight view of what that tank farm activity may look like. That's sort of the subcoolers getting frosty on the liquid oxygen side of the tank farm, getting that will be essentially what we're going to see in a very short amount of time, hopefully in 20-30 minutes from now. Those subcoolers will get a lot more active, and you'll see all of that activity there. As you can see on that sort of like daylight preview, we're going to see the OLM and tower vent going off. You can see as well there more activity that's a little bit more better from this side, because it's the same kind of view. Just right now it's nighttime, and that clip is daylight. But sort of just so you get an idea of how that will look like, just imagine that it's nighttime on that clip, of course. But yeah, we are essentially waiting for those subcoolers to get full, to get very more active, for that OLM and tower vent to come up as well. We should be, very short amount of time, 20 minutes, perhaps 30, from seeing all of that activity. So we're getting very, very close to that propellant load.
Nice, good deal. Who's in charge of the show right now, by the way?
What about you?
Apparently you.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to hand over the virtual baton to you, Das. So, it's not like you've got anything else to do right now, so I'll just hand that over to you.
All right, well, thank you, Ryan. And Marcus, are we going to have Marcus for a while as well?
Yeah, kicking around as long as you guys want me here.
There you go. As they furiously type in the back channel what the actual plan here is, y'all. If you saw when we hopped in here, Adrian and I are actually hanging out together. We have a new remote studio. It looks an awful lot like a hotel room. But I'm glad that we are going into the count here. You can laugh, it's fine. I'm glad
sorry.
that we're going into the count and we haven't set up all of this for nothing. We have an entire studio kit with us. We have it set up here in this hotel room, wherever we are. We're not going to tell you. We are together, though, and I'm not at Starbase.
Yeah. I'm also not at Starbase,
He's also not at
surprisingly.
Starbase.
That would be weird. That would also put us in all kinds of physics problems if I would be at Starbase and you're not.
But I was it's actually just movie magic or something,
Yeah,
right?
it's super weird what we're doing here.
But 48 hours ago, I was at Starbase. And Marcus, this is a story for you. This is like the story of my life. The same thing happened with Artemis. 48 hours ago, I was at Starbase, setting up cameras, getting things ready to go, testing out things, climbing up towers and running cables and stuff. And now I am very much not at Starbase. I'm a very long way away from Starbase right now. Not quite as far away from
social
Starbase.
feeds.
It happens, right? But to explain our situation, I wouldn't just ditch the team and leave Starbase. We were booked on another project. As it turns out, when you stream a lot of rocket launches, people call you up and they say like, hey, we have rockets, we need them streamed. And then you end up booking things and you end up going places to help other people with their rocket broadcasts because nothing's happening in October, right?
No. I mean,
Well,
did
it
you know
wasn't.
apparently there's also this rocket called Falcon Heavy in a few days.
What is that even? I don't even know where that is.
Can you imagine a situation where Falcon Heavy is like, oh yeah, whatever.
Oh, whatever. So we booked out our time, Marcus, and I had travel scheduled. And it was just going to be clear, and everything was late November, and now here we are. We could not reschedule this because a lot of other resources had to come together for it. So I'm not at Starbase for the first launch that I'm missing.
Yeah. These things, they always conflict, don't they?
Does that mean Jack and Mary still have 100%?
I think they do, yeah they're still good.
Of the NSF team, 100% is Jack and Mary, you know?
They still have the 100% batting average. I was about to start calling the FAA and issuing public comments or something like, hey, just wait a week. Just one more week. I have a public comment.
Say that. Don't say that.
You told us late November.
But that's our story. That's why we're here. We did get all set up because we have a lot of equipment with us. Literally reading some YouTube chat on phones here with you.
And laptops and an iPad. And like it's interesting.
We don't actually have a tripod, by the way. We have a stack of Pelican cases and then like a little coffee table that the camera's on.
It's a coffee table, then it's a chair, then it's a Pelican case, and then it's a camera.
It's true. There's a tablet over there. There's a laptop. Every time I look at the stream, I got to look over here. But anyways, well, I'm looking off to the side, but y'all can't see that. But we're here because everything is continuing to happen at Starbase. We're coming up on, what are we at? Just over an hour and a half before the opening of the window, it sounds like?
Yeah, the window opens at 7 local time. And from what I've heard from Alex Summary, we might just get a launch today. And of course, this is a bit of an interesting one with the catch potentially coming up. The catch, full stop, coming up. So I'm looking forward to potentially see whatever is going to happen there. And I also look forward to the sun rising because that will greatly increase the views we get.
It always does. It's tough out there, especially with the blinking lights, y'all. But as we get some gratuitous pans and tilts up and down the tower, Marcus, you have to forgive us because we weren't able to listen into the show or the conversation so far. So we're like coming in blind. We're furiously plugging in cables and trying to make things work, and then realizing that Germany has different voltage than the United States and trying to rig up a coil of wires to make the voltages work. But what were y'all talking about? What were y'all getting into there?
Yeah, well, we've just been witnessing a helicopter that came in here not long ago and just parked in the middle of the road. That was entertaining. They were refilling it off the roadside. Originally, we thought that they were going to be heading into, like, the people on the road thought we were going to be seeing them head back into the pad, but it ended up being a helicopter refuel. So yes, that was entertaining. And since then, we've just been sort of doing the rundown. We've got the Pope vent still poping away. And we're just waiting for Phil to start.
Good deal. Right as I actually connected to this, the first thing I saw was the very confusing helicopter. And I was like, that helicopter is right next to one of our cameras. But then the helicopter started to roll.
Yeah. That's so confusing. Like that, it looked like it just drove off. It's like, no, not flying today.
My first reaction was I thought the truck was backing up because the helicopter's not supposed to roll. The helicopter's supposed to go up, right?
In theory, yes. That's the concept. Yeah,
that's the concept. And then I saw it passing another truck, and I'm like, what in the heck is going on here? But anyways, the helicopter, I guess, got refueled, huh, Marcus, and then was going out there. That was a Coast Guard helicopter, so it must have been checking the beach, clearing the clear-out zones, that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah, from what we could see online, it looked like a private flight, but maybe it was contracted by Coast Guard or SpaceX to do some patrolling or something like that. We really don't know, but it must have been something related because they were there ready to refuel it. It doesn't seem normal that it would just be some Joe Schmo coming to fill up his helicopter for no reason. So yeah, it's interesting.
It's interesting to say the least. So far we've seen the Pope vent going. That's on the screen right there, the big sort of vertical vent. Not a lot of really strong wind, it looks like. Like the wind is just sort of blowing the Pope. Do people shake their heads when we call it the Pope vent? We call it the Pope vent.
I think it's but what would you call it else? Like I think it's a very technical term.
Isn't it actually the recondenser vent or something?
No,
it doesn't have a technical term.
No, I think technically what we are seeing is some boil off when they start to fill up nitrogen into the whole like system, because as soon as you of course move nitrogen, you will have boil off, and that's probably what we're seeing there. So it's probably like a nitrogen boil off vent or something like that, if you want to be like
whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but I don't like the fact that it's completely without wind. Of course, that's good for launching, but that tends to be a bit tricky for views, because then everything tends to be a bit static, especially later in the phase when there's a lot of wind, a lot of venting everywhere.
Yeah, it sort of hangs around instead of the wind clearing it out, and that becomes a real challenge for some of our close-in cameras. Because when the tank farm really gets going, sometimes the wind is not in the right direction, and it ends up blowing the fog or venting whatever vapors right over our camera and blocking our view. Those bright lights are new, too.
Directed at... They feel a bit targeted.
Have they been there the whole time? This is what... Like, they told us to set our camera here. Why would they point such a bright light at it? Anyways... trajectory things are going on. Y'all have seen a bunch of the cool tricks that we have queued up here this evening. But Alex, we're talking about the rocket. We see it here from the sort of the backside, right? This is from our highway site, so the tower is between us and the rocket. It's going to be going away from this point of view. But where is this rocket going today? I guess where are the two pieces of the rocket going to end up?
Yeah, so by all means, in very general terms, this is going to be very similar to all the previous flights, other than they're going to be catching the booster, right? The ship is going to go all the way out to the Indian Ocean. That's where flights 3 and 4 ended. Flight 3 with less luck than flight 4. And the hope today for the ship is that it's going to be less melty on the way down through re-entry. You said the rocket will be heading out from that point of view that we were showing before, but there's going to be something that it's going to be coming back, right? Which is the booster instead will turn around and head back to the launch site for a catch, or as long as everything looks good, both the automated health checks of booster and tower, and also the flight director confirming that everything is go for a catch. So that is sort of the trajectory for this mission, heading out to the Gulf, going over, that sort of threading the needle between Florida and Cuba, heading to the Indian Ocean.
I like how we had that as like a progress sort of building on each other. It's like, here's where the first one went, here's where the second one got, the third one got all the way over here. I don't think we had the booster on that map, but this time is the first, like the whole huge thing. The reason it took a little bit longer to get going, and the reason that this is so exciting today is because the booster is theoretically has the potential for the decision to be made for it to actually fly back to the launch site, right?
It's the first time that we are going into a Starship flight, and the chances are not zero. SpaceX has not put a firm number on this. They have not give us there's like a 10% chance. What they have said on their website is, if everything is good, and then if the launch director even feels, actually the flight director feels even better, and is also feeling so confident he gives a manual okay, then they're actually committing for the catch. So
there's like a human in the loop,
yes.
right? Like somebody there with their hand hovering over a big red button that they can say yes or no.
Yeah, it's actually a big green button, so they have to commit yes.
Do you think it's actually green?
I hope.
Is that like source information? Are we leaking that?
If I would be a flight director, I would want to have the button that makes the first catch. I want that a giant green button that I just slide.
Daz, I believe you need to send an email to Dan.
I'll send an email and ask. Yeah, we're looking for confirmation on the color and size of the button.
Yeah, that you press when you go for the catch. That's really important for our reporting. Thank you so much.
I'm super interested in what happens if the abort. So let's say that they've given the thumbs up. The thing I want to know more than anything is what's the contingency at that point. So obviously there's an abort mode later on.
Yep.
But what is that? Is it going to target just outside of the site? In which case, it's going to be pretty spectacular either way. Or is it going to be able to actually redirect and splash down the ocean? Or is that too far away at that point? So it's really interesting. I think that this is going to be one of the key things that we're going to have questions about until we see that scenario. If we see that scenario, because it hasn't really been explained, I don't think.
Yep. I wonder how many abort scenarios they have. Like clearly, don't even return to the launch site is one option. The launch director could say, nope, there's something wrong, telemetry, whatever, we're not bringing it anywhere back near home. But once it starts flying back, it does the boost back. It's sort of got that momentum. It's got that trajectory coming back towards shore. Is there like a mid-abort where they end up in the water? If they get closer to the pad, is there like a super close abort where they end up like right off the beach? We have cameras specifically set for that, by the way. I climbed the tower.
Because, I mean, one of the key things is that they fire up that landing burn fires up really late. So at that point, if something doesn't work right, they've only got so much leeway with grid fin control and things like this, which will let them get out of the way. So there would have to be abort scenarios right up to that landing burn start. And if something's immediately not right, you know, where's it going to hit? There will be some control with grid fins to be able to get it out of the way, but where? How far out of the way? You know, are we going to see this thing plummet into the beach just beyond the site? Or, you know, it's going to be exciting to see, regardless of what happens.
Yep, there's been a ton of people playing the various games. People made some games. SpaceX had the landing, the catch game, right? And if you have played that catching game, you know that one of your abort scenarios is just get out of Dodge and leave the launch site and go somewhere else that is not the launch site. So I wonder, I don't know if this is true. There's an entire philosophical debate. Is it better for SpaceX, if they can't catch it, to put the booster down on SpaceX property or to put the booster down in the Gulf? I don't think that they would try to go for the sensitive environment, like the wetlands, the mud flats, that sort of stuff. I really wonder if there was a decision tree in there about, okay, if it really loses control and it's clearly not going to hit the chopsticks, can you floor it and make it back to the water, or do you just let it come down on SpaceX property?
Interesting. I really think, and I'm predicting Alex has said this already, because Alex for sure has mentioned Falcon 9 at some point here, and how Falcon 9 basically checks for healthy startup of the landing burn and then does like this aggressive dogleg to the drone ship. And I bet you that's exactly what will happen here. I bet you the initial boost back will target an area just offshore. And then really once they have 13 or 12, whatever their exact criteria is healthy engines, then we see this super aggressive dogleg into the chopsticks.
Into the chopsticks, like sliding into home base or something, right, Marcus?
Yeah, the only thing that has me question this whole thing is that Starship is coming in a lot faster, and it starts up its burn right at that last minute. So I'm not sure how much of a dogleg it can actually do at the last minute. So I'm almost wondering if they target the launch site, and then if something's not right, then they dogleg just off site. I don't know. It's going to be exciting to find out, though.
Hey, if they get this thing launched and they get the approval, permission, whatever you want to call it, I guess they make the decision to come back. We'll be watching. You'll be here with us, right, Marcus?
Yeah, wow. We'll be watching this whole thing for sure.
All right. So where are we at now, Alex? Have we seen anything new here? I'm seeing all sorts of vapors on the screen. What's going on?
Yeah, so there's like vapors behind the booster. That is not the ones that we are concerned about. We are concerned about those on the chines. You can see that sort of daylight sort of view of what it looks like. If we keep watching, essentially we might see some of that venting from the chines. That is a process where they load. There are two big cylindrical tanks on the booster that hold carbon dioxide, and you know, it's sort of like the booster's own fire extinguisher. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the engine section, right? So they use that CO2 to be able to purge that engine section while the engines are running. If you remember from Flight 1, they had an issue where they had leaks and whatnot, and those whatever leaked from there caught fire, and the fires severed a lot of connections, and that's why the whole rocket ended up losing control. So this sort of own fire extinguisher prevents that kind of fire from happening in the engine section, where knock on wood, that doesn't happen. But if it were to happen, something like that, say an engine goes kablamo, essentially, right? Then they could use that to be able to put out any fires on the engine section. So, yeah.
Gotcha. So continuing to... Go ahead, Marcus.
I was just going to say, there's, because the gases are sort of lighter than the air surrounding it, they'll build up underneath the aft skirt of the booster. And what tends to happen is if there's any ignition source and there's just a nice mix of oxygen and methane in there, it can go boom. And we actually saw it go boom pretty big on one of their it was a static fire test. I can't remember. Or was it just a wet dress or something? But it went boom and didn't cause too much damage. But it was definitely a wake-up call. It's like, oh, we need to purge this gas. So they sort of need to do that currently all the way up. And I believe that is a system that will hopefully be negated in the Raptor 3 Starship version 2 setup. Hopefully. So, yeah, that area shouldn't be quite as complicated going forward. But, that's how I believe it all is currently still.
Yep. So much of this is about controlling the environment, right? When we saw that big pop underneath the booster after the test, it's because they got a good mixture of oxygen and something flammable, methane, right? And methane by itself will just burn. It just makes a big fireball. But if you mix methane and oxygen together in the right ratio, and then you give it an ignition source, you give it that activation energy, then you get this sort of pressure wave, this rapid explosion, really, that comes out of it, as opposed to just a big fireball. So a lot of these systems are trying to keep the environment around the vehicle, inside the vehicle, under the skirt, in control. And that's what we see going on here. Now, I know that we're still just under an hour and a half away from the potential launch where the rocket will be in the air, but there might be some other stuff in the air right now. I've been seeing people in chat telling me about things that are flying through the air. Let's go to Ryan for the air traffic report, I think it is.
Well, I don't have any weather. What are we talking about? We have an air traffic report, and I can report good news, ladies and gentlemen, because that right there we go, is the WB-57. It's just taken off out of Ellington Field in Houston, which is there. And it's on its way to Starbase. It's now flying down towards the south. So if you just imagine Texas, this is the bit, around Houston, which kind of curves up. You've got Louisiana over that ways. All the way down here, and then below the screen is where Starbase is, and it's flying in that direction. It's just passed through 22,000 feet. This thing can go up to like 40, 50, 60,000 feet. We're stupid high in the air. It's equipped with incredible optics, which means it can get some pretty cool tracking shots of Starship as it flies through the aircraft's horizon. So we're looking forward to see if we can get any cool clips from this aircraft right here. But as we can see, it's on its way to Starbase. So this is not the only sign that things are going well, but this is just another sign to add on to all the tank farm activity that SpaceX is still targeting the T0 for today, because if they weren't, then NASA wouldn't have sent the aircraft out.
Ryan, I grew up in Corpus Christi, Texas, right on the Gulf Coast, a couple hours north of Starbase there, right? Born and bred down there, and I never thought that I'd have a British guy telling me where Houston is.
I mean, I'm glad he did.
The German guy's okay with it.
Yeah, I'm very fine. Like, I'm very fine. To be fair, I at this point, I feel like everybody of us has a very good education about the general Texas area, because Starbase. But yeah, absolutely interesting that that's in the air. As Ryan said, they wouldn't send this if there would be zero chance to launch. That would be quite a waste of personnel and fuel.
It costs money to fly the thing. Like, yeah. In some cases, I don't know the exact situation here, but I do know that some providers actually have to rent or hire these NASA assets. It's like, oh, it's NASA. Now, I don't know if that's the case here. I just have worked with other companies where they're like, oh yeah, we have to rent the range equipment, we have to do this, we have to do that. So it costs money to put that thing in the air.
Absolutely.
Another good sign. It's all about like reading the tea leaves, right? Like we look at all these different things, and this vent is going, and these cars are cleared out, and this roadblock is up, and this plane is flying, and we take all these different things and put it together for the picture of what's going on.
Yeah, to be fair, it looked rather a bit iffy when we first started setup. Like, we basically started setup, and like it was bad news after bad news. It looked like, oh, they were cruise to the pad, and everything looked a bit weird. But it's always with this change of momentum sometimes in Starbase, where you notice, oh well, things are going well now. To be fair, not only Starbase. Look at Artemis 1.
Yep.
We had the whole situation of like everybody kind of forgot the day and was already like, nah. And they won't fix this. No, everything will not go well. And suddenly, the gears clicked, and everything worked.
And it went. Sometimes that happens. Like, I guarantee you, if you don't try to launch the rocket, it won't launch. Wait, that's not true, because we saw that one thing out of China.
Tianlong 3, yes.
The dynamic fire test, whatever that turned out being.
The stand was just a bit underpowered for the rocket.
Normally, if you don't try to launch the rocket, you're not going to get the rocket launched. But SpaceX continuing to count down. We just crossed under an hour and 20 minutes when that window opens. How big is the window today?
30 minutes, right?
That?
The information was the window. There we go. Marcus, can I throw you a question because I'm curious? Of course, I missed the first part when you're on, but what is your expectation for this flight? Like, if you would right now have to say, like, I expect this to go like this? Do you expect a catch? Do you expect them to go for it? Do you expect the ship to survive re-entry? Like, what's your feeling?
This is like poll time when chat starts to chime in what they think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we know that SpaceX are not afraid of taking risks. So I think unless there's a good reason to abort that scenario, something wrong with the vehicle, something wrong with the arms, which will be obvious to them, then they will go for it. We're not going to know that until we sort of see a pretty clean flight right up to boost back burn. I think if we see anything even anomalous at that point, it'll be a no. But I think there's a pretty good chance. I would say 50-50 chance that they commit to it. That doesn't mean that it's going to be caught. It means that I think that there's other abort scenarios, right, that are going to happen after that thumbs up. So I'm 50-50 on whether they will get to that initial acceptance. Yep, send it back. And then, there's a number of other things. The chances of actually catching with the tower successfully, who can predict that one? That one is, it's going to be absolutely incredible to watch those last 10 seconds, because it's very nail-biting watching how fast it plummets down through the atmosphere, because when it does its boost back burn, comes up very high. And I believe this time, because it's got to come back further, it'll end up even higher. So that gives it even more momentum as it goes through its terminal velocity stages, plummeting back down through the atmosphere, and it only kicks the engines in just in the last, like 10 seconds, something like that. So right up to that point is going to be nail-biting to watch, and then we'll hopefully see it continue right down to be caught, or we'll see it do some sort of massive dogleg maybe to get out of the way.
I really wonder what's going to happen. I mean, they put it down so accurately when they did the Gulf landing, right? They said a half. What did they say? A half centimeter.
Half a centimeter. What? I still have questions about, because how you measure that? Like, yes, I know there are in theory technologies where you can measure up, but there's no like frequency announced for that. There was like no like special measurement frequencies. Like, how did they even get to that measurement of half a centimeter?
I mean, I'm positive that we have the technology to measure that accurately, right? We can put, okay, they're bad rockets, but we can put missiles through windows. Like, that's a thing that's been happening for longer than it needs to be, right? But the rocket is so big. Like, controlling something that's that large, and you have the wind's coming through, and you're coming back down, and do you have all your control? And they had an engine failure.
They had an engine failure as well. They had not all 13 healthy. They were also down one.
I went back and listened to it, and I was like, did he just accidentally, like, did he mean to say meters or something else? But no, clear as day, it was centimeter in the audio.
I mean, even half a meter would be amazing.
It would.
Yeah, still, if they said half a meter, I would be like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Half a centimeter, it's like, huh?
It's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, 5 millimeters, it's like, it's sort of hard to comprehend that little tiny space. It's just a little tiny, half a fingernail width.
For over on our side of the pond, it's what? It's like a fifth of an inch. It's like 0.2 inch, like a quarter of an inch. It's like really small. So
speaking of sizes.
Speaking of sizes.
Hey.
Look at that.
Well, Alex, you can't just say speaking of sizes and then not speak.
Well, I mean, speaking of sizes, you can see there are some fancy comparisons with other famous rockets, such as New Glenn. It's coming up soon. SLS, which already flew, and Falcon 9. You can see there it's essentially just the same height as just the booster on Starship. It just goes to show how big of a rocket this is.
I think chat's going to come after you for that one. Is New Glenn famous? Is it infamous? Is it almost famous? Like, it needs
it's well known.
I love
that way, right?
VAB in this picture always is just like a giant quarter.
The most interesting thing is that you could fit a Starship stack in the VAB.
Oh, I wonder who would ever do that.
I mean, there's 4 bays.
Yeah, and I would do that if I had a Starship and the VAB. I would put a Starship in there.
I want to see mobile launch mounts, and I want to see Starships being put together in the VAB and then rolled out to 39A to launch.
But also, if you had a Big Ben, you could put Big Ben into the.
You could also put Big Ben into the VAB.
I'm just saying.
Is that where we were going, or are you going to say you could put Big Ben into the Starship?
I'm always still looking if that's
It
not
looks
the tower
like it looks like the OLM. It's
Oh,
just
there it is.
starting right now.
Oh, it
Look at
is.
on the left side.
Look, you see the OLM. There's like the dark part that's the middle of the OLM, right? And the legs
And
of
the
the
tower
OLM
vent.
are underneath it. Yeah. Now look to the left-hand side, and there's this little blowtorch-looking thing coming down on the bottom left of the dark square there, dark rectangle in the middle. That is a good sign, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, and on the right-hand side, that is sort of the time lapse of the whole progression that we're going to see both for the OLM vent and the tower vent. So right now you see just a small vent, but don't worry, it's going to get a lot more active. You can see there, sort of like based on what we've seen on previous tests of the of the full stack, that's how it should look like in just, I don't know, like maybe 20-30 minutes. It will already be like that. There you can see that tower vent starting up. This, for those that don't know, they're gonna be about to flow about 4,600 tons of propellant that are very, very cold, right? These are cryogenic propellants. It's not like Falcon where they load, for example, kerosene, which is more or less at room temperature. And so they need to condition all of these lines. They need to get them cold so that when you flow that liquid oxygen, that liquid methane through those lines, it doesn't, completely boil off or crack the lines or anything like it. So these vents are specifically for the liquid oxygen line. The one for the methane, it is reclaimed as they should. But yeah, the kind of venting that you'll see from the tower and the OLM is gaseous oxygen. Now, one thing that I should mention though, in terms of the timing of this, we don't have any confirmation from SpaceX of what T0 they're targeting right now, but I will venture to say that perhaps they're moving a little bit into the window. Maybe not fully till the end of the window. Maybe like perhaps this is like a conjecture based on the previous timings. Perhaps 15 minutes into the window, maybe 20. We'll see.
So
but
marching
yeah.
forward, but this specific timing makes you think, with your experience watching all of these things, that they may be slipping into the window a bit.
Very, very tiny. Yeah, just a little bit. In previous launch campaigns, in previous launch countdowns for previous flights, we saw much later conditioning of these lines, and we ended up, guessing. SpaceX eventually confirmed that these launches were being delayed, and it was by a longer amount of time. Today, it just came up just a little bit later, like maybe 10-15 minutes later, perhaps 20 at most. So that's why I'm saying maybe we're gonna see that T0 shift just a little bit into the window. Again, we don't have any confirmation from SpaceX, but this is what we can gather based on the previous experience that we've seen.
Look at the vent now. That vent that was a little blowtorch is a really, that's strong. And you can tell that's a high pressure vent. You see how fast, how energetically it's coming out. The other vapors that are sort of coming off, they're sort of like wafting or drifting away. But that, I say blowtorch, it's not lit on fire clearly. But that is a very energetic vent happening, and that is something that we want to see as we continue to march towards the launch. Let me do this real quick. I want to say thank you in chat over here, Harry Camerl? I don't know how to pronounce it. You got a guess there, Adrian?
Camerl.
All right, cool. Did a super chat for $50, but I saw it because of this. It says, first rocket launch I'm watching in person. Godspeed IFT 5. Harry, it is fantastic that you have made it down here. I'm not there. Geez. You've made it down to South Padre or somewhere, wherever you're watching from, to see it in person. It is always a treat. I hope this thing goes for you. Thank you so much for the support so that we can keep sharing this with everybody else. So here's my question for people. You're watching the stream right now. How many of you watching the stream are going to see this in person? How many people are in Brownsville, SPI, somewhere on the island, something like that? A lot of times we'll ask, where are you watching from? But I just want to hear from the people who are there in person and are watching the stream. Let's see what we got. I'm going to see. No, I wish. A lot of people. A Margaritaville. There's a Margaritaville in there.
See a lot of me's. There's some me. Isla Blanca Park.
All right. It's got the Rocket Ranch. Some folks watching from the Rocket Ranch over there. Rocket Ranch is fantastic, by the way.
SPI, I see. There's quite a lot of them.
A lot of people at Isla Blanca. How's the cell service holding up for y'all? We always expect that the LTE is going to die, right? So quite a few people saying Isla Blanca Park in here. Are you on Starlink Minis? Are you on cell? What's going on? I'm very curious how this is happening. We'll ask where you're watching from if you're not there locally later in just a bit. But chat's scrolling pretty fast now.
Yep. On that very zoomed chat frame.
Adrian had to make the chat font size larger for me because the laptop's across the room.
And I made it also the Discord.
You did. It shows 6 messages at a time though.
Yeah, you have to communicate very slowly. Otherwise, it's that's it.
It really is cool that folks are able to get out to experience things like these. It's something we say on all the other streams. If you ever have the opportunity, you're in Florida, family's going to Disney World or whatever, the way the Falcon 9s are launching now that they're back to flight, if you go to the Cape, you're very likely to see a rocket launch. Give them 3 days, and there's a very high probability that SpaceX is going to send a Falcon 9 out of the Cape every 3 or 4 days.
Unless Alex goes to the States.
Alex don't go to the States.
Yeah, if Alex goes to the States, Falcon 9 will be grounded and he will not see anything.
Yeah.
Marcus, I got to ask, have you ever seen a rocket launch in person?
No, not a big one. Only small ones. I will get there one day.
Yeah.
Hoping to actually get over early next year. Every time I've tried to plan it. So, this one, I would have loved to come and see this one, right? We didn't get approval till this morning. I'm at least 40 hours travel away. So
what are you going to
do? It's kind of hard. I've either got to say, look, I'll just risk it and I'll go over there for a couple of weeks and fingers crossed that one of these approvals goes. See, for Flight 6, as an example, they've already kind of got FAA approval unless they change something with the profile. So unless something happens here that makes that become evaluated, again, then, that I think as soon as it becomes more routine, the approvals won't be sort of coming last minute like this, or won't be quite so hard to pin down. But yeah, it's kind of hard because every time I've planned it, there's something in the way. But I was coming over in 2020, and then COVID absolutely ruined that for 2 years. We've sort of had something in the way every time. But yes, hopefully soon. I want to be down there to witness one of these things, especially a catch. And given how much of a big deal it is to travel all that way, Australia is basically so far away from anything. It's kind of difficult, but we'll actually want to come and sort of see a big event. So if they've caught the vehicle, let's say they've caught it today, it's I've got to come and see it. So yeah, it's one of those things that we certainly plan to do. But yeah,
nice.
I haven't seen a Falcon 9, which is better. So I'm hoping to be able to do a Florida trip early next year because I still haven't seen a Falcon fly either, which is a little embarrassing at this point. Plenty of them over stream, obviously, but nothing live. But one of my biggest memories from the early Falcon Heavy days was your stream watching those 2 boosters come down. It's one of my favourite clips of all time. Love
it. Nice. We put that in. I made a little short about sonic booms. I don't know if they've played the short on the stream here or anything, but I made a short explaining the sonic booms, and then the environmental information came out and how loud is a sonic boom, and that clip with the double sonic booms, baby, right? We're yelling at the rocket like sports fans. It was it's such a cool clip. We use that in the sonic boom video though. Anyways.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the new Sonic Boom map came out in the revised document, I think, from the FAA. So it's kind of interesting looking at the difference between the previous one that they did. They've got their labels. They're all sort of sorted the wrong way, but it's sort of interesting to look at that.
That was horrible. It was just sorted by I don't know.
They're sorted by the hex
string
value. the hex value
sorted
of
by
the
string.
color.
I figured out.
It was so funny. Marcus, of course, with the timeline right now looking quite interesting, with them apparently already having. Oh,
what is that?
Look at that, Adrian. A bunch of
Why is
cars
that
just
door
left
open?
the roadblock.
Oh, they're moving the roadblock back
Yep.
to what's
Nice.
that?
From LBJ, from the Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard.
Back to Tarpon or Richardson.
There we go.
To Richardson.
Yeah,
There it is.
yeah.
That's the nice animation, because just to quickly summarize that, because people might like, oh, they're departing the roadblock, that's bad. No, that's good, because before they start propellant loading for these really big tests, the old roadblock point is kind of not far enough away from the launch pad, as you can see there, and it's still in the blast zone. Yeah, it's like a bit too close. So they move it even further back, and of course that hard roadblock doesn't mean you can get all the way to the hard roadblock. You don't see like a giant public viewing there. You still will, if you don't have if you're not a time and you don't have a purpose to go there, they will turn you back around at the soft roadblock.
At the soft roadblock. That's like way out. It's like 15, 17 miles up the road or something like that, but there's not really anything out there.
Yep.
There's no other way. It's not like you can drive and that road doesn't go anywhere except to Boca Chica Beach and Starbase. So they put out the soft roadblock at the last turn.
Yep.
Like the last other road that has a turn off of that, and they won't let you go out there. That graphic said it only lets SpaceX personnel by. If you're driving a truck that says NASASpaceflight.com on the side, they'll also let you by if you smile real nice and you say that you own property out there and need to go work on antennas and stuff.
But I think
That's
for the
why we
public,
don't sell car stickers.
but I think for the public, one of the best spots still is, of course, you still have Rocket Ranch. Like they also have availabilities for
Rocket Ranch is the closest the public can go.
Yes,
Like you can get tickets with the folks at Rocket Ranch, and they have the outpost that's just around 4 miles away, if I'm not mistaken. And then Isla Blanca is the most accessible. Like you don't have to. Well, you have to buy entrance to get into the Isla Blanca Park, but it's on the southern tip of SPI, and it's what? It's like 6 miles away, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That was like, but if you're not there yet, don't try.
Yeah,
because what we usually see is if it's done already, if they are in fueling, that thing is already full and closed. So there you go. That's our sites.
We're doing the whirlwind tour of the site.
Highway.
Did we talk about how clever we were when we named these?
Yeah,
No.
right. It's in the highway, so it's obviously the highway site. Hang on,
site.
this one is to the north of the launch site. How do we call it? The north site. But wait,
we actually call
what
it
about the
North
south location?
I don't know. Do you think we might have a South Beach site?
There we go, south side.
All right. I'll say it on the stream. I don't even know how many people are watching, but it's okay. It's only 50,000 people. It's fine. When we first started working on the south site, we didn't call it south site. The code name for the south site, to sort of hide exactly where it was going to be, I referred to it in the original camera name was actually Mexicam.
Oh,
yeah. So it was Mexicam.
It's to the south.
It's to the south. It's like it's very close to the Mexican border there. But I wanted people to think, wait, they have one in Mexico? Where's this camera going to be? Had to keep it a little.
Wasn't it also super pain to set up because it's like hard to access and you're getting stuff there was a bit harder?
We've got to drive down the beach, but we don't have mechanized access there, so you can't ride a bicycle in. Even you can't drive a truck or anything. There's no road. So in order to preserve the habitat, because it's all the wildlife reservation out there, we had to walk in all the equipment. We had to carry it by hand from the beach a quarter mile over to the site, and everything that we built, the camera trusses, the comms tower, the solar panels, batteries, boxes, everything. We even have ground cover where we cleared the ground and we put down rocks in the thick landscape fabric to keep weeds from growing through, as well as that works on the beach.
Look at that
we had to carry it all out there by hand. Vent is waterfall. Or is that waterfall? Is that waterfall now, Alex?
It needs to get a bit more active to consider, at least for me to consider it like that way. But it's definitely a lot more active than before, and it's going to get even more active. You'll see.
Good deal. All right.
Just
Where
under
are we
the
at?
hour.
We've just crossed under an hour, Marcus. Look at that. 59 minutes and 33, 32, 31 or so seconds.
It's worth noting that's for the opening of the window. We are counting down to the opening of the window. We have not yet seen from SpaceX any confirmation of whether they are still targeting the opening of the window. As you can see there on the timeline on the left, by now we should have had the flight director confirming that they are go for propellant load. The problem is we don't have any access to the countdown nets, right? So we rely on SpaceX to publish on X to whether they are actually go for that propellant load. And so far we have not had any confirmation. And so we are just, patiently waiting for any information.
All right. Well, we'll keep pressing F5 on the SpaceX X feed, SpaceX squared feed, whichever way you want to say it, to see if we get any official information from them. Marcus, how you doing?
Oh, yeah. Starting to get the butterflies already. As soon as that hour kicks in, it's like, oof, every little step at this point is just a little step closer. Everything's looking great. Everything is looking great. The weather is looking great. So, and we're lucky to have nice fog-free views today. So
don't jinx it.
Yeah, well, it's famous last words.
Yeah, but you're right. I was there for the last flight, and boy, it sounded great. I couldn't see.
Oh yeah, you didn't see anything.
We didn't see anything at all. We didn't see like a bright bit or any we just couldn't. We didn't see anything.
I remember that was that was the worst one so far.
Mm-hmm.
I think
it was bad.
What was the good one? The second one was the one where
the second one was good. Yeah,
really I think half of our metal prints in the store are still the second one because
it was such a good day.
It was so good. The light was perfect.
Marcus, do you still get that every time when you watch a rocket launch? Is it just the big rocket launches? Is it every rocket launches? Do you get butterflies in your tummy for Starlink 6-2?
Not so much those anymore. I mean, anything that's a test flight, obviously. I certainly had butterflies for Polaris. Polaris was an amazing mission. Yeah. And watching them open that hatch, that was the last time I really felt that feeling. And it's kind of a drug, really. That. I mean, that's the reason why we love this so much. Watching people push the boundaries, watching SpaceX push the boundaries. But anybody, I'm looking forward to Blue Origin's flight. I know it gets a lot of flack because they're not particularly open with things, but I'm looking forward to that New Glenn flight. That's another. And I was actually really happy to see the outcome of United Launch Alliance's launch the other week when. The failure of one of the boosters, or the partial failure of one of the SRBs, actually had the BE4 engines from Blue Origin actually taking that gimbal and keeping it on track. I thought that was amazing. So these are good signs, and although they're not SpaceX, they still are trying to push some boundaries there, and there's some benefits to that vehicle. Likewise, there's benefits to the Vulcan too. That even Starship doesn't have. So, there's all these little niches that sort of fit different scenarios. But yes, I mean, there's no doubt about it. Watching Starship and trying to break this reusability goal, that's what we want to see. The thing that absolutely lowers the mass to orbit cost, that's what we want to see. Oh, yeah. And from there, everything is gravy at that point. It means that even if there's some issue with other parts of the plan, that there's this low-cost mass to orbit that can get any other vehicles up there, any other stages or parts of space stations up there. This is what we want to see, this commercial space industry that can actually, show the world how it's done. And it's quite, can be quite frustrating sort of seeing delays and things, but it's part of this test process. And, it's just amazing. Every step of it is amazing.
I like rockets. It bums me out to see some people, they're like, oh, that rocket's terrible, or that rocket sucks, or it'll never work. I just like rockets, and I like talented people who make cool stuff, and I know that there's a lot of things that aren't perfect in the world, but there are people that design these things, and there's people that work on Vulcan, there's people that work on Starship, Falcon 9. Every single system, it doesn't create itself yet, I guess. Maybe we'll get there one day. But every single system is created by talented people who are out there trying to solve problems, and I want to see rockets fly. I know that's an unpopular opinion sometimes.
And I'm totally with you there. For example, the Vulcan flight the other day, I was just impressed by what the B-Force did there and the flight software did there with the steering after the nozzle liberated
Liberated.
And
Liberated
they had,
itself.
after it had an observation.
We observed that it fell off.
Yeah, it kind of fell off. No, but I think that's like that shows you how much work goes into this, because these people are not only working on the optimal case. There's a million kind of cases that you need to consider if you want to get a rocket to space. And I think it's just impressive what flight software sometimes can do, and like a flight hardware as well. And that was just really, really, really cool to see.
Yep, you saw the same thing on the early Starship flights where like engines aren't even working and this thing is lumbering off the pad and engines are failing left and right, but it kept flying for as long as it did, right? So, anyways. Hey, Marcus, how are you on time? I know you had a bit of a time where you needed to take off. Are we coming up on that, or how are you?
Yeah, I've got to bounce in about 20 minutes or so, but I can be around for a little longer. It's just a few other commitments and stuff going on. But yeah, it's certainly been exciting watching this part of the process. And we'll have daylight coming just slightly before launch, hopefully. To me, it's looking like it probably is on time. They're probably still going for a T0. I'm just looking back at Flight 4, and everything seemed to be happening at about the right time for 7 a.m. So we'll see. It'll be interesting.
I think the sunrise is just after 7. Is it like
7:20?
7:20 or something
so
local time?
We will start to get some of the like effects of sunrise coming up here in a bit, which of course will already help. And that's another thing. There is a potential for a Starship jellyfish.
Would you even call it that? I mean, it'd be like a Starship Kraken or something at this point.
Yeah. It's going to be like wild.
A Leviathan. Like, I don't know.
Leviathan.
But the crazy thing is, you know what could then also we see? Hot staging jellyfish.
A hot staging
I mean,
Leviathan, Kraken, whatever.
A hot staging Leviathan jellyfish, yes.
One thing to note.
Actually not
one thing to note is, you know, if they are actually targeting the opening of the window, we should be seeing sort of the signs of propellant load starting within 3 minutes from now, right? 2-3 minutes from now, I believe it is at T-minus 49 minutes and 50 seconds. That is the start of fuel load onto the ship. So that is one of the first signs. One of the things that we're going to see is the subcoolers. There's like a dedicated subcooler just for the ship itself, for the methane subcooler. So we'll see that becoming very active. However, I'm not fully sure if we're going to see that in 2 minutes. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Has the tower vent stopped yet?
Yeah, so the tower vent, it essentially goes off first a little bit, very small in power, but it's there, and then it turns off, and there you can see it's not completely off. What we mean by turning off is that it substantially decreases its activity, right? It's just like a trickle there, as you can see, and then it comes back. So the OLM vent grows in intensity, right? But the tower vent is a different sort of activity that we see there. It comes off, not very much in power, then turns off like we're seeing right now. That is that moment. And then in a few minutes, it'll come back, and it'll come back a lot more active.
Yeah.
And then turn off. And when it turns off, that is our sort of indication that liquid oxygen load onto the ship is beginning. And that, according to SpaceX, should happen at the T-minus 48 minutes and 40 seconds mark. That is why I'm thinking we are perhaps, 10 minutes, 15 perhaps, of a delay compared to the opening of the window. But otherwise, we are pretty much, still progressing through the countdown, through the sequence of events that we would expect for a launch to happen.
Hey, one way to find out, the clock keeps ticking down, right? And we'll see what happens, right, Marcus?
Yeah, exactly. Now it's all very close at the moment.
Yep. Real quick, this is from Jason McGee. It looks like some Australian dollars over here in a super chat. Jason says, every launch, your stream quality increases more and more. This stream is absolutely the best so far. Well done, everyone who made it possible.
Well, that's some nice words.
Oh, I'm going to pat Adrian on the back for y'all. Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, huge shout-outs to, as always, Kevin.
Yep.
We cannot point that out enough. I mean, he's always the a person behind the scenes, but of course a lot of these changes, these works that go into these streams. That's Kevin and of course Kevin's team, with Jay, with Carson, with Ryan.
Yep. The
That's-
whole production team.
Yeah. Basically, as soon as I start to name people, I'm already losing because I will forget somebody.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, big thanks to the folks in the field as well.
Yes.
There was so much work in the field this time, and I couldn't be there myself the whole time. Usually I go out there a month in advance, and I'm out there for months. Dan, our guy
Yeah.
Dan, has been out there just burning the midnight oil for over a month. He was, oh yeah, we'll come out there for 3 weeks, and I think he's been out there for almost 6 weeks now.
And he gets reworked so much stuff.
Oh, they're beautiful. I'm going to make some
Yeah.
behind-the-scenes videos on how the sites work now because they look so good.
Yep.
After
It's
we weed whack,
absolutely
maybe.
insane what he has done.
Yep.
I think Mr. Ryan has a few updates for us as we are moving further into the countdown here. We might even see more maps.
Well, that's why they call him Ryan.
But this is meant to be interesting, Adrian. At least I find it interesting. Anyways, this is the live marine traffic map. Just bear in mind some of this data might be out of date by a few hours. So, SpaceX isn't looking at this and making range judgment calls based on this map. It just gives us a rough idea of what to look for because we don't, NSF does not have access to the assets that SpaceX does. But something that I have noticed is if we look from Brownsville, which is just below Corpus Christi, Das, if you didn't know, all the way out here, we've got this thick band in the sea of nothing. And that thick band, I think, could have something to do with this, which is the launch notice to mariners. Now, this big band all the way from Brownsville, all the way down to the north of Cuba, around the Bahamas and the Florida Keys, this essentially tells mariners, people in boats, hey, there's a rocket launching, you probably shouldn't be here at the allotted time. So that's what I think could now start to be happening, is that this huge area here is now starting to be cleared out of boats, because if something goes wrong, they could have a Starship landing on their heads. We also have, on the other side of the world, the re-entry NOTAM. So we have one for Madagascar over here, one for Mauritius, and one for Australia, because we have 3 different countries in their native airspace, so they each need their own NOTAM. And this is going to be showing us where the ship will be re-entering. So it's pretty much the same as last time. It'll begin re-entry just over Madagascar. If we get those wonderful onboard views via Starlink, we will, of course, be able to see the African continent, and then we will transition into the nighttime here. This is actually timed up live approximately 60 minutes after the opening of the window. So you see this nighttime to daytime line here. This is sunset approaching Madagascar. This is actually what the conditions on Earth will be like when the ship re-enters. So this is kind of what to expect from the ship. And if that wasn't enough, we also have
like Gilbert's tie, by the way.
True.
Go ahead, Ryan.
We also have the WB-57, which is almost at Starbase now. It's just, there's Corpus Christi, Das, if you didn't know. It's just continuing down towards Brownsville at the moment, and it's continuing there. If it conducts the same sort of similar flight, if it conducts the similar flight profile to Flight 3 and the flights before, we should expect it to do some racetrack patterns over the launch pad as it awaits T0. And finally, one more thing. You probably predicted it by now. Let's look at some clouds. It is incredibly clear over the Gulf of Mexico. We can see, from here, if you draw a line from the east of Louisiana down, and then from the south of Texas across, this entire part of the Gulf of Mexico right here is cloud free. I can't believe I'm saying that. We've got a little bit of cloud coming up here just south of the Mississippi-Alabama border, and we've got a little bit of cloud here just off the coast of the Florida Keys, a little bit here to the north of the Yucatan Peninsula. But the rest of it is just, and it's just refreshed, the rest of it completely clear. And I mean, I think this is the last couple of hours time-lapsed up to now, so you'll keep seeing it looping over and over. The clouds aren't going anywhere. They're staying stationary. We could have a very beautiful launch on our hands.
I fear that you're going to leave us for like the Weather Channel or something.
Yeah. I mean, this is... I love how always, just a bit of a behind-the-scenes context, we would just tell Ryan, hey, do you want to do like these, maps, and you give us an inch that, and then he just goes and he goes crazy, and then he has stuff like this. Amazing. Thank you, Ryan.
What do y'all think, chat? Do y'all like the stand up in front of the weather? Like, that's a green screen and it's movie magic, and Ryan's there waving at the clouds and stuff
ruin
like that.
Das.
Well, come on, seriously. I've been on the internet before.
I want
Really,
people to
man.
think
Really
I've
loves
invested
it.
thousands of pounds in some cool LED screen or something. It's not. This isn't a green mattress I've strapped over my backdrop. Deary me.
You would never do that. That's crazy.
Oh, it is really cool, Ryan. Thank you for putting so much work into that. One of the big things that we do is we just give people opportunities to do stuff like this. We've got some resources, we've got opportunity, and the whole team comes together, and a lot of what we do is just people doing stuff they think is cool. I think cameras are cool.
Yeah, and then you have a lot of cameras.
And then we have a lot of cameras, exactly. You think spreadsheets are cool?
And do a lot of spreadsheets.
A lot of spreadsheets. Ryan thinks green screen. Or, I mean,
Ryan thinks
mattresses
green
are cool.
screens are
I don't
cool.
know. What do you think is cool? Alex, what do you think is cool?
Well, I sure hope that the propeller lines are cool.
I
Because they've
said
been
you-
in
I put it there for you.
Yeah. You did. Like that was so good. So we're seeing on the left the OLM vent still going. It's approaching that sort of waterfall mode. On the right hand side, as you can see, that tower vent has completely stopped. This is what we expect. This is the behavior that we've seen in the past, where it completely stops and then it comes back. And not only it just comes back, but it also comes back like much more active, and it looks like this big cape coming out of the tower. In the meantime, though, if you look at the top left of the screen, you see there that countdown clock. We should be already seeing some frost on the vehicle if they were actually targeting the top of the window. But as you can see, the ship doesn't have any frost. That's the first part of the rocket that gets fueled. The ship comes first, and then the booster, and we do not see any sort of frost, which again indicates, just as we've been mentioning before, that they seem to be under maybe 10, maybe 15 minutes of a delay. Again, we don't have an updated T0 from SpaceX. We don't have any information of what is sort of the new launch target, but the window is 30 minutes long. Right now, as I was saying before, the sequencing of these events, where they are taking place in sort of the timeline, it looks like there might be perhaps 15 minutes, 20 minutes tops, right, of a delay into that window.
Okay.
So that would mean there's still some window left in there, right, to be able to push if they deem that necessary. So that's where we are right now. Obviously, propeller load has not started yet, but we are close.
All right. Hey, Marcus, I want to be respectful of your time. It's fantastic that you were able to join us and hang out here as we stand by for the 5th flight of Starship. Are we coming up on the time where you must bid us adieu?
Yeah, that's it. Look, it's been amazing being here and so welcoming, all of you, all the time, and the audience just loves it when we all get together and chat about this stuff. So yeah, look, fingers crossed for this launch. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, I'd love, before I head off, I'd love to see everybody's bets. Tower catch, and abort just off the tower catch. Will it even get that far? Let me know what you think, because it's going to be amazing to find out. And yeah, look, again, thanks for having me on, guys. Amazing. I love this community. Best community I've ever been involved in my whole life. It's such a pleasure every single time. So, yeah, thank you for having me. And yeah, we'll do all this again, hopefully with Flight 6. If they're going to not destroy anything today, we could see Flight 6 happen quite quickly. So we'll see how we go.
One way to find out. Folks, it's Marcus. Am I pointing the right way? Yeah, it's Marcus House. You're not Marcus House. It's Marcus House over there. Marcus, you make such fantastic videos. You keep people up to date on what's going on in space news and Starship on a regular basis, weekly basis on YouTube. I guess I could say here on YouTube. Let's get some links to Marcus's channel in the chat if the mods could hand that. You don't want to miss his coverage. It's always a pleasure having you here on the stream, Marcus.
Thank you, guys. Always amazing. Always amazing. Let's hope for some good luck here in the next hour.
Hey, one way to find out. Excitement guaranteed. I hope this thing gets off the pad.
Yeah, exactly. No worries, guys. We'll see you soon.
All right. Take it easy, Marcus. And I think we've got a little bit of a thing here. I'm not exactly sure what sort of thing we have, but I'm just going to keep talking about this thing until it might come up on the screen. In any event, well, I gave it time.
Apparently, we are just
Play it.
We are supposed to say play it.
Oh,
Yeah,
just say
play it.
Okay, we'll play it. All right, roll it. I don't know what it is. Well, now I know what we were going to play.
Yeah. That was cool.
I had not seen that before. I really hope that ends up on the channel as a separate video somewhere.
Yeah.
Chat seems to like it.
Yeah, I feel like there was quite a good reaction in the chat.
Yeah.
There was quite the reaction in chat. I had not seen that before. A lot of things happen in NSF that I don't see right out of the gate, and that was pretty dang cool.
But I also think we have to address something that changed in the top left corner.
Uh-oh.
Because
Yeah.
the clock has changed, and that's not speculating. May I just report that the SpaceX team has confirmed go for prop load. Good. Weather is looking ideal for today's flight. Good.
Good. Also good.
The launch webcast will go on. And they are currently targeting 7:25, which is
Gotcha.
5 minutes before the closing of the window.
Interesting. So the window opens at 7, local, and they've moved it back to about 7:25 now. So, Alex, it sounds like the reading of the tea leaves was pretty accurate.
Yeah, I might have been a bit more optimistic, I guess, because I said, oh, maybe 15, 20 minutes tops.
You always
It
had
was
It's fine.
25. Yeah, I tried to, bank for a little bit more optimistic timelines, let's be honest. But yeah, we are essentially 10 minutes away from the fuel load starting on the ship, and then just a minute later on the liquid oxygen side of things. You can see there, in fact, sort of, the red ticker down below where it says Integrated Starship Test. That Starship word, if you look up above that on your screen, you can see like a sideways bend. It's not entirely to the side. It's like sort of inclined to the right. That is from the subcooler, the methane subcooler dedicated solely to loading fuel on the ship. So this is essentially indication that they are preparing for that fuel load, hopefully in 10 minutes exactly from now.
We need a coordination system for the stream. Where you're like a grid that we can lay over, and you're like, if you go to A6.
If you go to A6, please view on the screen box A6 to see the methane subcooler vent.
That would be amazing.
You can also have bingo.
Yeah,
we can have bingo.
You can also play sinking ships with different like. It would be funny.
Battleship.
Yeah, like Battleship. Like
you
A6.
sunk my methane vent.
No.
Oh gosh.
And
folks, go ahead, Alex. Go ahead.
I wanted to address, because there's obviously people concerned in chat with like, oh, the launch window is 30 minutes long and they have already gone 25 minutes. I should say a very similar thing actually happened on flight 3. I believe on that flight the window it was longer, the window, but what I'm trying to say is they actually went 5 minutes before of the closure of that window. That window was actually 90 minutes in that case.
Yep.
And it went up to 5 minutes before the end of the window, and they still launched. So just saying, just because we are, that T0 is 5 minutes away from the end of the window, it doesn't mean that, oh my gosh, like they have time. Trust me, they've been through this before.
SpaceX is sort of famous for shooting the gaps in windows like that. It's a hurricane's coming? I don't know. Let's launch it.
The last few weeks are such a testament for that. Polaris Dawn.
Yep.
We basically all thought, Polaris Dawn not happening on that day. And then it
happened.
It just happened.
It just happened. Hera. Exactly. That one just went.
Was like 15% go only for the weather, and then suddenly the weather improved, and that was an instantaneous launch window. Like they did not have 30 minutes or even a minute, right? So that was quite amazing. So if anything, they're gonna try regardless.
Gotcha. Hey, a lot of people, I see it go through chat, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, people talking about where they're watching the launch from. I asked who was watching from it locally, and some of the people popped in, said they were actually over at the Rocket Ranch. And the Rocket Ranch are some of our good friends out there at Starbase. In fact, we have a live camera.
I didn't know that.
Surprise! They have a screen up there. I wonder which stream they're watching over there. If they're watching this one, they'll wave. If not, we'll turn the camera off. I'm kidding. The Rocket Ranch is a sort of facility. They have a campground and a community area up the river a ways. And then over here, this live camera is at the Rocket Ranch outpost, which is just about 4 miles away from the launch pad. And they sell tickets, right? It's a business. You have a way. They give you a tour guide sort of thing. They get you over there. They get you refreshments and stuff like that. They have places to stay. But the folks over here at the Rocket Ranch outpost will be watching the launch as well. It looks there's a lot of cars on the road over there too.
But look like that's fairly close.
Yeah, that is.
This camera is perfect for what I'm about to say. You look in the distance. Oh, I wanted to do it with this view because you can actually see it.
We can go back.
See that tower vent has come back, and I said it's gonna be more powerful. It's gonna be this long cape sort of coming out of the. It's sort of like the tower has its own cape kind of thing. You can see it there. This is miles away, right? You could see that with your own eyes. It's a huge vent that comes out from that tower. There we go. Some PTC here of that camera and probably some focus. There we go. But we are in the right track to get that propeller load in 6 minutes on the ship, of course, then the booster.
Excellent. So that is one of the options over there. I mean, we have a camera there. Clearly, we work with them. They're fantastic people at the end of the day. So if you're coming down to Starbase and you're looking for an experience, some people want to go up to the hotels on South Padre and resort, that sort of stuff. If you want a more real experience with a bunch of good people and you want a tour guide to take you around Starbase and show you stuff, check out the Rocket Ranch. I don't know if we can get a link to Rocket Ranch in chat over there, but they are fantastic folks if you're looking for a way to watch as close as you can get legally. I saw just go through chat. There you go! ! Ranch in chat. Thanks, Chris. Chris did that in chat.
Thank you, Chris.
Look at that vent. So now we've zoomed out a little bit here. I mean, this view isn't the zoomed in view of the bottom, but you can see all of those vapors coming off just about midway up the tower right now. And that is exactly what we wanted to see, right, Alex?
Yeah, that is exactly. And look at that. That I will start to call that OLM vent starting to look more waterfally. I guess is the expression. Yeah, because in 20 minutes we're gonna have that liquid oxygen load onto the booster that starts at the T-minus 34 minute and 3 second mark. It's a lot later than we've been used to, and I believe what they're doing is they're trying to use the ground systems to first get a lot of the propellant loaded onto the ship. The ship has about a third of the propellant load capacity of the booster. So if you can get through a bunch of that, then you can concentrate a bunch of your ground systems, so to speak, on just the booster, which has considerably more propellant, right? I believe it is close to 3,400 tons of propellant, and then the ship has 1,200. So it's a lot more.
That seriously does look like a waterfall. Like we talked earlier about how that vent on the side of the OLM, it's the left-hand camera, y'all. We use all these terms. We say like OLM and this, that, and the other. The OLM is the mount that the rocket sort of sits on. You can see it there in the left-hand camera. And that big waterfall coming off the side of that, that's, we call it the waterfall vent. It's the OLM vent, but it's in waterfall mode right now. And Alex, what is actually waterfalling out of that? It's not water.
Yeah, that is not water. That is actually gaseous oxygen. So one of the things that happens is that they need to load liquid oxygen onto the booster, right? And also liquid methane. As we were mentioning before, these liquids are very, very cold. And so they flow these, and that allows them to condition to cool down those lines to prepare for the liquid oxygen and liquid methane load. The liquid methane and the liquid oxygen, as they flow through that and they cool the line, they get hot, of course. They warm up, they turn gas. The methane is reclaimed, and the oxygen is dumped overboard because, oxygen, we have a bunch of it in the air, of course.
There's
so
some
you
in
can
the
do
atmosphere,
that.
yeah.
Exactly. But obviously with the methane, that, it's a pollutant and things like that. You don't want that to run away as easy. And so that is what they do. A lot of people have mentioned in chat that it's nitrogen. The problem with flowing nitrogen, and this is a thing that I will want to address, is that the reason why they're not flowing nitrogen is because there's only one single line. You could, in theory, try to design this in such a way that there's like an extra line that just, cools down these lines, these two propellant lines, and taps off or whatever. It's just more complicated. And so what they do is they simply vent that gaseous oxygen, and that's what we know. In fact, they do the same for Falcon 9. For those that follow the myriad of Starlink launches that we cover, we have the T-minus 20-minute vent, right? And we cover that multiple times, and it's very similar to these two vents. They vent gaseous oxygen through that as they condition those lines.
It looks to me like you could put Han Solo in the middle of the OLM there, and he'd come out a block of carbonite or something. Gotta make hissing noises and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
And I saw some people talking, it's not just a vapor. Like, that is very dense. The reason it falls so quickly is because it's very dense, right? It's not liquid spewing straight out, but it's not like a wafty sort of vapor, right?
Yep.
And it's super important that they cool this down out of two reasons. A, because you protect the material itself.
Yeah.
Because cryo-cooling something without warning tends to
shock it, surprise it.
And there's a second part of this, because also if you have warm pipes and you flow super cooled liquid oxygen through it, that expands quite rapidly. Because
have like ice cubes in your fridge. Have you ever made ice cubes in your freezer, I guess, and then you take it out and they start to crack? And you make the change of temperature, like the ice goes from being in your freezer to outside, and they start popping and cracking. The same sort of thing, except you don't want your rocket parts to do that. You don't want your pipes to do that. Right?
Regularly, it shouldn't crack.
You want to thermally sort of regulate it. You want to condition it and slowly change the temperature. But speaking of cool things, one of the coolest thing here is the fact that y'all keep supporting what we do. Like, we're not a huge company. I know a lot of people are like, oh, NSF, they sell stuff on their stream. Geez. Like, we're not a huge company. We don't have a ton of, money behind us or anything like that. So we do things like this to try and show you cool patches, give you t-shirts and stuff, a way that you can get something cool to wear or put on the wall or whatever. And it helps us support what we do here at NSF. So this patch is the Flight 5 patch. You can see it depicts the booster coming down. We actually get the same company to make these that make the NASA mission patches.
Yep.
Like, I hunted them down long ago, and I found who they were, and that's where we get those patches made from. I almost want to, like, play the patch promo again because I was still talking about it, but whatever. The patches are cool.
I'm so glad, by the way, they're going for the catch. Because, so, context, we have to at some point commit and get these ordered, right?
Yes.
And that happened about 6 weeks ago. Where it was a bit of a uncertainty if they go for the catch.
We didn't know if they were going to go for the catch, but we had to order patches, and we ordered patches depicting a catch.
So it would have been like I had this panic scenario that I wake up one morning. It's like SpaceX, like, yeah, we will just fly the same flight profile again, catch on flight 6. I'm like,
Anyways, across the board, thank y'all for supporting what we do. We don't want to do it too much, but we do have to pay the bills. We don't have like a huge multi-billion-dollar media company giving us money and then telling us what to say. You may have noticed that we sort of say whatever we want to say here on the stream. Hopefully that's why people want to hang out with us, because we tell you our honest opinions about stuff. But thank y'all for the support and everything we do. Super Chat's coming to this Catch a Tea with the Super Chat for $1.99. Any way that it works, just thank y'all for all the support so we can keep showing up and sharing this with you. More of an update while I was waxing poetic about patches, Alex.
Look at that. That activity is good, both on the left and the right. You see those sort of, inclined vents, as I called them before.
That's fine.
It kind of gets pulled across, right?
Angled
That's
vents,
the methane subcoolers. They are going off. We see that very much when they are starting to load fuel onto the ship. So, and also the tower vent has completely gone out of the tower, which is an indication of LOX load, of liquid oxygen load onto the ship. So,
And the first traces of dawn in the background here too, Alex. Look at the sun starting to light up the sky. Come on, sun. Like, the more light, the better the cameras look.
And
exactly.
Just to point out, based on the timeline, we are 47 minutes away, and the flight takes less than 30 minutes to landing. So that means if they are going for a catch, we might be just under an hour, a bit more than under an hour away from a potential catch of a super heavy booster. How does that feel? Like, why is that a sentence?
You know what? How I feel? I feel like SpaceX is crazy, honestly, because it's a huge honking booster, like a stainless steel skyscraper that's coming back to land, get caught, whatever you want to say, where it took off from. And if they pull this off, it is going to be insanity.
Yep. Like, and to set expectation, even if they don't pull it off, even if they...
It'll still be insanity.
Even if they, I don't know, if they get all the way and then the last minute, I don't know, something goes wrong and they miss it just by a bit. It's still insanity. This company has... I mean, that's why we love to watch them. Like, they love insanity. I think...
I like it in chat. Believe. Everybody in chat needs to say believe. Everybody should believe right now. Hey, I saw a couple people asking if this is the legit stream. Do we sound like AI voices to you? Have we tried to sell you crypto yet? Like, no, that's not a thing. I like this, all the believes in chat. This is a legitimate stream for certain values of legitimate. I know there's a lot of scammy streams out there where they're like, oh, Elon, update, new nuclear-powered Starship to Uranus or whatever, right? Those are all over YouTube. That's not us. We're real people. These are our cameras that we put out, blood, sweat, and tears so that we can share this stuff with you. Does that make it a real stream? I mean, I guess it is.
I would say it's fairly real.
It's pretty real. It's feeling like it's getting pretty real.
Absolutely.
But anyways, be on the lookout for all the fake streams and these named SpaceX. SpaceX doesn't stream on YouTube. We do stream on YouTube, so this is a legitimate place to hang out. So how are we looking? We got confirmation, Alex, while I'm over here yammering. What do we get confirmation of?
We got confirmation from SpaceX that indeed ship propellant load has started. So propellant load has started on Starship. And you know what? We should probably figure out what else we're going to be seeing here in the next few minutes. counting down to liftoff.
At T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes, with the tank farm conditioned and the propellant transfer lines being prepared for propellant load, SpaceX's flight director will poll operators whether to go ahead with the propellant load sequence. This propellant load sequence will be very similar to the previous 2 flights, with the ship being loaded first, followed by the Super Heavy booster. Also for each vehicle, methane load will begin first and will be followed by liquid oxygen load a few minutes later. The timing of these events, while largely similar, has been tweaked a bit for Flight 5 compared to Flight 4. The ship's fuel load will now start at T-minus 49 minutes and 50 seconds, while the ship's liquid oxygen load will start at T-minus 48 minutes and 40 seconds. This is 50 seconds and 100 seconds earlier, respectively. For the Super Heavy booster, the fuel load will begin at T-minus 40 minutes and 40 seconds. This is 40 seconds earlier than for Flight 4, but the liquid oxygen load will actually start later in the count than for Flight 4 by almost 3 minutes, starting at T-minus 34 minutes and 3 seconds in the count. Once propellant load has started into each of the main tanks of the rocket, frost will start to accumulate on the outside walls, which always helps with following the status and progress of this process. As the tanks are filled, vents at the top of them will activate from time to time to keep pressures in check. This is because the inert gas that once was inside of them will have less and less room available as the propellant load continues. This increases the tank pressure, and obviously nobody wants to find out what happens if that's left uncontrolled. At T-minus 19 minutes and 40 seconds, the Raptor engines will begin chill down on both vehicles, conditioning them for ignition and flight operations. Around this time in the count, the ship's header tanks will also start filling with propellants. This will result in even more venting from the ship, but this time from the nose cone. After loading over 4,500 tons of propellants across all 6 of Starship's tanks in less than 50 minutes, the propellant load sequence will end, wrapping up first on the ship at T-minus 3 minutes and 20 seconds, followed by the booster 30 seconds later. It's in these final minutes of the count when other events take place as well, such as the release of the hold-down clamps on the launch mount, the configuration of the onboard computers for flight, and the arming of the automated flight termination system. SpaceX has an optional point in the count at T-minus 40 seconds where the clock could be paused for about 15 minutes if teams were to need some extra time or if the vehicle and ground computers were to detect an issue before proceeding with the launch. Since it is optional, SpaceX could decide to not use it and just keep counting down. We're always hoping that that's the case on all launch attempts. At T-minus 30 seconds, the team will give their final go for launch. The detonation and suppression system will also activate on the launch mount, clearing all gaseous methane from the area underneath the engines ahead of Raptor ignition. At T-minus 10 seconds, the flame deflector and water deluge system will be activated to protect the ground underneath the launch mount from the energy produced by the engines. Then, the Raptor engines will ignite at T-minus 3 seconds in a staggered sequence. First, the 13 center engines will ignite, followed by 15 of the 20 outer engines, with the last 5 outer engines following shortly after that. But the Raptor engines won't be started at full power so that the rocket doesn't immediately take off. If all engine health checks are cleared and all launch commit criteria are met, the rocket will command throttle up at T0 and the rocket will start to lift off about 2 seconds later. From then on, excitement is guaranteed.
Alicia is fantastic. That's Alicia Siegel. She does our weekly This Week in Spaceflight.
That's a frost line.
Oh, it is a frost line.
Frost. Right?
Well, I was singing Alicia's praises, but a frost line is cool too.
Quite cool, actually. Yeah, that's the frost. That's a frost line on the liquid oxygen tank of the ship. And we will basically, this will be now in a matter of seconds that we will see all tanks appearing the frost line because, well, they're loading this quite fast and they're just they're going for it 41 minutes away from a launch. So this will move quite heavily. And once again, this is almost 5,000 tons of propellant that they are loading in 50 minutes or so.
Does everybody see it? Does everybody see the white line there? That's literally the humidity in the South Texas atmosphere freezing onto the side of the stainless steel Starship. It's like a cold drink. You get a cold drink, especially if you have like a metal container or something, a metal cup or something, and you got your ice cold beverage of whatever sort inside, and then you're outside and you get condensation on the outside. The propellants in the rocket are so cold it actually freezes the atmosphere into ice on the outside. And so this is a proxy. It's a way that you can sort of see inside the ship right now. That's the ship up there. Because the higher that frost line goes, the higher the fuel has gone. because it's going to be able to get cold enough to freeze the humidity in the atmosphere. And look at how much it's grown just since I've been talking.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Watch for that to keep going up.
And that's the slow fill. They will later move even faster.
Yep. Hey, let me say thanks to some folks real quick. I got a super chat from Sony Namase, I think that is, and it was their first super chat they've done on a stream, on a live stream, actually. Sony, thank you so much for the support.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, guys. You're always on the biggest screen. And then also another one real quick. I think these were Australian dollars from True North. Thanks for the amazing coverage. Let's go for, air quotes, the catch.
The catch, full stop.
Is it air quotes if they typed them?
The catch.
Whatever. We made the air quotes out loud, out in the air with our fingers when we said air quotes. But True North, thank you so much. 80 Australian dollars there supporting the show. Where are we?
Well, 39 minutes away, potentially, from the launch of Starship for the 5th time.
Look at that angled vent.
Yeah, these subcoolers are crazy.
Yep.
So what you basically see is rapid boil-off of nitrogen.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of getting a bath. Like, the propellant gets a nice little bath, a nitrogen bath. And, of course, if one component gets colder, one component gets hotter.
They sort of trade off.
You
take energy away when you send one. Yeah.
And then you have that all of that now gaseous nitrogen, because it's no longer liquid, it boiled. And that is exactly what we're seeing. And the more crazy that goes, the faster is the load.
And you can see the ones going to the left are for booster, and the one going to the right, that is for the ship. One thing that that video by Alicia, by the way, she was reading off my script that I wrote for that video. One of the things that I really wanted to emphasize on that video was the part about the tanks venting continually as they keep loading, precisely because that pressure keeps growing. If you don't release it, then that's a bad thing. And so maybe if we can go back to the ship view, you can already see that progress, that sort of process occurring already on the ship as it keeps being loaded with propellants. And so you can see now as well that methane tank on the booster getting frosty, which is nice. But yeah, if you see regular venting, like short vents every now and then, don't worry, that is not depressed vent. Sometimes people get worried that it might be, they are aborting or something like that. No. That's normal. That is the regular process to keep those tanks in check, essentially.
Gotcha. By the way, does anybody need room service? Because they were just knocking on our door. I don't know if y'all heard them knocking on the door and we're like diving for the mute switch, and they looked in here and they're like, what is going on in this hotel room?
I think they were asking if we need you like
towels or whatever.
Towels,
Yeah. No, we're good.
No,
we're good.
But do you know when Starship is launching?
But don't panic.
Right. We should have brought them in so they could watch the stream. We're like, did you see this ship? This Mars rocket that's launching from Texas today? Hey,
look at that.
Real quick, eGreg57, another first super chat on a live stream. It tells me when it's the first super chat. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for the super chat. Keeping it quick.
Thank you so much. Alex, what did you spot?
That is the OLM vent has stopped. It's one of the early indications that liquid oxygen load is underway on the booster. And I believe SpaceX just confirmed that propellant load of the Super Heavy booster is underway. So,
Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but this diagonal vent, does this normally sort of fall back down towards the ground and coast along the ground more? I don't recall seeing this vent sort of just continuing up at an angle like this in the past. Am I crazy? Is it just conditions?
It's happened before.
Yeah,
I'm mostly sure that it's probably for other streams where we are covering these like full stack testing or whatever. We are focused on other kinds of things, right, going on. So it's very easy to forget from time to time. But it tends to be
winds
like that
too.
Yeah,
like the winds
and also the wind.
Yeah, the wind they almost like break the flow.
Yep.
You have like heavier wind, and they break this flow of the stream, and of course, basically no wind today is present, so
it's just continuing its course, like it's just going off in that direction.
We are also seeing more and more light, by the way. Like depending on the camera, you can look at that. There's clear signs of daylight now on this camera.
The cameras are going to get better and better. The higher the sun comes up, the more light we get. the better this is. Oh, look at that one. So this is actually looking out to the east right now. This is from our highway site looking out to the east. You can see the tower, the chopsticks spread wide open up there in the catch position. Look at the top of the chopsticks. You see the catch rails were up.
Wow.
Here's the wider shot even.
It's going to be a gorgeous launch.
Yeah,
yeah, it is.
I'm not envying Kevin's position right now because he has to pick what he wants
Which to show.
Yeah. Like imagine having like 40 amazing pictures and you're like, what do I want to show?
Yep.
Yeah.
In any event, I see a bunch of people talking about no catch attempt. Apparently some people coming through trying to troll or give bad information, maybe from other worse information streams. We haven't seen any official information from SpaceX saying that they have aborted the catch attempt. As far as all the official information goes right now, they're still full tilt towards not only the launch but also a catch attempt. So this is such a huge problem. Like people putting false information out there. Sometimes they want your clicks. Sometimes they want your Bitcoin wallet or whatever the heck those. I don't know what they're trying to do with those streams.
Yeah.
But as of right now,
the catch is still maybe.
It is still a maybe.
Yeah.
It is still a maybe
because
there's a human in the loop. And they're going to read all the systems, and the human is going to say, yeah, everything's looking good, let's go for it. Or, nah, it's not looking great, we're not going to go for it. But that's going to happen after the launch. It's going to go downrange. It's going to separate the Starship, continue going all the way around the world to the Indian Ocean. And then the booster will get the decision whether it should come back or not.
This is... I really think for all the people that getting confused here, if you see a stream that is official SpaceX on YouTube and has an Elon Musk talking
probably
about
not.
Bitcoin, don't listen to that.
Not the right. Yeah. Don't listen to whether or not there's going to be a catch from that stream.
And B, if they would not go for a catch attempt, I would promise you we would report it. We are not withholding stuff like that.
As soon as there was any reportable confirmation, conditions, word from SpaceX, whatever it is, we would get it to you.
Yep.
All right.
100%.
That's right. Did Scott actually say that somewhere? I'm going to just trust it because it came from Alex. Scott says this is the most official SpaceX stream on YouTube.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, I saw that comment that I put it in back channel.
We take that.
Oh, geez. But no, we're for real. Like next time we say we're for real, we're going to have to show the cameras and we'll like look at the camera and be like, we're for real. Deep fake this. Now they're going to show the cameras when we're not looking, but whatever.
Yeah, they will catch us off guard. I thought that transition would it be.
Look at that.
Absolutely stunning. Yeah, I mean, this is... I almost don't want to say it because then the photographers of our team get mad at me because I'm jinxing it. But this looks like perfect conditions for a launch.
Adrian, the last time I was on the roof, we couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
I was on the roof of the hotel, the Margaritaville Resort up in South Padre Island. Fantastic place to watch the launch from, unless it's foggy. And that day it was foggy, and we didn't see anything. But look at this today.
I'm not sure if our photographers are listening, but I wonder because there are some on the roof right now, right?
There are. There's actually quite a few folks up there.
So I wonder if we could get like a picture from them of like how is it looking. That would be interesting to see. Oh.
Now, this isn't I don't know that this is the photographer's camera. This might be just the 24/7 camera up there that gets to rust in the salt air, not the nice equipment. That is, like some of the cameras we have out there 24/7, 365. They're live all the time. Starbase Live is our 24/7 stream that's been going for multiple years now. There's thousands of people a day chatting about what's going on over there. But we have cameras that are not as expensive because they rust like crazy. And then we have nicer cameras. And we just turn them on and off, right? As we show these different things. So this is a view live from the hotel right now.
It looks almost like it's like a beam of fire on the left because there's like lights interacting with there. By the way, Starbase Live started 3 years ago on the 12th July 2021.
Thank you.
And that's getting going. That was the day I joined NSF.
Really?
Yeah. I joined on the day SBL started.
Huh. I built it for months before that.
Yeah, I know.
It took a lot of time to build all that stuff out there. And then you joined. Nice. It's good to have you. How many people are hanging out with us now? 110,000 people?
That's crazy.
They're crazy. But they are kind of crazy.
Never imagine, like, it's always... if you see the number of YouTube, it's one thing, but imagine 110,000 people like
in a stadium.
Like that's a proper stadium, like full.
That's a sizable stadium. Folks, if you're new to the channel, this is what we do. We're NSF, NASASpaceflight.com. We started as space enthusiasts. We love rockets. We love space. We report on all the different things. And things just sort of coalesced. We started putting videos out there. A lot of people were really interested in this, started showing up. So now for multiple years, we have been sharing what's going on in spaceflight. We do SpaceX, we do Starship, we do Falcon 9 flights out of the Cape. We have teams all over the country. We send teams to other countries. Hint. Sometimes they have to be in hotel rooms to do things. But if you want to make it back to our stream, you know how to get back to us. Click the little bell, subscribe button, whatever you want to do. You can find us here anytime, just about any day. Oh my gosh, the views though.
Yeah.
Look at that. But this is the only place to find us. We're on basically all the different social media platforms. If you're on Facebook, maybe your mom needs to watch rockets, head over to Facebook, right? We're on Instagram. We post stuff up over there.
I think that's more my age at this point. I noticed Instagram apparently is now...
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah. And then you have Threads, I think, even.
Yep.
And we have a TikTok account.
Yeah. We do?
Yeah.
Neat.
We have.
Yes, for the folks over there on the TikToks. So wherever you are, there's the commands over there in chat. That's a cloud. That's not an alien spaceship spying on what's happening with Starship here. Follow us on all the different places. Some people want like the short content. Some people want to be able to send it to the rest of their family on whatever social media network the rest of the family's on. We put stuff everywhere. Like, we've got a team of people who are taking all the different videos and clips and content and time lapses and whatever, and we're basically putting it everywhere. So whatever app you're on, follow us all over the map. Rhymes with app.
You know who also wants to send it? The SpaceX.
Thank you. Nice.
That was a transition. Yeah.
Send it, return it.
Yeah, send it and return it.
Both of them. You know, the other thing that got sent, I can say this, can't I? So we do NASASpaceflight.
Yeah.
Too. There's an app, NASASpaceflight, and you can download the app. It's free. It doesn't have any ads or anything like that in it. Like, you'll keep showing up to the stream, so we don't have to put ads in the app. And you can get notifications when stuff like this is going on. So you want a 30-minute notification when SpaceX is in fueling? But was it time to send that notification yet, Alex?
Yeah, like the one that I just sent out there, right? I hope a lot of people are joining from there. Hope you got alerted by it.
There you go. But it is getting brighter and brighter out there,
That's
y'all.
basically daylight.
Yeah, it is. That camera's maybe a little exposed right now. But
I don't envy all of the cam ops behind the scenes right now who have to adjust like the brightness on every single camera like every 2 minutes.
Yep. As the sun starts to come up and it gets brighter, it is a thing. Boy, we have a huge team of people.
Wow.
Look at that.
That's just a picture.
No, please launch into that, SpaceX.
Yeah, just I don't care if the rocket is half empty. Just launch right now.
No leaky valves. There's no hydrogen on board, so we're good there. No ice in the tubes. Like, just launch into that sky, please. Look at that.
And so far, we have not heard from any problems they're working on. Like, usually SpaceX, once they are starting communication about fueling, they tend to communicate if something is a watch item.
Yep.
And so far, nothing seems to be a watch item for this launch. They just progress through this timeline.
Well, the launch is the watch item, Adrian. That's what we're gonna.
That's a big.
That's
a watch item.
Is the launch, but. We get shots like that so often. Mary, like the original OG photographer who lives there at Starbase in the village, she's an early riser. I'm not an early riser. She's an early riser. She goes out and she catches sunrises like this. And look at the sun sort of going across the grasses there in the dunes. She get the reflection a lot of the times. We'll get those. And she takes these fantastic photos and videos. We put them out in these little sort of summaries. They don't come out every day, but we put them in there. They end up in the member program. Yeah. Like, photos get put into our Discord and on the YouTube channel and all these different places. We tweet out a lot of them and that sort of stuff as well. We're just constantly generating this content, not because we generate content, yay, like Stamp. We want to share this stuff with y'all. So thank you for showing up and hanging out with us.
Absolutely. 25 minutes, potentially.
Oh,
maybe.
It's getting real. Mike Pollock, super chat came through there. $50. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for the support, Mike. We're gonna have to breathe at some point. Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still fine here. we have. That's always the thing. Like, we have quite a journey to go because, of course, this mission, well, it doesn't end with liftoff.
Yep.
That's just the first chapter here.
Yep.
If they go for it, we have a ship re-entry.
Yep.
We have potentially a booster catch.
Yep.
Like, it's an hour of action.
Like after the launch.
Yep. It's just ongoing for like an hour.
So many times it's like launch, and then the launch is done, and then okay, everybody go home, right? But when this one launches, you got to stay around to see if it's going to come back home, see if they're going to catch it, are they going to flip it over, is it going to abort ATO, abort to ocean, as opposed to abort to orbit?
I really think, I hope we get like some sort of like audible confirmation if they go for the catch. Like, I want to hear a go for catch or something.
Yep.
And that's probably a moment like gut punch is that's a negative, but like, you know, that this kick into your whole body when you're like, oh, they're going for this.
Yep.
It's gonna be quite interesting.
Hey, real quick, Quark Latinum out there on Dolphin Island, really hoping to at least see something from the launch. Quark's an Iowa boy, so don't get this kind of chance often. Good luck, Quark. Keep on looking, and let's see what we get this beautiful morning out there at Starbase.
Yeah. And the last time we had, I must say it, but I will say it. The first attempt on Flight 1 had similar conditions.
Uh-huh.
Where every photographer of our team was mad that they didn't
go in that beautiful window.
Yeah. And then the second one was like the foggy one where we almost didn't see it.
Yep.
But then we had like the sun just burned through and we just got like barely through the fog. It was like if it launched 2 minutes earlier or 2 minutes later, we would have not seen it.
Yep.
It was kind of crazy as well.
Look at that
All
venting
right.
from the ship. You can see those sort of like downward facing venting that is going on. That is part of the engine chill process. We are not yet at that point though in the timeline. That should be at the T-minus 19 minutes and 40-second mark. But they do some kind of preparation, to get ready for that. And definitely lots of activity. Like, you can see the rocket is becoming very active.
Yeah, it's alive. Like, I think astronauts are often referring to that when, of course, this one doesn't have astronauts, but like I know from astronauts, for example, with Falcon 9, discussing that it almost feels like you have this living, breathing machine almost below you.
Look at the...
Yes, so much. Like, it's almost like this ocean of clouds.
It really is.
And that's all going to be very quickly away once these Raptor engines start to do their thing.
I want to go out there and wade through it. I can't. Like, it's not safe to do that. But I just want to be standing in the middle of that. I bet you it's nice and cool. If it's oxygen and it's a higher oxygen environment, it's way too easy for things to become flammable. If it's anything else, like nitrogen or something like that, you could be asphyxiated. It's like, oh yeah, it looks like a nice cloud to stand in. As it turns out, that cloud doesn't contain enough oxygen for you to breathe. So across the board, you shouldn't go out into places that have vapors like that, as cool as it looks.
In general, places that could have like stopped circulation of air. Well, look at that. It's fueling up.
Yep.
It's progressing as we hope.
You can see the frost lines continuing to climb up both the ship and the booster. You see where it's shiny, the rising sun shining off the very middle of the rocket there. No ice there yet. Just down below it, where it's a little bit more muted, you're not getting those shiny reflections. That is ice, and that is sort of indicating the level of fuel that is in the rocket. So at this point, over half fuel, do you think?
One thing that you may notice, as we count down, the ship propellant load, since it has main and header tanks, what they seem to do is like they stop at around 85% of the main tanks being full, and then they stop the propellant load on the main tanks, and then they transition and load the header tanks. And that usually happens around this point in the countdown. T-minus 20, T-minus 15 minutes. And then once the headers are full, then they proceed to, fill that remaining 15% of the main tanks. And so that is one thing, as those header tanks get filled with propellants, we're going to see a lot more activity from there. So hopefully we can catch some of that venting out of the nose cone.
Sounds like we've got the helicopter coming back over, don't we?
Very clearly.
Sounds like it.
I didn't see it go by anywhere, but I heard it for sure.
Also, there's some regular. I hate the word.
Wait, but time out.
Yes.
Less than 20 minutes now. It just ticked under 20 minutes. Okay, what were you going to say?
Just a quick regulatory note, because we got some interesting notes about this. There are some exceptions where this flight is considered experimental, where the FAA would not consider this a mishap investigation, even if something out of the ordinary happens. That especially applies to the re-entry part of the ship, where they basically say, we understand, it's experimental, and they would not trigger a mishap based on that. That's just an interesting side note. That doesn't apply to the booster, by the way. So if the booster catch, for example, goes wrong, that could result in an extra investigation.
It is a different thing. I mean, the booster is coming back to land, right? And whatever goes wrong with the catch, they want to make sure that that the public is safe is a huge thing, right? You have a skyscraper coming back. But SpaceX, at the end of the day, SpaceX needs to understand what went wrong. They're not designing the system to crash boosters into launch pads. They're designing the system to catch boosters and rapidly reuse them. So SpaceX is definitely going to get to the bottom of whatever happens.
Is that some tiles? Like, Alex, are these tiles gray or are they missing?
Are those the instrumentation tiles I saw some close-ups of, or is that something else, Alex, on the side of the ship in this view?
Yeah. They do have some of that. Just like on the previous flight, they had some test tiles, some locations where they either had missing tiles or locations where they had an alternative material, right? They have a similar thing as well here on the skirt, on the engine section of the ship, and also here what we're seeing here on the side, on the port side of the vehicle.
Yeah, everybody see what we're talking about? Like the center of the ship there, maybe a little bit just above the center. In those white tiles, it's all the black tiles and the sun reflecting on the left-hand side, but those white, they're actually like a light gray or something like that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
They're not missing tiles. In the past, a lot of times when we'd see holds like that, it's because tiles fell off. Those are actually intentional for the ones that we've seen there, like instrumentation or different materials like Alex was saying.
And that's totally important here, because while we talk about the catch a lot, because it's very visually interesting and also a very huge milestone they might attempt, the ship is equally, if not more important, because this is a ship that features a whole new terminal protection system, an updated version, and I bet you there's a huge amount of people in SpaceX that really want to get to know how this does perform. And will it survive re-entry better? Do we have to have that hero flap again that saves the day? Or will we actually see maybe like a fully intact ship reach the ocean?
I like it, the hero flap that saves the day.
I mean, that was probably one of the craziest moments I've experienced in my life.
Hopefully we've got that sorted now. All right, we continue to tick towards 15 minutes now. Everything's still going towards the potential launch. The little flap that could. That's exactly what it was, the little flap that could.
Absolutely. It was absolutely crazy. SpaceX confirming, by the way, that the 39 Raptor engines on this deck are now in engine chill in preparation for liftoff. 39, of course, coming from 33 on the booster and 6 on the ship.
All right.
Whew. It's starting to get a bit of tingly.
I'm wondering, I think we might check in with some of the folks in the field. We wouldn't have a lot of time to do that, but we're going to see if we can't round up a couple different folks for the little flap that could. Nice. Thank you, Aramil. Color in chat with Joanna. Hey, how's it going? When the hair on your arm stands up, so excited. Thank you for all your hard work. Whew. Buddy. All right.
It's happening.
It is definitely well, I mean, the clock is still counting down. We're continuing to see the frost go up the side of the ship. The frost is almost met there, right? The frost will actually go all the way up and touch, won't it?
I will say almost touch. Sometimes there's like, because there is this point where the common bulkhead is, right, and that common bulkhead is welded somewhere.
Yep.
And that small little weld line is sometimes the distinguisher between
the distinguishing
two
line. Gotcha.
but everything else basically gets frosty. And also there's a bit of a lag in the frost,
right?
Because the frost, of course, it
takes
higher,
time.
Yeah,
for
it's
it to
higher
form.
than it is actually like in the tank. It's higher than the frost because frost is not instant.
Yep.
So
Gus, can you
We're
hear
gonna start.
us?
Oh wow! Hey, it's Jack. What's up, Jack?
Hey, I'm here at River Live. Got a bunch of cameras set up. I've got a bunch more to set up. Max, are you there?
I am here. How do you guys have me?
We got you.
5x5, buddy.
Amazing. Yeah, we are currently on top of the Margaritaville Hotel. Well, the light is turning spectacular. It's only going to get better. Got a couple more cameras to adjust. We are just about ready, everybody. This is going to be quite spectacular.
Can you see the rocket, Max?
Go.
Oh, I sure can. Clear as day view.
Jack, how about you?
And
Can you
good
see the
news.
rocket from River? Oh, go ahead, Jack.
I can see it. I can see it just fine. It's looking good. I'm so ready. The conditions today could not be better. So fingers crossed that we get a launch and a catch attempt, because this is going to be so insanely beautiful. I don't even know if I'm ready for it. But I'm going to jump off. I'm going to keep setting up cameras. I love you guys. Thank you so much to the entire team. It takes so many people to do this stuff. It really is. So thank you, everybody. Max, I'll see you on the other side, buddy. We're in Starbase.
Jack, we're in Starbase. I'll see you on the other side. But
Max,
yeah,
was there
we are
good
currently
news
6
before you
miles
go?
away. Yeah, I was just going to say that the atmosphere is being nice to us today. We're about 6 miles away, and we can see almost every last detail on the rocket. That is spectacular news, and we could not be happier about it. So fingers crossed that nobody else violates the zones and airspace stays clear, and we can get this big girl off the ground today.
Hey, don't jinx it. Hopefully everything is clear out there and go for launch. Look at all the different colors from all the different angles. Wow.
That's we will have these cameras during liftoff.
It's quite amazing.
That's gonna be quite. Did you just knock?
Knocked on
hopefully
some wood.
we'll have these cameras on liftoff. I'm just over here jinxing everything possible.
What's up, Alex?
Yeah, I've been keeping up with the updates from SpaceX. So far, so good. Not working any technical issues. The weather is actually 100% go, which is quite a rarity.
100% go.
It looks like it.
Yeah, right. And so far, again, the only thing, they are clearing boats from the range still.
Right.
Hopefully, those get cleared in time for liftoff 12 minutes from now. But so far, so good. If for whatever reason they were to scrap today, they need a 48-hour recycle. So hopefully,
A 48-hour recycle.
Days.
Okay. And there's some special rules about boats on the range. Like, you hear boats on the range. Okay. Some of the rules, if the boat is in contact with the range and the boat is clearing, they can continue forwards with the count, right?
Yep.
They don't have to shut everything down. As long as, like, say there's one boat out there and they're in contact with that boat and that boat is getting out of dodge, they can keep going forwards.
Yep.
So just because there's a boat on the range right now doesn't mean basically anything besides the fact that there's a boat on the range. Now, they do have to make sure they're in contact and get them out of the way, but we will see what we get as the sun continues to rise out here at Starbase.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, fantastic to hear. Like 100% weather, as Alex said. That's like, usually they say more than 95. That's the usual wording, because they're like, we still have this slight chance. But
Yep.
they are, at this point, like 100% is a very high state of confidence.
Yep.
And that means there's no issue. Like, the weather officers is having a good day right now.
The weather officer's like, all right, I'm good.
Yep.
That's
It's good.
fine.
It's fine. Like, already like having sunglasses on. Like, yeah, it's good.
They have their arms behind their head. Their feet are up on the console. Like, weather. I don't know, 100%. Send it.
Yeah, like, I don't care.
Okay, we rapidly approach 10 minutes, y'all. Remember, if you see fake streams out there, there's a lot of fake streams claiming to be SpaceX. Not us. We're for real over here, sharing you what's actually going on. We're not asking for your crypto wallet or anything like that. At some point, you don't even have to talk about those in chat because it doesn't add anything. Like, yeah, there's people out there. Click report and move on. You know why you want to move on? Because that's 9 minutes and 59 seconds.
Yeah, you don't want to spend the last 10 minutes before Starship flight, I don't know, like, being angry about some streamers.
You don't have to do that.
Enjoy this view. Because I'm always paraphrasing with if, so I'm not to blame here. If this goes, this might shape up to be one of the Starship launches so far with the most fantastic views.
Oh, yeah.
We will ever see. Like, it's almost, it feels a bit too close to comfort right now because it's that good. You're like, you're getting nervous. Like, why is this so good?
Look at that. And these swing arms, you see the arms up there? They're sort of connected to the ship, and there's actually lines going up to the booster. You'll see when this thing takes off. I'm gonna think positive. When this thing takes off, you're gonna see all those things swing out. Right? We have so many cameras. I don't know which camera we're gonna be showing you at liftoff, but they're all recording, and so we always come back. We're going to do replays for you when we have like a coast phase or we have time to do that. We're going to put out more videos. They'll be all over the socials. So that one shot, right, with that swing arm, at some point you'll see a video from us that shows that swing arm swinging out of the way and the lines disconnecting. You'll see the ice cascading off the side of the rocket. We have so many cameras. We have more cameras than you can shake a stick at out there at Starbase.
At how many cameras can you shake?
I can shake a stick at cameras,
okay,
Adrian.
There you go. And you say Germans. German sayings are weird.
I guess that's an American saying. I don't know if that's American or not.
But yeah.
Hey, here's what I want. We are going to cleanse the chat. It is now coming up on 8 minutes before this thing might happen. People all over the world are hanging out with us right now. I want to know where from. Where are you joining us today from? Just put it in the chat. Let the chat wash across you. I saw Scotland. I don't think I could read anything else. 150,000 people all over the planet. One day, maybe from Mars, too.
Yeah, maybe.
But for now, all over this planet, watching the stream, sharing this experience with us. The NASASpaceflight.com team hanging out, bringing you views. If you haven't yet, sub to the channel. Come on back here and hang out with us anytime. We do this on a Starlink.
Enjoy the break mods right now, by the way. There's nothing to moderate here right now. It's like, well, whatever.
What fake streams? I don't see any chat messages about fake streams in that chat. Do y'all?
Wonderful.
But wherever you are, this is what we do. We share these sorts of things. We're rocket nerds. We don't have a script we read. We don't have to be like, and now, or like, we don't do any of that. We hang out and we share cool things with y'all because y'all keep showing up.
Yep. 100%.
Alex, we have Alex on. It's 7 minutes now. 7 minutes. What is happening in the count, Alex?
Yeah, right now we are heading towards the end of the propellant load sequence, currently at around 85% on the booster, 90% propellant on the ship. And so far, so good. SpaceX confirming once again that they're still, clearing the range, getting all of that ready for this launch and the catch as well. So hopefully, everything goes flawlessly. I'm really hoping, we get that launch in 6 minutes and 26 seconds.
Yep.
We should find something out here, because that's if a lot of people here so far watch Falcon 9, they are used to the fact that Falcon 9 cannot hold. Starship can.
Okay.
Starship has the ability to hold. They are not at the end of their window yet. They have 5 more minutes. And Starship has demonstrated the ability that they can hold at that T-minus 40-second hold point, and they can perform additional checks. So, if this countdown at some point switches to, I don't know, hold and everything, that's okay.
Yep.
That can happen. They maybe just perform final checkouts, but I'm throwing it to you now.
Let's see what happens, because we crossed under 6 minutes while you were talking there. Beth Sanders, you are awesome, by the way. Thank you for the support. Beth said, you guys rock. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you all for showing up. And we are ticking down. It's 5.5 minutes. now. Now, Adrian, when you said they have 5 more minutes, they have 5 minutes after this
Yes,
countdown.
yeah,
They have
basically-
5 minutes of leeway
Yes.
left in the count after this T0, right?
And from our knowledge, Starship can hold up to 15 minutes.
Yep.
At least that was the last time they have reported the number.
Is that where the Starship flips over 8 times in the animation?
Yeah. and-
Different spacecraft, sorry.
Different spacecraft. But that also was just happening when I played this Mechazilla game. It's not going great for me as well. But yeah, it's weird how these last 2 hours fly by.
Yep.
Because once you're in this
5
terminal-
minutes.
Yeah, terminal countdown, you're like looking at the clock and it's 5 minutes now. Apparently, we are potentially seeing Starship launch get
The
5.
time, much like the vapors around Starship, evaporates.
Absolutely.
It just
100%.
goes away. I mean, there's 15 seconds right there. Bang, where'd it go? It's
Yeah,
gone.
And that's another 20 now. We are just clearing them. You will. If you don't have snacks yet, or if you don't have water, you should really
You
hurry.
better run.
Yeah.
If you go to the bathroom right now, you better be fast about it. Get your friends, get your family, get them to crowd around the TV. If you're watching this and you don't know what's going on, that huge rocket, the hugest rocket that humans have ever built, is on the launch pad. It's almost fully fueled, and it may take off in just over 4 minutes. That's what's happening. And the craziest thing about this, not only is it the largest rocket that anybody's ever been crazy enough to build and try to launch, not even try, they succeeded to launch it a couple times already, they're going to try to make this rocket come back and land on the launch mount. Like on the launch tower, there are sticks that are sticking out the side of the tower. We call them the chopsticks, and they're going to try to catch the rocket out of the air like Mr. Miyagi style. It's nuts what SpaceX is trying to do there, but that's what's happening today. That's why you should sit down and you should watch this, because if it happens, it's history.
And we are approaching 200 seconds.
200 seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds. It's just 200 seconds. You can do it. There's not a lot of things you can do anymore until the next launch of Starship. For example, make a pizza. No longer possible.
Not possible.
If you don't have a pizza in front of you right now, you cannot
eat pizza during. Look at that.
It
Look
looks
at
like
the
an extension
drone
of the
shots.
ocean.
It is
That's
making it
a
out to
lot.
the ocean. Wow.
That's insane.
The winds today are just so gentle, calm. Look at the weight. Look at the royals in the vapors there out in the flats.
This is spectacular. Please countdown proceed as you do right now.
Under 3 minutes.
Look at that. Tower vent is back. That confirms propellant load on the ship has been completed.
We have a fully loaded ship.
There's the view from South Padre Island over that way. Folks, in Isla Blanca Park, down there in the bottom of the screen, 6 miles away. If you make it to Texas, you can watch from there. That's public viewing. It's the closest you can get, except for Antares, doesn't fly right now, that you can get to a launch pad in a public area like that.
Chad, are you excited?
I'm excited.
Just wondering. Chad.
My name's not Chat, but you know.
Yeah, I'm just curious, Chad. How's it going?
Hey, Russell Snodgrass, thank you so much. Russell says, I'm so happy to be sharing this experience with the NSF team. Y'all are awesome. So nice to see Marcus earlier as well. Can't wait to see the catch. And coming up under 2 minutes now, we have one more update. Alex, what's the word?
So far, so good. It looks like the boats have cleared the area and there's no hold expected for this countdown. So we expect in 1 minute, the clock will just swoosh through that T-minus 40-second gate.
It's just going to go.
Just a few things that we will see in rapid succession. You will see a weird vent that appears on the on the OLM that goes like upstream, which is a bit weird. That's usually the first sign that they are like under 30 seconds. After that, we will see, of course, first the DSS, the suppression system.
The suppression system,
And after that, the water deluge system will kick into full gear.
You got to talk faster.
And once that has happened, the next thing, rapid fire, and that thing goes. That's your next minute. That's your next minute, because this launch is happening in 1 minute from now.
Look at that. Everything ticking. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day out there. Everybody is making sure their tripods are ready, their cameras are ready, they're limbering up, their heart's beating. One day we'll put heartbeat sensors on all the NSF team.
You should really do.
We'll have telemetry down the side, and you'll see everybody's heart rates going up. But that's 45 seconds, y'all.
Alex and I did that with our Apple Watches at some point. We peaked at 160.
160.
Okay, I've seen the vent that occurs at T-minus 40 seconds. It looks like they are going.
That's
Watch
the
out
vent
for the DSS.
All right. DSS is a cloud down at the bottom of the rocket. Underneath the launch pad, you'll see some mist sort of start to go off, trying to control that
Like
environment.
director is go for launch, I've just heard.
Excellent. Go for
There's
launch.
DSS. Watch for the water deluge plume that will appear in any second now.
Yep.
In a huge sploosh.
It's down there at the bottom. Watch the bottom of the pad here.
There it is.
There it is.
And Raptors.
Ignition.
Amazing. Next up, of course, after that will be the hot staging.
Be on the lookout. Coming up on a minute and a half into flight here.
Look at that.
Look at the purple plume.
Yeah.
In the middle there. Wow.
The viewing conditions are amazing for this flight.
There we can see,
Yeah,
I
they
think,
are.
33 healthy engines. That's
1
good.
minute
That's
to
good
hot
for.
staging.
That's good for our chances of a catch.
Coming up on 2,500 kilometers per hour, approaching 30 kilometers in altitude right now.
Watch on the right side, because the first thing you will see is the ship engines like spooling up, because that happens before
Look
the
at the
stage
green
separation.
there, from the twilight, sort of like hitting the engines.
Absolutely stunning.
2 minutes into flight. Continuing to go downrange. Now remember, the show's not over. It is possible that more than half of this rocket will come back towards the launch pad, and excitement is guaranteed.
Hot staging should come up.
Watch for the flare out the side. That's the hot staging ring here.
It's a track from us, by the way. And it's hot
There
staging.
it is. Wow.
They are performing a go no go poll for the catch now.
Okay,
Pushback
two
burn.
things. There's two things on your screen. There, the booster has turned around and it's lit its engines again. It's coming back home, it looks like.
And this is the moment where they actually will commit. This is the moment where they make the first call. Are they going for a catch?
They're looking at everything. The booster looks like it looks to me like it's coming this way.
Yeah. I see. That looks healthy to me.
Nice even spread. The plume expansion there around the back of the booster on the right-hand side. That pin in the middle of the right-hand side, that is what they're supposed to catch it
You
with.
can see
that
the
little
booster
pin
on the
sticking out
ship
side.
Look at that. Also, mentioning the ship here, 6 healthy engines.
Nah, the ship's going downrange. Good job, ship. It's fine. Go do your thing, ship. We want to see the booster.
Look at that. It's almost
First.
golden.
Shut down. Running on 3 engines, and that's the end of the boost back burn.
Wow.
End of boost back burn. And now we are waiting for the go for catch.
Okay.
Because now they are not targeting the chopsticks yet. But
They are go for booster catch.
Go
Whoa.
for booster catch.
Oh my god.
From SpaceX, confirmation that they are go for the booster catch. It is coming home.
This isn't.
What's going to happen?
Oh my god.
We're just laser focused. All the it was a planning thing. All the photographers follow the booster. Keep your eye on the booster. The ship will be fine. It'll do its thing.
Watch the ship later.
Look at that.
That's beautiful.
These views are gorgeous. Like those
Wow.
that venting from the booster. with this illumination.
You can see the heartbeat on this, like the foot. I'm not actually sure whose camera this is, but the adrenaline flowing through the veins of the person with hands on this camera right now. Look at this.
If this
Now remember,
succeeds,
if it succeeds, go out.
amazing. It's gonna be amazing. Like such a huge vehicle coming back down.
Remember, if you're out there somewhere local,
You can see the hot
sonic
staging
boom.
ring.
You can see the hot. Is that the hot staging ring?
Yeah, that is the hot staging ring.
It looks like a
And that
little
hot staging
moon.
ring can come as close as 1 kilometer to the shore.
Wow.
Because it's basically a giant parachute, right?
Yeah, it's a big spinning ring. It's not quite a frisbee. It's almost a frisbee. If you're out there, we're coming up as this gets closer to us. It's breaking the sound barrier. It's pushing this pressure
We
wave
might
in
be
front of it.
less than 2 minutes away from a catch.
Look
You
at the
might
angle
hear
of the booster.
the sonic booms. Don't forget about the sonic booms. Don't be surprised by the. Well, be surprised by the sonic booms. Look at the angle. You're right. And the hot staging ring is in frame.
Look how
Yeah, you can see
it's basically
the
horizontal.
Yeah, you can see the drifting, how the booster is sort of like gliding towards the launch side, while the hot staging is just, that ring is just falling back down. It doesn't have any
It's
control.
getting aerodynamic lift.
Look at
for
that!
lack
Look
of
at
a
that!
word.
Look at that!
The entry heating.
That's ridiculous.
Look at that.
Should be coming
A
up
little bit of a
very
that's the
shortly.
plume. There it is at the bottom.
Oh my god, look at the angle!
Wow.
Watch for the eruptors. We want 13 healthy engines.
Should be coming up
Come
on that
on.
landing burn.
Yep.
Come on, booster heavy. Just booster heavy. Super heavy. You can do it.
Look at this.
Look at the re-entry.
That's 6.5 minutes. That is moving so fast. Look at how hard it is.
Oh!
Ignition.
That's the 13. They did it!
No.
How did they do this?
They did it on the first try.
How did they do that?
What? There's a fire at the bottom. It's on the chopsticks. Look, that side, it's not resting on the grid fins.
And the other, I think, is also fine.
We'll see if we can get a different angle here.
The fire is almost out.
Well, I hope it goes out.
How did this just happen?
No way! You gotta be kidding me.
Did I just scream?
Are we just? Is this?
No.
Is this for real?
Huh?
Okay, here's another angle. This is gonna be from the southern side.
It's a bit angled.
Hey. Look at that. There's a close-up of the fire. All right.
All right. It's not.
Alex, that looks like it's from the cutie area.
Yeah. And I sort of expected something like this. It is the first attempt. First attempts tend
Look,
to be
not
a
on the
bit more
grid fins there.
fiery.
Keep going.
yeah.
It's straight. It's actually on the landing pins.
Look at that. So this would be a little bit of a methane leak coming out. Those are the connections where they fill the ship, right? They put the propellants into the ship there down at the bottom. Looks like a leak is happening over there. Some things sort of cascading off the bottom there as well. Fire on that side as well.
How did
It
how
could
is
be the fire extinguisher system, as I called it earlier.
Yep.
The fire suppression system might be running here to be able
You
to
think
put
that's
out.
what's down at the bottom?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's probably what we're seeing here.
Yep.
Meanwhile, by the way,
Better
the
keep-
ship is in its trajectory. It has shut down its engines. It is right on trajectory. It is coasting in space.
Look
and
at
nominal
this.
insertion
Look
as well. It's right on target for that entry in the Indian
Like,
Ocean. Wow.
Flames are they're decreasing, then a little spurt comes out, then they're decreasing.
I'm getting closer to the point calling this good.
There's still ice on the bottom of it.
Yeah, you can see how much propellant
They're
is still
safe in the
left.
booster, by the way. Maybe if we
Okay.
can show the top of the booster or the top of the tanks. They are depressing. They are safe in the vehicle. That's good. That's what we want.
Yeah, I have to admit, I didn't see this coming.
I did. I said before the launch, if they do go for a catch, it's gonna hit that landing, and it did.
There's the top. Okay, there's the top, Alex. Look, it's
Yeah.
not on the grid fins. It's
They're
on the
saving it.
pin.
Look at that.
It's on the
They're
pins.
depressing. They have the vents open. They're now depressing the vehicle, saving it.
There's our bottom shot of the fire and the top shot.
And it's also good that they are safing it, because all of that means, the remaining propellant, the remaining boil off gets away from the vehicle, and so any potential
Sparks.
fires like we're seeing there can be put out by just removing the source of the fire, right? If there's
Alex,
some
you see the
methane,
sparks that are falling out of the bottom there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's sparks coming
those
from the
engines
engine
got through a
section.
very fiery re-entry and landing burn, so it's very
And
understandable.
now
Yeah.
imagine the value for an engineer to see these sparks and be like, I'm able to look at these engines. hopefully."
Look at that!
That's ridiculous.
The bottom of the thing is smoking right now.
Imagine being late to the stream and being like, "Oh, SpaceX is going fast. They're already stacking the next booster, right?"
When's it launching, y'all?
Yeah.
Like, well,
That's a cool
this is
stack.
10 minutes ago.
I'm sorry, by the way. I know we started to scream at some point during the
it's
landing.
fine.
But
It's fine. That fire looks so much better. It almost looks like it drips
Yeah.
down. There's actually venting coming out.
yeah, they're opening all the vents now to depressurize the vehicle because otherwise,
And save
I
it.
mean, what you're going to do, right?
Look at the views. This is the view from Trailer 2. Trailer's still alive.
Congratulations, trailer. You get another patch.
I'm going to start painting starships on the side of it. Like
Yeah,
an old
one
World
of-
War bomber or something.
One of the things to
Oh my God.
notice here
Look at the
is you might
OLM.
notice, the OLM is really good. I mean, obviously, it suffered 33 Raptor engines, maybe 3 as well later on, but so far so good. Boy, this is amazing.
So, as I saw these 13 engines, these 13 healthy engines, I was like, okay, already a success. And when it then approached the chopsticks, I was like, what? I expected an abort at some point.
Oh, there's the scratch plates. I wonder what the scratch plates look like. Oh, I can't wait till we see the other
Oh,
footage.
we will get.
You can
every
actually
single-
notice on
Yeah.
those scratch plates, as you mentioned, that
Yeah.
it went onto the chopsticks, but it doesn't need to be centered, right? Along the long axis, right, of those chopsticks. It is not centered. They are able to do that later with like little pins that are on the rail. Once they get to actually safing the booster. Priorities, right? First, save
Alex.
the booster, then adjust it.
The big cascade we see coming down the side there.
I'm mostly sure that is the fire suppression system probably being activated.
Okay. Just again, controlling that environment underneath the engines. If there's any leak in there, an engine that's got a crack or a line that's come loose or whatever might happen, you don't want methane to build up in there and create a flammable, hazardous environment, right? Hey, good luck ship going down range as well. But we're looking at
the ship in the orbit right now. Hey, by the way, guys.
What was that? Wait, we got to go back to that shot. Look
What?
at the still water in the reflection.
Oh, it's,
Was there part of a chine that was off or something there? I'm
Yeah.
not sure what the previous camera was. There.
yeah, that chine is
Yeah.
open.
I wonder if that was contact, or I wonder if that happened during the flyback.
See, it wasn't a success. They lost the chime.
Oh, jeez. Unplanned damage to the vehicle.
Yeah.
Jeez, do it again.
Pack it. That's over.
That is one of the things that I was actually going to bring up here, right?
Yeah.
We've seen this. This is the first time they actually catch the booster. For Falcon 9, if you go back, the first Falcon 9 landings on the barge, on the landing zones, they were all fiery. Like the bottom of the booster gets fiery. It's igniting engines. It's going through the atmosphere at incredible speeds, right? Of course, you're going to expect some fire. And look at that.
Look, it's on the pins, and the pins are on
It's
the
on the
rails.
pins.
That's absolutely.
You needed any more
ridiculous.
confirmation that it's on the pins? There you have it.
That was like the close-up tower view showing it caught by the pins.
So, how calm was the reaction on social media?
Oh, jeez. Oh, look, and here's the ship.
Very calm and very.
We still like. I know you're all already are through a roller coaster of emotions right now. I'm just saying we still have a re-entry of a new TPS in front of us.
Look at this.
I mean,
A little piece of ice. Goodbye, little piece of ice.
Goodbye. Good flight for you.
All right, see you later. At least it
Still
didn't look
1
like a mouse.
hour, or rather 50 minutes until that ship is on the ocean, on the Indian Ocean.
50, like
you know,
50, correct?
Yeah, 50, exactly. 50.
They got the drone out there flying.
One thing, once we go back to replays and whatnot, because I'm mostly sure that everybody in the back channels, you know, in the back are preparing those replays. Did it seem to you like that landing seemed easy?
Yeah, like I'm not
Steve
sitting here
came
like,
back.
yeah, it wasn't that hard, right, SpaceX?
Yeah.
It wasn't like, that was sketchy. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, it just worked. Like, the renders were right. Like, you look at the renders, you now look at this, and you're like, yeah, they said how it worked.
This.
And
Also, no hover.
There was no hover.
Unvalidated.
Everybody
I
was
said
telling me,
no
oh,
hover.
it'll be easy. It can hover. Oh, it'll hover in.
No hover
There was
needed.
no hover, right?
I will post the Alex and Das apology chart for everybody to fill out on Twitter.
We did a video like our SpaceX landing's accurate enough to catch the booster, and we did a bunch of analysis, looked at Falcon 9, and we said it was like a what was it? It was a 95% chance based on the Falcon 9 accuracy that they could get the booster in between the chopsticks. I mean, clearly that was correct. They made it look easy.
Yeah, I
Good
mean,
grief.
and the implications for the program as a whole and Artemis are ginormous of this, because already reaching the step of first stage reusability.
Yep. How many patches do we have left? We're going to shell out of patches because they actually caught this thing.
Yeah, I have to look at actually.
Check and see what percentage we have left on patches, because
Oh.
the patches are crazy.
My
Jack is here.
God.
Yeah, 50% fault.
The sonic booms, you guys. We've been saying this forever now, that the sonic booms were going to be amazing for this one, and they were amazing for this one. Oh my God, I knew they were coming, and still they shook they shook the Earth. And
Did they move your pants?
I don't know what. Yes, everything moved, Das. Everything. 100%. Everything moved. I had the booster nearly the entire way down. Only when it was obscured by its own exhaust cloud, I lost it. So, hooray, high-speed video of that. How beautiful was that? I don't know if we're going to get more beautiful launch conditions than that. What more can you ask for? And they just buttered that thing in there. It just slipped right in there like a glove. Like a glove.
We need to get all of these shots pulled, because we saw some things at Ascent, like how they looked, and I'm curious how that looked for the landing.
Yep.
I have some angles where I'm like, oh, I'm curious how they turned out.
Let us know if there's any metal print candidates there.
We are working
in the
on it.
hopper, folks.
We are working on it.
Yeah, that's another thing we do to commemorate these. We sell the patches, the commemorative sort of patch things. We do metal prints. We'll have all sorts of shots that you can put on your wall with high quality prints and stuff. Oh, good grief.
I'm working on one right now. I rented a 5D, an R5 Mark II for the launch, and I got some cool photos off of it. For some reason, they're showing up in Lightroom as corrupted. This is what I get for not using the R5 Mark II until just now. But I'm working on some shots from launch. Just stand by. I know Max is as well. I'm powering up some of our field infrastructure. Well, when I say I am, Dan is. Thank you, Dan.
Nice.
So that we can pull some rapid turn prints as well. So we are working on the imagery. We're getting it to you as fast as we possibly can. I'm shaking. I'm literally shaking.
You should be.
I mean, we're
shaking.
Yeah. That was I not in my wildest dreams would I mean, this is basically, besides that one little chime, a perfect landing.
We're in a hotel room halfway across the world and we're shaking over here.
Yeah, probably some people in this hotel were like, what is going on?
I thought when they were knocking on the door, they would tell us to be quiet. Like, sir,
yeah,
sir. We're like, no, there's a Starship launching.
Look at this. Look, they caught it.
Drag them in here and put toothpicks in their eyes and sit them in front of the stream so they can witness history happening.
Normally when you're in a hotel room, it's like noisy neighbors. There's like a kid running up and down the hallway. It's like, I don't care about any of that.
They're used to that.
We're the noisy neighbors today. We're the kids running up and down the hallway.
So for everybody at NSF, we now have a license for Flight 6 and a most likely no mishap investigation. So I propose Monday or Tuesday as the
Nagamura, don't jinx
beginning of
it.
Flight
This
6.
this is still a ship coming back down.
The ship has to come back down, yeah.
I'm so far, I have to say, I will continue to jinx it because I have been saying weird jinx stuff all stream, and so far, honestly, it's going well.
We have not.
It's going well. It's going so... Hey, is there anybody else in comms? Jack, go.
No, I don't want to talk over anybody. Let's get some more excitement in here. I just want to take a moment. Oh my God, they did it. They did it. Oh my God. All right, somebody else talk. I'm going to go scream for a while. Enjoy.
You're going to go scream. If you hear Jack going, "Rah!" in a microphone out at the river spot, that's what's going on.
I now imagine him just like standing there, like not even moving. It's just like arms down, like
staring at the sky.
Yep. No, staring at the booster that is hanging there.
I know Max and D over there on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel. They're probably processing images and downloading stuff from cards. If they check in as well, they will hopefully speak to us too. I don't know who else we might have here, but good grief. Everybody in chat saying they did it.
I mean, that's a very accurate description of what just happened.
Yep, they did it.
There were a lot of people doubting that, and I will gladly accept and admit that I was not expecting the success.
That thing just sitting there smoking on the launch pad. On the catch tower, I guess.
Sorry,
it's not on the launch pad. It's the catch tower.
So remember 2 or 3 years ago when the first idea came up and we were all like, nah, they're not. Yeah. We were wrong. We were wrong.
Look at that.
I am right now super happy.
Admit
about all
it.
this.
Chad, for everybody here. When they first announced that they want to try to catch the booster, who of you thought that's never going to happen? Like, admit it.
I think things are possible. I don't know that they were going to do it the first time. I really didn't expect it to happen the first time. I thought it might be an abort or something like that. But they're dialing it in. This is why they fire up these things. That's why they don't sit there and do it on a computer 18 bazillion times without ever actually getting ground truth, space truth, rocket truth. They do the rapid iteration. They make guest, test, and revise, basically. And that is what you get from it. You get the booster there hanging on the chopsticks, lightly smoking from the bottom.
I mean, if the worst thing that thing had was China had a bit of fire. That's just how we came back from space.
Can we reflect about that? Like, we have had in the history of a spaceflight only 2 rockets being landed propulsively, Falcon 9 and now Starship Super Heavy. Like, how crazy is that?
My
Who would have
beloved
thought
DTX.
that SpaceX will produce the first and the second rocket to successfully land from space doing propulsive landing? It's, I mean, or at least an orbital class booster. I'm not going to be forgetting about New Shepard, which, by the way, is they're launching, I think, the 27th flight. But still, it's quite an amazing feat for a single company.
I want to point that out in terms of things that don't get attention. If you think the ship right now is not getting attention, congratulations, New Shepard flying right now. Be like, hello.
This is gonna be, the meme where there's the kid in the pool and like one kid's being held up and then the other kid's like, and it's gonna be the ship over there getting no attention and it's gonna be the booster being held up by the chopsticks instead of the parent.
I think SpaceX Master Race will just steal that idea right now on the front page.
Somebody make that and tweet it at us, please. We're on the stream. We can't make it right now. But tweet it at NASASpaceflight.
We cannot open a meme maker right now.
So, I mean, the ship is continuing on. Look at the Earth in the background there. That is the flap.
Is that the legendary flap position?
Well,
I think there's a ship flap, right?
Yeah,
there's a ship.
Yeah, friendly reminder, Jack. Remember that thing that we went crazy over the last flight? That's upcoming.
Yep. And y'all, I know the production team is doing 18 bazillion different things right now. They're going to be working on replays. Apparently, they're working on putting cameras in boxes so we can see all sorts of stuff at the same time. We're going to have some social media posts. We've already got stuff that Mary Boca Chica gal caught out there. It's on X. We'll link that up. Hopefully, we'll show it here in a minute. An awful lot of things going on, but Chris is probably going to be linking some of those things into chat. So if you see a link come by, you want to click it. You may be able to see it there on X before we can show it to you here. What in tarnation?
Wow.
We can see him in the back channel. Y'all need to click these links.
Oh, boy.
Chris said he'll link them in chat when his hands stop shaking. Copy, Chris.
That's
completely understandable.
I think that's very fair. I think that's fair.
Y'all, hang out for just a minute. The ship is still coming in. The show is not over. The booster on the chopsticks, successfully caught, still smoking from the bottom as the ship continues its way around the planet. What are we, 50, 40 minutes?
23 minutes for the start of the entry. That entry is a nerve-wracking 15-minute trip through the atmosphere.
That was 23 minutes, you said, Alex? 23?
Yeah, 23. It is a T plus 48 minutes. And so, you do the math, 23 minutes from now, and then another 15 until it actually goes through that plasma phase. Another 2 minutes or so after the plasma phase, that'll be the landing burn at T plus 1 hour and 5 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I'm still trying to unpack this.
Unpack it.
It's not. It has not settled in that we are here now.
I have a question for chat, real quick. Chat, booster still hanging there, right? A little smoke coming out of the bottom. Ship is still flying. We got 23, 22 minutes until ship reaches entry interface, and we start to get that entry phase. Definitely going to show you that. Anybody want to see some replays?
Do you want to see replays?
I don't know. Ask
something
chat
happen?
if they want to see any
I like
replays.
I like them too.
I like replays.
If I would
tell me more.
If I would be in the booster team right now, by the way, I would try to race to be on the ground first before Starship.
Nice. If they can put the booster back down before Starship actually re-enters, I don't know that that's the plan.
I don't think it will happen. It would be funny. You're like first, but yeah, we have apparently some replays of this thing that just happened.
All right, stand by. Maybe just a minute. Oh, there was a swoosh.
Oh,
okay. So the replay is in the box on the lower right, and then everything else is live views of current situation,
which is kind of nice.
Yeah, that's actually really cool.
Look at that. I mean, that's already beautiful.
That's going to be from the North Beach site there.
Yeah, that's Beach 02.
Yeah, Beach 2. Nice. Look at this. The pressure wave gets to us.
You saw the pressure waves during the liftoff so clearly.
I want to come back and see if you can see it coming across the grass.
That was so clear. Oh, the sonic booms could also be visible on the grass.
Yep, that was CP11. This is D tracking, I think, for the hot stage there. Look, this is edited together, by the way.
How did you edit this
Edited
fast?
together the replay. There, the booster has separated from the ship. Look at that. There's the hot staging
I could see
ring.
the
that
hot
dot.
stage ring. Yeah.
Could you see it,
Yeah,
Jack?
the hot stage ring. Oh yeah, clear as day. There was like the booster coming back down and the hot stage ring following it. It was crazy.
Look,
Do you think they'll go and fish it out?
Ryan is saying now a gazillion landing replays.
A gazillion landing replays. Nice. It went into the cloud and then it came out of the clouds.
And look at the engines. How they were glowing.
Yep.
That reentry was spicy.
I don't know if we saw them cooling down. See, as they start to, like, the glow dims a little bit there?
Yeah.
You can see it in the footage that they're doing. And by the way, folks, these will get stabilized and stuff as well. This is just the raw footage right off the camera as fast as we can get it to you. There's still editing magic that can happen, but look at the blending burn.
I believe you can even see the sonic boom clearing the clouds.
I bet you can.
Maybe we can
And
go
it was
back
exactly
and
what
replay.
we said.
Look.
It's
Look at
going.
that.
It did. It entered in between the chopsticks. It didn't slide into the chopsticks. It entered into the chopsticks.
How did they do that?
It's so easy, right? It looks so easy.
And then you can see the engine shut down.
Look at that.
Yeah, why is not everybody doing that?
And now a bunch of these, by the way.
I'm fine with that. I can. I have room for 1 or 2 more.
Oh, look at this. We caught this one. I don't know what the second replay
I
is.
think this is me.
This is you. Look at this, Jack.
Oh, Jesus.
This is me.
The glowing engine
You can
section.
see the engines cooling down, and then they light again.
Wow.
It was hard to keep up with it. It was falling so fast.
Look at the outer ring of engines.
You can see him gimbal.
Yeah.
Look at him gimbal.
That's shut down.
Look at the
gimbal.
mock diamonds in there.
Look how they.
That
and there's
reminds me of the old SN5 and SN6 days.
Definitely in between the chopsticks there.
But you saw the QD ignite.
It almost looked like it made contact at the bottom.
Oh,
there.
that was close.
It really looked like it almost made. I want to see if that tower is scorched.
Yep, that's how I got. That's how I got a hook.
That was close.
I cannot stress this enough. Like a glove.
Like a glove.
Amazing track, Jack.
Like a flamey, smoky glove.
Oh, that's gonna be cool because
this is a fixed shot.
Ooh, look at that.
No way.
How is
That's got to be one of the.
I think
the sonic booms hit it.
Oh my! I think it touches the tower.
That's how powerful it is. That's
No,
how you know
it's
it was powerful.
If it doesn't touch the tower, it's like very close to it.
The ripped off or the damaged chine, it doesn't seem to be on the side of the tower, but gosh, it was close to the tower.
Yeah.
We have more angles.
I know. A gazillion, I was told.
Wow.
Side view didn't touch the tower, apparently?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how close it is.
Ooh,
Oh, is it going to just
no
come
way.
out of the blue sky?
You look at the end. The lift off plume is
The
still
plume hasn't even cleared. It just comes out of the sky.
Sorry, coming back.
Look at that! Look at the sonic boom!
Sonic boom! Wow!
Look!
Look at the cloud!
Yeah! Wow!
That looks like it's from the highway site. That's
ridiculous.
You saw it emanate from the bottom of the booster, and then you saw it travel across the clouds even.
How's this feel?
No. What is this?
Oh, that's trailer,
This
right?
is a camera.
Oh, look at the closing.
You can see them close. This is one of our
See, it
trailer
didn't touch it.
cameras.
It didn't touch
How
the
is this
tower.
footage that our camera shot? How is this? How is this footage that we brought into being today?
How is
With
it real,
everybody's
right?
support, with everybody's hard work, this is footage that we made that did not previously exist, and it's
Look at
real.
this.
I can't believe that's real.
That was the fixed shot of it coming in. We're gonna have another shot. Look, this is the tracking shot of it coming in.
Wow! Look at that!
This is a tracking camera mounted on the trailer. Let's
It's
see
like a
what we
meteor.
Is
get.
this the positioner?
Yeah,
Oh my
I don't
God!
think it's the positioner. The birds are like, nope, I'm out.
Good
This
job,
is the one that
Gage.
tanks in. Yeah, look, this is Gage, I think.
You see that preset? You see that preset
Yeah.
work there?
You
He
see that
did. He
preset
got it. He
bang?
got it.
Look at the
Look at that
fire
fire!
at the bottom.
My
Wow.
God!
That
I
was
just cannot get
Gage's
over the
track.
fact that this looks like it is like the 10th landing or the 20th
Yeah, right?
landing. But it's the first. Ooh! No way, we're gonna get this view now?
What is this view?
Oh, no
wow,
way.
look at that!
No way.
This is the north tracking camera.
That's
North Beach, baby! It's the new camera at North Beach.
You can
That's
see how
the
it first
giraffe
gimbals.
camera.
You can see how it first gimbals to the right to slow down, and then to the left to start to control itself.
And the ground effects, you can see when
My
the plume starts
God.
hitting the ground.
Yeah.
Look at that.
By the way, I hope you like.
Who was operating
God.
that? That was Matt Z. Matt Z, nice
Amazing.
job. We
Good
just
job, Matt
installed
Z.
that camera. That's why I carried that camera to Starbase in my carry-on bag a couple of days ago. And Dan and me put
I don't
it up on
even
top
want
of
to.
the
I don't even
tower.
want to talk
Jack-
about.
Jack
I
was
don't even want to
spotting
talk about
us.
what you had to do. Oh my God! It involved ratchet straps and a gin pole, and I don't even know, but we got it done before flight, you guys.
Jack was belaying that camera as we lifted it up the tower. Look at this. This is another one.
It looks like the
Yeah,
the render from SpaceX, remember?
It's not a render, though.
It
It's
does.
for real.
It's
We
real.
have
It's
even
for real.
more replays.
I like more replays.
By the way,
I
in the
like
live in the live views, the bottom of the booster is not smoking as much anymore. Everybody see that?
Yep, I think. Am I allowed to say it that they probably have?
It looks safe.
Is it? Do
to
we
me.
call this
Look at this.
successfully?
Is this from the outpost?
That
It
should be
looks like
outpost.
it,
Yes.
yeah.
Look at the cloud!
Look at the cloud! Oh my
What?
lord!
You can see 2 times.
Wow.
It goes like
Oh, no
once
way.
and then twice. Oh no.
That's...
Oh.
Now these are recording locally too. That's like a slow motion sort of thing.
Yeah, I am.
My God.
Yeah, I think I think NSF just had the day where we covered the best footage ever.
That's pretty cool.
I think this is up there somewhere in the top 3 maybe.
That's pretty cool.
Apparently,
Wow.
by the way, we have.
What are we supposed to do?
We have.
You can
you
see
know
the booster
where we said,
dangling a little
we had
bit.
nice liftoff shots.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we already set up for that, so I'm maybe throwing somebody under the bus here.
Oh, we better make sure Kevin's ready for it first.
Yeah, I don't want to make Kevin mad.
Yeah. Stand by. We've got the stills, the metal prints coming as well here. Look at that.
It's
So many different angles. And y'all, for some of the cameras, so the way that we work this, we send back what we call a broadcast quality feed, which is good enough for broadcast, right? But it's not the best quality. It's not the highest high quality. We have the cameras recording locally at higher frame rates and higher bit rates. So it takes us longer to pull those off of the cameras. But what you've seen so far is sort of the live stream views, and we have higher resolution, higher frame rate, things that we'll download, but it takes us a little time to get those. So those are all going to come out on all the socials. Follow us in all the different places, over on Facebook, on Threads, on wherever. Just follow us on all the different social media places. We'll put them on X. They'll be on YouTube. They'll be shorts. They'll be everything.
Yeah, I think there's a high chance. Somebody asked earlier, like, will there be a replay video of this on YouTube?
How many replay videos will there be?
Yeah, like the question is just how many. Like,
Can't even talk anymore.
When will you stop? It's like a machine like that just doesn't stop printing.
Yep. An update, Alex here. You can see the flap has moved a little bit, right, Alex?
Yeah, they are preparing for that entry. Should be in about 12 minutes from now. The ship is positioning itself for that. You can see the altitude is 171 kilometers right now. Obviously,
Yep.
it needs to drop a little bit more to get through re-entry, but of course, it is getting ready for that.
I'm looking.
I can't believe that. I can't believe it. It's just floating there effortlessly.
Yep. So we got a helicopter in the background as well. I hear helicopter noises.
Yeah,
One
sorry
thing that
about
I'm looking forward to is
I
them
feel-
opening the road.
Yeah, so you can go and get the footage. I wonder how much safing of the booster is going to happen. Like, are they going to set it down, or what's going to happen before they open that road? I feel like they should have put a big check mark on the booster here.
Yep,
Check.
done.
Check.
By the way, these sounds are not coming from the ship right now. Don't be irritated. There's no helicopter in space. Well, there's one on Mars.
There is one on Mars. That's true.
And in fact, we are being told in the back channel that cars are indeed back at the roadblock.
Look at this.
Ryan Webber also giving us some bit more info here. Booster 12 was the first booster that
I can't hear you. There's a helicopter landing.
What did he say? I can't hear you. There's a helicopter landing.
Look at that. right there next to our highway site.
Hope it drives off.
It's going to land on the road again. You just, drive down the road. I'm glad that roadwork sign was far enough away.
See, he never crossed the road.
Oh, yeah. He needs to fuel up.
I didn't realize we
folks.
turned highway into a avgas station.
We should put a tank there. We should offer that service to SpaceX.
Yeah, a big tank of AV gas and a big tank of root beer. I don't know.
Big tank of AV gas and big tank of root beer. Nice. Hey, I gotta say real quick.
Jack, is that you?
Well, that's the booster. That's not Jack.
Oh,
That
hey.
is the liftoff shot that you took, right, Jack? That's your shot?
Yeah, that's my shot. Sorry, I'm being told that the road is open. The road.
What?
Well, at least. Sorry. Let me rephrase that. The extended roadblock that goes to Richardson and Highway 4 has come down. I do not mean to say that the road is open to the beach. All I'm saying is that the fallback roadblock that we see, yeah, it sounds like the village and the production site at this point might now be open. But yeah, that was my shot. It didn't, honestly, I'm happy with it. I think it's really beautiful. Didn't quite pan out because the sonic booms moved the camera. It was supposed to be a composite of takeoff and landing. And I weighed the camera down with 3 cinder blocks, but it was on top of the container, and the container gets wet in the morning because of the dew. So basically, the entire tripod was able to scoot across the top of the container, and it messed up the framing.
Because of the sonic booms?
I don't have any. Yeah, I can show you the frame. Not right now because I'm choked for signal, but I can literally show you the image. The sonic boom happened during because the whole entire thing is blurry.
Wow.
But yeah, that's why that shot exists. That's what I was going for.
Nice.
That would also be a funny shot. Like the first one is like completely clear and then like wobble. Like sorry, sonic booms.
Sorry, sonic booms. Just leave it.
That's basically what it is.
I'm so nervous right now for that ship.
How's our timing looking here? How long until this re-entry phase begins?
Around 7.5 minutes from now.
All right. So 7.5 minutes, we're going to see the beginning of the re-entry phase, the second part of the doubleheader, triple header. I don't know. You got to launch, you got to catch. Now you're going to get Starship re-entry over the Indian Ocean. So a triple header here, starting in just about 6-7 minutes when we begin to see the plasma light show start to form around the outside of the ship. SpaceX is clapping.
Can I just say something out loud really quick?
Yes, Jack.
Yes,
of course.
I am going to stop recording on my camera that is focused on the booster right now. I think, maybe, knock on wood, we're past the point where it would have exploded. So I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop rolling that camera and accumulating terabytes of data. Wish me luck.
Just manifest it by pressing the record button and stopping the recording. It's cool.
Yep. And that there was no methane anymore that could ignite in the flare stack.
Everybody DM Adrian Spiders.
Don't do that. Please don't do that. It's been too good of a day. Hey, look, it's a retro mug. I didn't say that earlier. I saw somebody in chat saying, like, oh, y'all had a t-shirt of the game made already? It's like, no, we had a cool retro Starbase 8-bit video game design long ago, a couple years ago. And so Alicia was wearing that. It didn't have anything to do with the Catch a Starship game that came out, but it worked well.
Ship has departed Madagascar and
130.
is now Indian Ocean.
Nice.
That sounds like
130 kilometers.
This could, I mean, we are already way up there here where we are, but this could, like, if they get this ship all the way through re-entry, and they get it, by the way, launch, entry, landing, kind of fitting.
It makes sense, actually. Launch, entry, landing,
it's really
different order.
We should update that one.
Whoever
launch,
bought
entry,
that hoodie is, that's actually pretty clever.
like an update. Launch, entry, then landing is just the...
Like, change the order of it. Launch, landing, entry.
So, I mean, if they get this ship in a very good state all the way through a landing burn, that would have been, I think, almost as equally impressive. TPS is hard.
TPS is hard. We're going to see what happens. We continue to march towards that re-entry. Now, it happens over time. It's not like it hits a brick wall as soon as it hits the upper atmosphere or anything like that. It comes in very slowly. And you start to see some effects, and you'll start to see some, not really maneuvering, but you'll start to see the plasma glow start to form. All of that is still coming up here. Last time, that's what we were screaming about.
True. I have footage of me being very calm and collected about it.
I don't know.
Did anybody... Good question.
That's a good question. We got some cameras that we should spin around to look at other places.
There's land.
That is land.
Yeah, the Star Factory windows might be interesting.
If it went over Madagascar already, what land is that?
Could be like still maybe like another edge of where like no, that doesn't make
I
sense.
don't know. That's a big curvy coast.
Maybe Ryan lied us.
Maybe there's a erroneous call out early.
I see a sorry.
Yeah. There's land.
Mr. Map
was
Mr. Map
failed.
has, yeah. Shoutouts to Ryan, by the way. That like pre-launch coverage with all the maps was amazing.
Look at this. It's like a booster hanging there. What the heck's going on there? And then there's a helicopter fueling up on the side of the road. And then also a Starship in space over the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, that's also my evening.
What a good time.
I'm kind of glad. Kind of happy as a space fan.
Yeah, a little bit, Hey, real quick, during that entire thing, the countdown and all the excitement and everything, I saw so many red messages come through chat. People just super chatting obscene amounts. I saw some tips come in from the tips.nasaspaceflight.com. We weren't reading them out. We were so hyper focused on the count and the launch and then the catch and all of those sorts of things. If we didn't say thank you to you, please let me know, or please don't let me know. Please know that we appreciate every bit of support that y'all give us. And the reason that we can do this and the reason we can bring y'all this sort of, it's not even just views, it's like an experience. It's a freaking party where we're all hanging out here and we're just overjoyed to be able to share this with folks all over the world.
I love how it's like a inverted, like an almost a bell. Oh, plasma.
Oh, there's plasma.
It's like a bell curve.
Starting to see that entry.
Tell the SpaceX host, there's plasma. Look. Yes, those are cool details. But look at the plasma.
Look at the pink.
Look.
You have to look at the plasma.
It's like, no, this is when we talk about the heat tiles.
See, that's why we are not having a script.
I don't know. Sometimes we get off the script and we miss things too. It's fine.
No, that would never happen.
There we go. Yeah, full screen plasma. Little puffy clouds.
Oh, I love this color. So, ship now has to endure about 15 minutes of re-entry heating.
Wow.
And at the last time, just to recap that, the last time it got all the way, we saw the ignition and the landing burn. However, from what we can tell, the ship made it in a bit of a rough state.
Yep. Look at it glow. It's almost like a neon light, a neon sign sort of forming around the Starship. Those
Look
atoms
at
getting
all that
excited.
pink.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, top right, powered by Starlink.
Ah, yes.
91
That sound effect, not
kilometers.
just the helicopter. That's not the TPS.
It's the helicopter taking off again. Look at the shapes. It's like a watercolor. It's like a painting. It almost looks like a phoenix or some sort of like bird wing coming off of that. But the body of the ship is just plowing through the atmosphere. There's barely any atmosphere up there. It's 88 kilometers. If you were on a mountain that was 88 kilometers tall, you wouldn't have enough oxygen to breathe. You go up in a balloon and you're going to jump out in a Red Bull or something. The balloon didn't go that high. But you'd have to carry oxygen, right? Yeah. But the ship is going through the thin upper atmosphere so quickly. There's so much energy involved here that it's literally making the gases, the thin gases up there, glow like a neon light. That's plasma that you see right now.
Look at the speed. It's just starting to go down now. It's
Yep.
so far down the atmosphere that it's getting drag.
As altitude decreases, you get into thicker atmosphere. You're on top of the mountain. You can't breathe. The air is too thin. You don't have enough oxygen. You go down the mountain. You can breathe better, right? Same thing's happening here to the ship. As the altitude decreases, the air gets thicker. The air gets more dense. There's more air to push through. And the more air there is to plow through, the more the ship is going to slow down. And it's a feedback loop, right? Ship slows down, falls deeper in the atmosphere. The atmosphere's thicker, so the ship slows down more, which makes it fall deeper in the atmosphere, which makes the atmosphere thicker, which makes it slow down even more. And all this time, the heat is sort of soaking in to the system. It's sort of on the tiles there. They're super good insulators. They're rejecting a lot of it, but everything's heating up. Oh, there was a thing that just went by. Did you see that, Alex? Do you think that was a vent?
Yeah.
I saw something on the right-hand side of the screen. Maybe it came from the other side of the ship.
No idea. There's probably some vents going on as well. We sometimes see that.
Yeah. Look, you're starting to get differentiating layers in the plasma. You see that?
So insane how this looks. Oh.
Approaching peak heating, nominal trajectory.
Gotcha. 74 kilometers. Look at the speed. 74 kilometers. The atmosphere is getting more dense. You could tell your friends this. You could go back and you could explain what I'm explaining to you here, right? And look, the atmosphere gets thicker, so you slow down even faster. That speed is going to drop faster and faster the deeper it gets into the atmosphere. You don't have to tell them I told you. As long as you tell them to come watch the channel later. It's fine.
Now the key is
you
for...
just be smart.
Now the key is for those flaps to not get melty. This is the aft flap, by the way. I believe it is probably the one to the right. And you can see that because you can see the engine chill pipe on the right.
Gotcha. That's that little pipe that's sort of in the fold, the tuck of the flap there.
Heating. Let's go.
I believe you can...
Remains on a nominal entry trajectory.
Good news.
That was SpaceX.
Yeah, peak heating and on a nominal trajectory.
Looking good so far. Basically, we want to see this consistent, right? We want to see this without any parts. As calm
No
as it goes.
streaks of metal.
Also, look at the ship. Look at the ship at the bottom, because that always shows you the angle of attack. That's super interesting in this overlay, because you can always see what the current angle of attack is.
One thing that we also saw during Flight 4's re-entry is that it seems to hold altitude, not attitude, altitude, around this portion in the atmosphere. It looks like it's essentially using its body to keep a nearly constant altitude. It's still dropping, and you're probably going to see 69, 68, but it's pretty much nearly constant. And so it uses that, and it slows down in speed as well. We'll see. We'll see what's the outcome of all of this.
Yep.
Like, look at that. Like, that 69 kilometer altitude. I don't know if they did this on purpose, by the way. But it's holding. It's holding.
Like intentionally staying at this altitude as long as they can. Look, it's about to be 2420. There it was.
Basically, the angle of attack will go closer and closer and closer to horizontal. Because what they will do is they will lose more and more and more horizontal speed until they enter the belly flop, where they basically have almost no horizontal speed and more it's just vertical going down.
Yep.
And at that point, that's where they really are through it. So the angle of attack kind of shows you like how they slowly but surely going through this.
Yep. 51 minutes since the launch. Look at the iridescent colors over there.
I still am excited about that, because the first time we saw them, that confirmed for me a Starship that will fly for the 5th, 6th, 7th time will have these.
Interesting. Like the tip of a titanium exhaust on a Honda.
It's apparently, that was always suspected that we might get these on a reused Starship, kind of like how the Scorch is kind of the sign of a Falcon 9 that has been reused. It could be for Starship, that it gets more rainbowy.
Yep.
Which is quite amazing. Still,
I'm watching there. Like, there's sort of that leading edge that's a different color before you get to the iridescent colors.
It's still so calm.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird.
That is a little bit weird. Almost like it's turning the corner fast or something. I don't know. What do you think, Alex?
Heating phase of entry remains on a good trajectory.
Okay, halfway through the peak heating.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
I do wonder what's that white thing sort of coming through the flap. You see it there? What I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Which part?
Wow. Sort of like in the right hand side. Oh, now they changed the camera view.
Changed views.
But it was like some streak of white stuff.
Yeah.
One of the things that concerns me is that could, again,
look at that.
This is like complete theory. It could be the same thing that we saw the last time, and I don't want that to be the case, though. Ooh,
wow!
Look at that. That's from venting from the aft end.
They just lit up.
Yeah.
Like it reflected light off some vapors or venting or something like that, so we could see it better. I think, right?
And one of the things is that,
Yeah.
if they do in fact have a burn through for whatever reason, these cameras are perfect to look at that. You can also see that there's more tiles on the sort of like the gap. Engine chill has
Yep.
started, by the way, I just heard. So that's good for that landing burn.
I mean, at this point in the last flight, we already had heavy damage, right?
Yeah.
Like
We were
around this
getting
time,
there,
we were
yeah.
seeing streaks of
Yeah, at that point, you
things
remember,
going off.
like, at some point during this phase, we basically lost the cameras and they became just these brown blobs of dirt because they were just gone.
They were like slammed.
Yep. Absolutely. Oh, look how
I just realized that
even it
powered by
is.
Starlink thing is transparent. You could see the colors.
Look at that. Look at the rainbow colors. It looks beautiful. And they are... Is it just me, or does it go... like, the whole re-entry is kind of like a change from more purple to more an orange over time? Because at the beginning it's very purpley, and now it's starting to get very orange.
Yeah, I don't know. The iridescent colors just keep catching my eyes.
Oh, we're seeing
Another thing that I wonder, though,
sparks.
could also be that they may be using up the ablative material. You see some sparks there, right? On the right-hand
Yeah.
side. I do wonder if maybe on some portions there, they maybe lost a tile or two and they're using up the ablative material, which will produce sparks, right? That backup heat shield that they put on large portions of the ship.
And a bit more sparks here.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of sparks coming down. Almost looks like it's going in waves.
Could be maybe also that we see some ablatives here because of below the tiles there is some ablatives.
Yep.
So we maybe are seeing some of the tiles now, being carried by the ablatives.
We haven't seen any full tiles come off yet.
Yeah, a bit of.
It's now at 59 kilometers, and the speed has gone down substantially. We still have another 10 minutes until landing. More
has
like
gone
9,
down
but
substantially. It's going 18,000 kilometers per hour.
If you go,
it was going 27,000.
Yeah.
So
imagine
that's
telling that
important
police.
in context.
Yeah.
Imagine telling this police, officer, I slowed down substantially.
I slowed down substantially.
And you're still going 18,000 kilometers an hour. Like, cool. Amazing.
Right. Approaching maximum entry dynamic pressure.
Nice.
Okay.
Past the peak meeting. Max Q Part 2.
Look at that. You can see the rainbow so clearly.
Ooh, look at that.
Bit more.
We just have all the cameras now.
It's a 4-box. Or 3-pip. What would
It's
be
3-pip.
this? It's 3-pip.
They got
right?
that from SPL.
Yeah, they stole it.
They watch SPL and they're using the 3-pip.
Yeah, it looks a bit ablative there now, I think.
Mhm.
It's that's
Yeah.
definitely not the color of plasma.
I think they're using up some of that ablative material. Again, that is, precisely to keep this ship intact through reentry. That's the whole purpose.
I mean,
Yeah, when you see sort of the flares and stuff like that, that's a indication that it's not just the glow of the plasma. It's actually something. Flaring off probably isn't the right way to say, but
Look at the tip of the ad flap on the main big screen. Look at that.
Uh-huh.
It's glowing.
it is glowing. Yep.
wow.
Not just the plasma itself, like the actual material. It's glowing. You can see it.
The front tip. It's not the outer tip. Like the front tip where it connects to the ship is glowing.
15,000. They are now breaking quite rapidly. It's getting faster and faster.
Yeah.
And so far, it's kind of stable still.
It looks like a hot poker. Like there, where the flaps are. Yeah, there you can see it.
Yeah.
See where the flap sort of comes in and attaches to the ship, and there's that one point that is taking an awful lot of heating. If that was Kerbal, there'd be a little bar above it, and that bar would be getting taller and taller. Hotter and hotter. Does anybody even know what that means?
Yeah, I always have that on my parachutes because I put them too wide on the outside of the capsule. And then you really enter, all parachutes explode, and you're like, "Welp."
Same thing. That's why you should propulsively land, Adrian.
Ooh, look at that. Look at the top left.
Wow.
Some burn through.
That's burn through on the. Oh, there's the burn through.
But they almost are there. It's just 12,500.
And I believe SpaceX also confirmed that some places might have used up the ablative material as well.
Yep. You can see 2 places where it's really coming through, and once you get that coming through, it just gets worse and worse.
It's the same
Let's
flap
see if
as
it can
well.
live.
We are
Ship
back
29.
we are back to the little flap that could.
Yep.
You can
Sparks
do it,
coming
buddy.
through.
You can do it, buddy. I believe in you.
Those holes are going to get larger and larger.
But it's doing fine so far.
48 kilometers, 11,000 kilometers per hour.
It had a rough day. No coffee so far, but it's pulling through.
It's glowing. You don't see as much stuff coming through it. I don't want to jinx it, but every now and then we get a little spark shower. Definitely going to need even more
Just for
reinforcement
reference,
area.
this is still going 8 times the speed of sound. This is Mach 8. Like, it's still going fast. But as you can see, the plasma is slowly fading away.
Yep, it's not the
Yeah.
big plasma bumper anymore.
I think they might be through the worst.
I mean, 9,000 kilometers per hour, 44 kilometers up.
I mean, this looks definitely way better than the last time they were at this point, because the last time we didn't actually get any views anymore besides some light. And we're
Look
like,
at
oh,
the
they
main view. Look at that.
Look,
All those glowing
getting
tiles.
orange to the back now.
Maximum
On the
entry
two-
dynamic pressure remains on a good trajectory.
Still going.
Maximum dynamic pressure.
7,700 kilometers an hour, almost there.
This is the speed that the booster was coming
Wow.
down, by the way, for our landing.
Well, look at the blue. There's a sparks that just came. I still haven't seen any full tiles come off. Have you?
But you see some, look, you can see some glowing on the far
I
side.
do
On
see-
the back.
Yeah, I did see some tiles breaking off.
You did see some tiles? Okay, I didn't see them.
Yeah, and some
A
chunks
lot of
stuff.
sparks coming out of the back, though.
Yeah. At least it's a lot better.
They're curing.
4.5. Mach
Now the
4.5.
4 flaps are
Let's see if the flaps are still functional.
Absolutely.
A little tough there.
And also, of course, of the steering and electrical, everything works, because can they ignite these Raptors?
Yep. There was an awful lot of sparks coming out of the back, and we did see the burn through sort of damage on that one flap. Now, the previous one held on all the way down with seemingly far less damage than we can see here, right? We don't even have chunks of ablative material hitting the camera lens, right? Or camera
Yeah.
housing or whatever.
I mean, so far, this is going quite well.
Look at the altitude and the
Yep.
attitude as well of the ship on that graphic.
3
Under
kilometers up.
3,000. Yeah.
Now, we may not see a lot here, huh?
Mach 2.
Yeah. I mean, they at that point they will now enter really the belly flop phase.
Yeah.
Because you can now see the ship starting to pitch forward and going into this belly flop horizontal
Mach 2
position.
remains on a good trajectory.
There we
all
go.
right. Great news.
Confirmation of Mach 2. Good trajectory.
Is that a flap moving?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's movement of a flap.
Some IR cameras or something here.
I mean, you say that and then they turn them on.
You know? You can see the flap moving.
Which is
Should
good.
be transonic about now, I think. Yep, transonic.
There it is. So at this
Nice.
20 kilometers to go. And
Look
now
at the
you can
attitude.
see you can now see how low that speed is with that glide. Because this thing will now go so slow.
It's the thick atmosphere down here.
Yep.
Like it's a skyscraper with little stubby wings falling out of the sky.
And like an enormous surface area.
Subsonic and belly flop.
It is in belly flop. You can see the icon there is sort of flat. The Starship picture there on the right hand side of the clock.
I do wonder what this light is. Is it like
I
the
don't know.
moon? Do they have a light on the ship?
Yeah, I don't know.
Could
The
almost.
flap is still there,
Ooh,
though.
look at that.
Look at it move.
Oh yeah, you can now see the aerodynamic fire, like the glide fire phase.
Yep. Big moves from the flap
10
there.
kilometers.
It's incredible.
This is true tank
Oh.
watching right now.
This is incredible that they get to this point once again.
If anybody came in and they were like, "What are you watching?" and you tried to explain it to them, but you know, chat, you've been here the whole time.
Yep, you're informed. And we are
we-
at 7 kilometers.
1 minute for that landing burn.
All
Look
right.
at that. The speed is going down to 460 kilometers an hour.
6 kilometers up, down at 450.
That's low.
I wish we could see it though. Like,
Ryan in the back channel saying, hopefully they're clear to land.
Says altitude remains on target.
There we go.
400
We'll be outward to go around.
Five to go. Coming up soon. Landing burn.
Three kilometers. Look how slow. It's going like 100 meters per second.
Kilometers away.
yep.
Starship is on target. Approaching landing burn startup.
Is on target.
So keep an eye on the
Let's see
bottom
what
right-hand
happens.
side of your screen as well. That will be the indicator when the Raptor engines ignite, if we are unable to see that illumination ourselves.
Landing burn startup.
Ooh, look at that.
Here's the reflection of that landing burn.
Wow!
Look at that.
Oh, a bit of a movement.
Is that the water?
Yep. And that's a splashdown.
That looked like a splashdown to me.
Yeah.
No way!
Both vehicles of this Starship flight have now made
Look
it
at that.
back to
Is
Earth.
it gonna fall over and explode at the buoy?
Yep.
Yes!
It exploded!
Buoy cam!
This is from the buoy, so it got on target.
Successful landing.
Wonderful. I love that they cheer. Yeah, I'm sorry for jinxing that.
I'm glad they showed it.
Oh, it's still
Oh,
going.
there's more.
It's still burning.
There's still some methane in there.
Yeah, we can confirm that.
It's
that
just a little
ship will
crispy.
not
It's still
be
good.
used.
It's
Look
still
at
good.
Having completed its mission, the Starship sleeps with the fishes tonight.
And NSF can cancel the ship rental for that region now.
Is that
You
is
can
that
see
a
a little bit
giant
of it
chunk
still
of the
floating.
tank section and some of the transfer tube in the header tank?
know
What are
that
we
is.
looking at here?
Out the side.
I don't know, but it's probably
It
most.
looks like the
That
thing
looks
from the
like-
Mars attacks.
It honestly looks
the
like
most-
the bottom portion, like the common dome and down, except the common dome is blown off. It looks like there's
that is,
part
I
of the
think,
transfer tube and
from the
landing.
header tank.
Yeah, that's what it
it's
looks like. That's
yeah.
insane.
Wow!
It's also an expensive bonfire.
It's expensive, but it looks like that it was War of the Worlds. I was thinking, it looks like the thing from War of the Worlds. Hey, it's Dan. What's up, Dan? Dan's cool. Dan always helps us out at Starbase. He's a good guy. And the booster's still there, by the way.
Yeah, so both vehicles at least touch down in some shape or form on Earth.
Oh my
Of
god!
course, the ship was never meant to survive that splashdown, right? Because it tips over, it hits the ocean, and
I'm
so,
gonna.
Easier to clean up. Hey, we promised. We did promise. Go, Adrian.
Yeah, we have. I mean, what can I say?
The catch me if you can.
Would you like to have this on your wall, maybe?
It's like it's just a launch played backwards. Wait, what?
where's the
Where's
second
the
stage?
top of the rocket? It's missing a starship up there, folks. That's one of the metal. Apparently, Kevin
Is that one from Max? I think that one's from Max.
Yep, and
Is that
that's
from Max?
That the first one is from Max, and that's from Jack.
Max and
Hi.
Jack. Hi, Jack.
Fun
The
moment
fla-
to mention that the photographer who made the image gets a portion of the sale. So I know
Yes.
Max spent a bunch of money and rented gear. I spent a bunch of money and rented gear. So every little bit counts, and every print purchase is greatly appreciated, because not only are you doing us as artists the highest possible honor of putting our work on the wall, which is truly an honor, but you're also helping us to defray some of these costs that we incur, because sometimes if we want to try something extra special, you got to rent some gear or go the extra mile, and every little bit helps. So the Max absolutely killed it with that. Can we go look at Max? No, mine's Booster. Okay, yeah, who cares? Max got the context. Let's look at Max's.
Yeah, let's look at that for Max one more time. It's available as metal print, but also if you like posters more. Maybe some people prefer paper posters.
That was a thing. Like the metal prints, they're super nice, right? They're printed. They're metal prints. They're printed on metal. No kidding, right? It's like a foam core metal with metal on both sides. They're like super solid. They're more expensive because they're nice.
Yeah.
But some people were like, hey, I'd really want something like that on my wall, but I can't put a whole metal print on the wall. So we ran the numbers, we figured out a way to do it, and you can also get them in regular posters. So you frame them yourself, just tack it to the wall with thumbtacks. Like, we wanted to make it so more people could enjoy that. We don't just want to sell metal prints are $500 each. Like, that's not what it's like.
And there's also I'm so glad that they did the catch now on this flight. I feel so validated.
The patches are evaporating. They explained this earlier, but when we order the patches, we get these custom made, right? This isn't like you place your order and then it gets embroidered together and they custom make you one patch at a time. We order these in lots of thousands of patches, and they disappear very quickly, and then it doesn't make sense for us to try and go back and buy more, right? Like, the goal is to sell them out. We're not going to keep them forever and build a house out of them or anything. But those are the patches.
No, you said we could build a house out of them.
but to underline what Das said, they're really flying away.
They're evaporating.
I'm not saying this to really need to
oh my gosh,
to order
wow.
them, but I'm to word it like this. If the last 2 hours continue like they continue, we will run out of patches.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, it's all different ways that y'all can support what we do. Like I said, we don't have like a huge media company or anything like that behind us forking over millions of dollars for us to play with this stuff. Like, we never, when we started this, even thought that we could afford most of the cameras that we have out there. We bought like little cameras and we're like, I don't know, this is good enough. Let's see if they work, right? And the cameras that you see on the screen now, there was a time where we still buy them from eBay, honestly. I get them from like used consignment auctions because we don't pay full price for them. I'd rather get 3 cameras for the price of one as opposed to paying full price for a camera. I still try to be frugal with the money, right? But there was a time where we couldn't even make purchases like that. We couldn't do things like this. We couldn't put out this sort of gear because we hadn't gotten there yet.
Yeah, I mean,
and y'all keep showing up.
For you photography nerds out there, when we started all this, I wasn't even shooting a full frame camera.
Yep. Oh, wow.
Like, how far we've come. With all of y'all's support, how far we've come. And also, SpaceX, how did they make that look so easy?
Yeah, like
the trailer is a welding trailer. We picked up an old welding trailer for a couple $100. It was rusted all to heck. It needed tons of work. We had to grind a bunch of stuff off of it. We didn't go out and buy here's a pre-built trailer with a crank-up mast for $10,000. We literally bought, I think it was like $250 or $300, and we bought this welding trailer and we built it into a solar-powered camera trailer ourselves. Days and days and weeks of work out there. Andrew's welding stuff, Dan is wiring electrical stuff, and we make this thing from like bare components and things that it was never supposed to be. And the shots you saw of it coming back, the close-in shots, literally because we bought a used beat-up welding trailer and made it into a portable off-the-grid camera uplink trailer. It really is cool.
Yeah. I think it's also cool because it's like ours, right? Like, it was made by us.
Yeah. Well, it was definitely made by us, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
It also works better if you turn the breaker on before the launch happens. Like, if you turn off the breaker before, like, when you're dragging the trailer down the road, it really does help if you turn the breaker back on. A true story from earlier today. Maybe we'll tell you one day, chat. If you sub to the channel on a flame trench one day, maybe that story will come all the way out.
I mean, every time I look over right now, I see this.
Yep.
Like, how am I see? How?
Hey, they need a ship on the other one. So here's a good question. There is a booster that's been caught by the chopsticks, right?
Yes.
What changes are we going to see for the chopsticks on the other tower?
They're shorter.
They're shorter. Did they need to be?
I think I wonder if they at this point they might just make them shorter because they feel more confident making them shorter.
Yeah,
I think that's more maybe the direction because SpaceX has. I mean,
they
the
have
famous
the
quote,
precision for it. Yeah,
the best part is no part.
Yep.
But also, we were talking earlier, way back in the stakeout stream, that those chopsticks are too long, the original ones, right? They don't use, even for the catch, as you can see now on your screen, they don't even use the tip of those arms, right, for the catch.
Yep.
In fact, the booster is sort of skewed more towards the tower than towards the end of the chopstick. So they don't use that for the landing at all. And don't use that for the lift. So why should it be there, right?
We have a replay coming up. By the way, our trailer is near that little hopper. See hopper over there? The trailer's like parked in the corner of that little parking lot. I think we have a replay coming up. There's the whoosh.
So that's the production side.
Oh, the bottom right box is the production site during the catch.
I think we maybe look at clouds, right?
I don't know. What are we supposed to look at here?
Oh,
maybe that. Maybe that.
Okay. Surprise.
I have an idea what we are looking at.
This is why I said the sonic booms and the sound surprises you, right? Like all of a sudden.
I love how nobody told us that we were looking for that. It was just like camera shaking. Oh, that.
Oh, there it is. There's the problem. It's still shaking too.
And that's the shutdown, I guess.
Oh, the Air Force.
All the birds
going through. They're flying towards the booster now.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like, oh gosh, they're
Maybe
leaving. They'll never come back again. Like, they're literally flying towards the booster.
So,
the birds are
what are
probably
you
like,
going to do
oh,
with that booster?
Oh.
What's that's booster's fate?
Oh. If I know SpaceX is going to scrap it and we're all going to scream about it, but they are not going to fly it again, Alex.
Send it back to the production side, get as much data out of it, put it back on the pad, and fire the engines. Man, if they did that.
Look at the history shot.
Yep.
We go from Hopper, that literally was a water tower built by water tower people with an engine on the bottom and those huge beefy legs, right? That did the first hops and survived. And now we've come all the way to the booster caught on the massive tower and the Starship on the other side of the planet.
And they're really getting close to, like, getting this launch section at least closer to Artemis readiness. Like, they still have a lot of things to do. The TPS still needs some work.
They do need, yep.
Absolutely. They still need to figure out orbital refueling.
Yep.
That's
you see
another big step that we will see. But the list is getting shorter. The list is starting to get shorter, and these lists needs to be completed before humans are returning back to the moon.
Yep.
So
I'm starting to not believe SpaceX when they say that they need to fly in order to get data. Like, what?
Yeah.
Look, you did it the first time. Like, seriously? I thought you'd have to try to catch like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, apparently they already had it done. They just want to validate.
They're
like,
just validating it.
We feel like 99% confident. We just need like run this simulation.
Oh, in the big physics engine, right?
Yeah, the one that has the best physics. Like everything is probably coded. Everything, yeah.
Apparently, my wife is watching the stream, and she said, "I'm fairly sure I could build a house out of patches. I have a lot of patches at home. They need to be dusted, probably." I think we've got some more things to talk about.
Yeah.
We always try to do cool stuff with these streams. A lot of us came from STEM backgrounds or STEM outreach backgrounds or both, right? And so we've worked with a couple different. We've worked with high school students, and they had some experiments out. We had a little bit of video that we were going to play earlier about this, but we didn't have the time. We've got some high frame rate slow motion from the hotel coming up as well. But first, I think we've got a little bit of information about these sensors that the students put together and deployed around at multiple sites around Starbase. Now, the students are going to get the information from this and report back to us. But let's see if we can hear from the students real quick.
Hi everyone, I'm Tanvi. I'm a senior from Hebron High School, and I'll be working with Dr. Holly this year to collect data from Starbase's Flight 5 for the second Starbase Science Fair. I helped out last year to create a homemade anemometer that would be tested at SpaceX's launch site that promoted educational accessibility. This year, we're taking it a step up and using these PASCO-sponsored weather sensors to collect data. These sensors have an onboard GPS system and a fan to collect wind speed and direction. They also have extra technology to collect barometric pressure, temperature, and humidity for the launch. We often use these types of sensors to collect data and conduct labs in class, but this year we're applying it to a really exciting, different environment. To start putting the sensors together, all we have to do is open up the tripod and start screwing on the first attachment. Then we took the wireless weather sensor, attached the dowel rod, and then the tail. Then we just had to slide on the sensor apparatus onto our stand. If you look closely, the friction on our rotating axle and on the fan is super low, which will serve great to collect data on wind speed and wind direction. Over the past few weeks, we've been testing these sensors' functionality by taking them home and collecting data overnight. We've gotten some really consistent results. Overall, we're super excited to get data at the launch coming up and get some interesting insights on the booster return as well. Thank you for watching. Hi everyone, I'm Tanvi.
Oh, we're playing it again. No, we're good.
I mean,
how cool is that, Adrian?
I think I would be excited as a student if I had the opportunity to test my theories, my experiments on an actual rocket.
Yep.
So I think that's just real cool thing. But of course, the stars of this are the students that are participating in it and actually doing these. So very amazing.
Think about it, where it's like, oh, you make your science experiment and you put it out on the football field, or you put it in your backyard, or something like that. And we try to take that to the next level. And with all of the different spots we have around, we have our properties around Starbase. We gave them permission to put the PASCO-sponsored sensors there. With the barometric pressure is going to be very interesting, by the way. Around some of the spots, they'll recover the data, and then they're going to do a report on it. And they'll say, oh, here's what happened during the launch and catch of the largest rocket people have ever made. Just another cool way to sort of outreach and hopefully get some more people here on commentary with us one day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I always feel like having people with the actual background in a certain STEM fields, for example, is amazing, because they just have knowledge that if you're just doing this as a like commentator, sometimes you don't have.
Yep. You got it.
It's still hanging down.
It's still up there.
It's
just in case.
Yeah, by the way,
case you knew.
quickly pointing out, it's still there.
We almost need this as a metal print.
Yeah, wait, this happened.
The trailer 1 metal print here. I think this might be trailer 2.
Is this the moment where we finally get a metal print out of a camera of remoting assets?
Put that photo on a shirt. Nice. I wish it could go a little bit wider. Like if it goes a little bit wider. Yeah. And usually these cameras don't pass the DPI quality for prints.
Yeah, that's always the thing when people are like sending us cool shots. I'm like, oh, I want this, and it's a metal print. I'm like, yeah, but it's too low for DPI.
A little grainy.
And imagine this now 40 centimeter wide on your wall.
Look at this.
Yeah, by the way, the booster's just hanging there.
This should be a metal print almost.
It looks like the physics engine has glitched.
It's like the content. Yeah, what is this? A still from? There's no flames underneath it. Was it taking off?
I was like, what's happening? It looks like Yeah, so apparently rewinding 1 hour and 25 minutes, starships can fly and land.
Yeah, right.
Now, we are also going to keep up with how they secure this thing.
Yep.
So what are the chopsticks going to do? Are they going to swing over to the side? Are they going to put it down? Are we looking for a transport stand? Or what's going to happen next? The show doesn't stop, or the coverage doesn't stop with this, right? we have Starbase Live, our 24/7 stream out there at Starbase. Literally, most of the cameras that we had online for this launch stay online 24/7, 365, as long as we get out there and clean the lenses enough.
The transport stand for this booster is at the Rocket Garden.
Aha!
Yeah, we need to look out for that rolling to the launch site.
Gotcha.
I mean, in theory, they could also place it on the OLM directly.
Alex, is there any capability you think that they could actually get it onto the OLM, or is this very much a transport stand where they can be more flexible about how they move it around?
Yeah, we talked about this before the launch, that there's like 2 guiding pins on the OLM that you use to carefully place it in the OLM. However, if they don't care about carefully placing it on the OLM, they could, in theory, just brute force it.
It'd be a shame to put it down. You go ahead.
Yeah, there are 20 clamps that hold down the booster, right? And so it's very complicated to approach with those arms and those clamps and then grab onto it if it's not properly in the right location, right? But they could, in theory, just brute force it. Do I think they will do that? I don't think so. I think we're going to see that transport stand being moved to the launch site, and then booster 12 being, I cannot believe I'm saying this, being put on the transport stand after landing from this flight. It's amazing.
Not a usual thing.
Like every warning sign, every guiding pin has a story. And this one has a story that they tried it once without it, and then they had a dented Raptor.
For those that are following the Falcon program, which is the other reusable rocket right now flying, they need like cranes and a special jig and everything. They don't need any of this here. Just roll the transport stand, put it on the stand, and roll it back to the production site. Like
like align
the
it,
procedures. Right? Yeah, right. We were talking about how easy it is to put together the rocket on the pad. Like, you just use the chopsticks, no big crane and guide ropes and whatnot. And the same thing for after the landing, right? You don't need any special cap for the booster or anything to lift it with a crane and people around and everything, or folding landing legs, right? There are no landing legs here.
Oh boy. We're coming up on the time where it's like,
yeah, the adrenaline is starting to wear off a bit.
It is starting to wear off just a little bit. Look at that. There's the OLM. How scorchy does it look? The door is still on it, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, on the left side, I'm wondering about the tower a bit. That will be some close-up shots we'll probably get from our photographers the next 2 days. That's going to be rather interesting to see if they scorch the tower maybe a bit. But I think overall,
look at all the dragonflies.
I really think
look at all of them. The rocket just took off, and the dragonflies are just all flying around.
They don't care.
It's like whatever.
They're like, that was loud, but whatever.
All right. Anyway, sorry.
No problem. But no problem. No problem. But I think with looking at this right now, if another flight this year, it doesn't seem unlikely.
I mean, it's possible.
I mean, they have what, like 2.5 more months?
Can we not keep jinxing things?
I mean, so far, but
now it's going to happen like in April 2025.
Whatever.
I think it only happens in April 2025 if they skip to V2. If they are like, "Yup, that's it."
Yeah.
There we go. I saw the meme that we proposed earlier. It's now May.
Thanks, Jellybean.
I do wonder, though, with that spicy reentry of Ship 30, excuse me, are we going to see them even to do that with 31, or just go straight to version 2 or block 2? Because the flaps are not directly in the plasma interface. Like, it's more leeward, so they are more protected. I do wonder if they're just going to say, you know what? Whatever. We'll just go straight to block 2. We'll see.
Oh boy.
Wow.
That's what part of the stream we're at. We're at the oh boy part of the stream.
Like, definitely labeled. It's crazy.
Oh, let me see if I can't scroll back through here and see if I've got. I actually need to plug my phone in, it looks like. Oh, did anybody film their friends getting surprised by the sonic booms? If anybody was out there and set up a camera to film their friends or themselves being surprised by the sonic booms, I'm still looking for those in that Twitter thread that I started. That's a thing. Yeah, Stuart Young agrees. Just straight to ship 33. Nice. How many sonic booms was that? I don't know if we have jack and comms.
We heard a lot of engines.
We
over
heard
the
a
sonic
lot,
beams.
but I don't know what what the distinct count for the people there on the ground.
Yeah, I think we need a person that, because we only heard engine at some point, and then of course us screaming. I think there was some screaming involved. I'm not sure. I actually don't remember what happened.
Yeah.
I sometimes have that, especially in these very exciting streams. I have to look at the stream and after the stream, so I actually see what I did, because you're like getting into this hype mode, right? And at some point you're like, I don't know what happened.
I like this message from Tennessee Ferry. The only true RTLS. It literally came right back to the actual launch site, not a pad next to the launch site, kilometers away from the launch site. Like, this is where it took off from.
Yeah, it's very close. Very, very close. I mean, to be fair, the only RTLS...
is that a knitted blanket? Ah, that is a blanket. I hadn't seen anybody get a blanket yet.
Yeah, I love them. We have our Christmas collections, by the way, up, and it's just up because they tend to take a bit to shipping. And
they do take some time to ship, yeah.
Because they are actually knitted, which is amazing. I love them. I honestly love the product.
Ooh, this is a good question. Low Crawl asks, when's the compilation video from Hopper to Flight 5, IFT 5 landing? That's a thing. We'll get the editors right on it after they sleep for like 3 days.
I think there's a good chance that one editor will probably make a highlight video today.
Yeah.
And then everybody sleeps.
And then everybody will sleep, yeah.
Then we.
Oh, Alex.
I'm curious. Are we going to get a desk planer? Not a desk planer, but like a play-by-play of all the things that happen. Of like,
what do you want me to say?
This different. I don't know.
I mean,
we had tons of renders
hot
from
screen
SpaceX,
right
but now we're seeing the actual real thing, right? How did it differ? Like, I don't know. There's a ton of ways you could.
Busy the next week and a half, though, is the problem.
I wonder why.
Phrase of the stream. Look at that. Nice. Hey, Alan P., first super chat on a live stream. Thank you, Alan P. There was a question. Okay, Alex, this is for you. Ooh. Is this now booster 12-2?
Yes. I guess so, right? We should ask SpaceX, like send Dan an email and say, hey, how should we call it, right? But I should say this was SpaceX's 353rd booster landing, the first one with super heavy. It was also the 365th landing attempt as well of any SpaceX booster. I just want to have fun with all of my spreadsheets. Everybody that, whoever is following me on X, I've been posting like, yes, I was able to update my spreadsheet, and it now says that it landed on the pad. It's really amazing to be able to keep track of all of this, and finally I'm using up all these spreadsheets for Starship.
Yeah, I'm still need to process this a bit. I'm looking forward to all the replays because and shout outs to every other content creator that probably will. So I saw I think John Krause is probably in the area, so I expect some very, very crazy things from him.
Yep.
There's of course so many other content creators in that area that will have amazing shots, amazing videos, and the next few weeks will just be probably a train of amazing footage that is coming our way.
Yeah, you just got to keep looking out. Follow things on social. Follow us on social. We retweet all the things from the other cool creators and stuff like that. So
absolutely insane.
Did we actually sell out of the other patches?
Yeah, the patch 1. So
the Flight 1 patches
at some point
disappeared.
And at some point, chat decided to obliterate our patch stock. Patch 1 is gone. Patch 2 is
oh my gosh.
Patch 5 is it's like I'm refreshing, and it
goes down down like 20 every time you refresh.
Yeah, I'm like refreshing right now. I'm not even joking. this is gone in minutes at this point.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Like you're all crazy, and to point this out again, this is the reason. This is one of the reasons why we can do things like pointing 40 cameras at a booster and having different angles and having multiple people in the field at different locations. It's not us like trying to just sell you a product here. We actually, it helps us support all of this, and thanks everybody for doing that. Because if you wouldn't help us, watch us, and support us, we wouldn't have these shots. And I think today was one of the days where NSF certainly delivered on footage, to word it like that. Whew. Yeah, we have we are getting some celebrations on social media. We have a statement from Bill Nelson here saying congratulations to SpaceX on its successful booster catch and 5th Starship flight test today. As we prepare to go back to the moon under Artemis, continued testing will prepare us for the bold missions that lie ahead, including the South Pole region of the moon and then Mars. So, yeah, Bill Nelson also chiming in, of course, very important for him and for the Artemis program that this today worked as it did.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk also replying to that with a quick thank you. So,
of course,
I think I even saw David Lim, CEO of Blue Origin.
From Blue Origin, yeah.
I think I saw congratulations from that as well. So, yeah, it seems like everybody is kind of like stunned.
Might I say I'm glad that all the fires are out and the smoke seems to have stopped to come off the bottom of the booster there.
Yeah, it's really in a safe state right now. I'm getting the illusion that it's something that moves.
Yeah,
it's not moving yet, I think, but
we did get a comment from Roger, one of the folks out there in the field who helps coordinate all of our SBL folks, that the sonic booms were very loud, but they weren't sure on the count. Like, you felt them, they were forceful, but the way they came in, it wasn't really clear, possible to determine, was it one boom, was it two booms, was it pop, 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 was it pop, pop? Like, how did the booms actually happen?
I think you saw, so the weird thing is to see two shockwaves. Because if the cloud footage we have seen earlier, they move first and then they move a second time.
Yeah.
So I think what we see is like two very delayed sonic booms.
I can't get over those clouds where we saw the clouds be affected by the shockwave coming off the booster.
Absolutely insane. This will be a moment where I'm just probably taking like a 30-minute somewhere and I just open the replay video.
Just watch the replay
I just
videos.
go through it. Like, I sometimes just love to go like frame by frame. Because in frames you can see, I'm. You attacked with that. I'm
something very special. I've been told we have something very special, and when I say I've been told, I mean I read it in Discord,
and we were caps locked.
It was all caps. It says something very special. Let's see what we have that's very special. I'm waiting for the.
Okay. Very special.
We are not getting it until,
it's very special.
So, Chad, apparently, we are not getting this until we hype this more. So, we need some hype for this.
Apparently, we're not excited enough that something very special is coming.
We have not even been told what it is. Like, I'm not even joking. I don't know.
I'm not even. What are you supposed to do? Just hype into chat?
Yeah, apparently, Chad is doing that.
I guess that's what chat's doing.
There you go.
Look at that.
Wow. Look at how the arm swings out.
Wow. That's from the beach.
Yep. Oh, no.
Look at this.
Whoa.
That's close in from the beach. The arm swing.
Look at the blue.
What?
Look at the blue.
No. You can see the sonic boot, like the shockwaves going backwards.
That's, oh my god. Okay, yeah, that is very special.
Wait, there's probably going to be more coming from this.
The catch. Look at the catch.
Oh my god.
Look how easy it looks like.
Look.
Yeah,
it looks like a render.
Parked.
It's like, can you quick park my booster? Yeah, sure.
What? There might even be one more of these. Hang on, let's see what comes up next. Let's see what the deal is. Can we play those again, please? Do we have to type hype like another 100 times, or what do we have to do to play those again? Can we do that?
I think, yeah, chat, can we spam like a bit more hype? Well, you want to see that again? And by the way, two-man launch, there's still other footage being edited in the background.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be footage being edited on this stuff for who knows how long.
Yeah, like, that's a problem. Like, after the launch, now everybody wants to edit their footage, and they're not sleeping because of that.
They're not talking to us either.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin, seriously? I'm too tired. I just want to see it again.
We need more hype.
Thing...
I'm sorry.
What
we need more
does
hype.
that even mean? We'll go to the hype shop and get you some hype.
we need all the hype. Because
I
this
don't know
was very
how much
hard to
that
get.
is.
He's drunk with power.
He's drunk with power. He's withholding us. I mean, I don't know. They're spamming the word hype. Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
All right.
Play it.
Play it again, Sam.
His name's Kevin.
Really?
Look
You see
at
the
the
water
ignition
system go
sequence.
off. Look at the
It's so beautiful.
You can see the closure of the booster cutie.
Oh, the clamp.
You can see the
Yeah.
engines,
Hood
I
closing
think,
down?
being like angled. At the
Look
beginning.
at that.
But
Okay,
that
this one.
Yeah,
This
that
one.
shot.
Look at this.
Just blue.
Wow. And the
There.
engine, look at that.
And look at
Those-
the shockwaves going down.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Good grief.
It's kind of crazy that then the booster can land on those chopsticks after going through that, right?
Yeah,
Look at
it can do
that.
this. Okay, how close to the tower does it get? Oh, not even close.
Not even
Not
that
even
close.
No, wait. It was from one angle.
Look
it
at the
looked like it was
rails
really
going
close
down.
to the tower.
Boom.
Oh, you can see them like the suspension rails.
Yeah. Absorbing the sort of initial touchdown of that booster. It dangles a little bit and then comes to a rest.
Wow.
That's amazing.
The chopsticks are already moving before it even gets there, and they didn't move at the same time.
Yeah, they're actually targeting it.
And they both
had-
come to a stop seemingly right before the pins get there.
Yeah.
Can
We had a
can we
whole
replay that and talk?
Starbase
can we
update
replay-
about this.
It's swinging back and forth.
Can we
Yep.
replay that and talk about the speed of these chopsticks?
Look at them move.
Look at them. These are not tiny.
Watch the catch rails go down. Up at the top of the chopsticks.
Whoop.
Boom.
And
then
there we go.
it wobbles.
And they suck it, and then the whole booster swings back and forth like a clock or something. The little bottom of the clock.
Yeah, it
tick-tock
needs
thing.
to needs to rest. It just came from space.
Yeah, it did heavy lifting. Absolutely insane.
Wow.
Okay, I get now
What
what
are we supposed to do now?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Kevin should be more hype more. Like you're the voice that tells us what we should do.
Oh, we updated next spaceflight with full success.
I think that's fair.
That's pretty fair. Chad, is that fair?
Yeah, Chad, would you classify this as full success?
Is that a full success flight? No, tomorrow. Starship explodes in Indian Ocean on the media headlines, right?
there will be some spin about this. But
Oh, of course. There always is. It's so ridiculous. That's why
We
you
need all
should
the
hang
hype.
out here with it. What?
more okay.
No, I'm sorry.
you-
We
are
need
you, like-
no more. Well, there is one more special thing,
It's that
Ooh.
but
that
but it's going to be our play out.
One more thing.
Ah. Okay.
I think I know what it is.
that.
Yeah, I'm very glad. I'm very happy.
We have a very special bit of footage that we will end it with.
And I think Chad is right now taking the chances to sell out all the patches before the end of the stream.
Oh, clearing out the rest of the patches. The patch numbers just keep going down
Yep.
and down and down.
Yep.
Oh, boy. Folks, hey, we got one more special thing to play here at the very end, but we are going to start saying thank you to everybody, starting with y'all. The folks who show up and support what we do and like and subscribe or whatever. I know I make fun of it, but it really is important that when we do a show that y'all show up and you tell your friends about it and you send, you're the annoying grandma who sends the link to all her kids and like, you like rocket launches? Did you see this rocket launch? Like, you do that, right? I hope you do that. I think my mom might have sent that to me, and I'm like, yeah, Mom, I saw the rocket launch.
I talked about it.
Hi, Mom. But we're able to do this because y'all keep showing up, so thank you so much. Massive thanks to the production team, Kevin and Jay, and everybody behind the scenes. Ryan Caton, Mr. Maps, was there giving us the weather reports, the traffic updates, and stuff like that. Hey,
Mr. Map himself.
he earned it. Mr. Map himself this stream. All the folks doing the facts in the background. Alex, thank you so much for listening in on the comms and giving us the official updates.
And also,
Man,
thanks to everybody that was
mind-blowing.
on the pre-stream.
Oh, yeah.
we had Trevor, we had Ryan Weber,
True.
we had EJ that
Yeah.
did
EJ.
like, I think EJ did like 6 hours.
He did. He was holding down the fort.
Yeah, we had Chris Bergen, of course.
Yep.
They were so. It
Trying to show pictures at the same time.
That's absolutely crazy. We
All
had
the
Max.
moderators, with all the people in the field, we had Max and D, and Jack was out there, Dan was out there wiring stuff, Caesar was working on Microlab, just naming lots of people at this point. Y'all are like, who?
I said Trevor, but I also have to point this out. Trevor did apparently 7 hours of the
Trevor did 7 hours?
absolute legend.
Sorry, Trevor.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Trevor. That's all my fault. Sorry, Trevor.
And now you
Sorry.
can, and now you can guess. Now you can guess who had that slot.
Also,
Marcus House
Marcus
was
House.
Sorry.
Yeah, you came through.
Go
Cool.
follow Marcus if you haven't. Go follow Marcus.
By the way, all
Like
the
that?
SPL ops.
Yeah.
Good girl.
Like dog? The good girl?
Yeah.
Oh, all the SPL ops who are controlling cameras and holding it down and stuff like that every single day. Then I'm going to miss some people, but every single time we do this, we have a blast. We appreciate y'all hanging out with us. I believe that's going to take us to the end of the show, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
We arrived here.
I'm almost positive I missed a lot of stuff, but
I wanna quickly thank 2 more people for my store team.
oh yes.
Because Pauline, of course,
Ah,
amazing
yes.
designs all the time, and Mark also.
designs.
While I was doing commentary,
Thank you.
Mark was here making the metal prints and making that. So thank you to you're amazing.
Yep. All right, folks. Well, you know how to get back here. If you ever want to hang out with us again, you know how to get back to a channel on YouTube. If you're over on the socials, wherever you are, the links will go over into chat. Follow us wherever you want if you want to hang out with us in the future for more rocket nerd goodness. For now, that's going to be the end. That's going to be the end of our launch coverage and catch coverage for SpaceX's launch and catch of Flight 5. Somehow, right? Starship out there at Starbase. What a time to be alive. We'll see you next time, and thanks for watching, nerds.
and here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes! Payload down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting